Ancient Rome. 4 in 1. History of the Roman Empire, Augustus, Colosseum, and the Gladiators. Written by A.J. Kingston, narrated by A.I. Madison. Introduction. Welcome to the Ancient Rome, 4 in 1 book bundle, where you will explore the fascinating history of one of the world's most influential civilizations. This bundle contains 4 captivating books that delve into different aspects of ancient Rome, the Roman Empire, Augustus, the Colosseum, and Gladiators of Ancient Rome. In Book 1, The Roman Empire, a tale of power, politics, and enduring legacy, you will discover the rise and fall of one of the world's most powerful empires. From its origins as a small city-state to its transformation into a massive world power, this book explores the key events and figures that shaped the Roman Empire. In Book 2, Augustus, the rise of Rome's first emperor and the foundation of the Roman Empire, you will explore the life of one of the most influential leaders in Roman history. Augustus transformed the Republic into an empire and set the stage for centuries of Roman dominance. This book examines Augustus's rise to power, his reign, and his lasting legacy. In Book 3, Blood, Sand, and Stone, the history and legacy of the Colosseum in ancient Rome, you will delve into the iconic arena that has captured the imagination of people around the world. From its construction to the gladiatorial games that took place within its walls, this book explores the history and legacy of the Colosseum in vivid detail. In Book 4, Gladiators of Ancient Rome, a bloody legacy of combat and courage, you will discover the stories of the men who fought in the arena, risking their lives for fame and fortune. This book examines the different types of gladiators, their weapons and armor, and the training required to prepare for combat. Whether you are a history enthusiast or just looking to learn more about ancient Rome, this book bundle has something for everyone. So sit back, relax, and immerse yourself in the fascinating world of ancient Rome. The Roman Empire. A tale of power, politics, and enduring legacy. Written by A.J. Kingston, narrated by A.I. Madison. Chapter 1, Rome's Founding Myths, the Story of Romulus and Remus. In the early days of Rome, before the grandeur of the Republic and the glory of the Empire, there existed a tale of a she-wolf who nurtured and raised 2 infant boys. This myth has long been regarded as the beginning of Rome's story, and while the truth of the tale may be shrouded in the mists of time, the symbolism and significance of the tale cannot be denied. According to the legend, the 2 boys were Romulus and Remus, who would go on to found Rome and establish themselves as the city's first rulers. As infants, they were abandoned in the wilderness and left to die, but fate intervened in the form of a she-wolf who came upon the boys and took them under her care. She nurtured them as her own, and when they were old enough, she helped them survive in the harsh environment of the Italian countryside. The tale of the she-wolf and the 2 boys is a powerful symbol of survival and the nurturing of new life. It speaks to the notion that even in the most challenging and inhospitable environments, the human spirit can find a way to thrive and prosper. It is a testament to the resilience and determination of the human race, and it serves as a reminder that even in the face of adversity, hope can be found. While the tale of the she-wolf and Romulus and Remus is undoubtedly a myth, it is a myth that has endured for centuries, and it has become a symbol of the greatness of Rome itself. The city of Rome was founded on this story, and the image of the she-wolf has become synonymous with the city and its history. However, as with many myths and legends, the true origins of the tale are shrouded in mystery. Some scholars believe that the story of the she-wolf may have originated in Etruscan mythology, and that it was later adopted by the Romans. Others argue that the tale may have its roots in Greek mythology, and that it was brought to Italy by Greek settlers. Regardless of its origins, the tale of the she-wolf and the 2 boys has become an integral part of Roman mythology, and it has served as a powerful symbol for the city and its people for centuries. It has been celebrated in art, literature, and music, and it has become a source of inspiration for countless generations of Romans. In the end, the tale of the she-wolf and the 2 boys serves as a reminder that even the most humble beginnings can lead to greatness. It is a tale of survival, perseverance, and determination, and it speaks to the enduring spirit of the human race. Whether it is based on fact or fiction, the story of the she-wolf and Romulus and Remus will continue to be a powerful symbol of the greatness of Rome, and it will continue to inspire and captivate people for generations to come. In the early days of Rome, there existed a tale of two brothers, Romulus and Remus, who would go on to become the founders of the Eternal City. This myth, though shrouded in the mists of time, has become an integral part of Roman mythology and a symbol of the city's greatness. According to the legend, the two brothers were born to Rhea Silvia, a Vestal virgin who had been violated by the god Mars. Fearing retribution, Rhea Silvia's uncle Amulus ordered the boys to be abandoned in the wilderness. However, they were rescued by a she-wolf who nurtured and raised them as her own. As they grew older, the brothers learned to hunt and survive in the wild, and they became skilled warriors and leaders. The tale of Romulus and Remus is a powerful symbol of brotherhood, leadership, and the triumph of the human spirit. It speaks to the notion that even in the face of adversity, the human spirit can rise above its circumstances and achieve greatness. It is a testament to the resilience and determination of the human race, and it serves as a reminder that even the most humble of beginnings can lead to greatness. As the two brothers grew older, they decided to found a city on the banks of the Tiber River. However, they soon fell into a bitter dispute over where to locate the city, and in a fit of rage, Romulus killed Remus. This tragic event has become a powerful symbol of the dangers of hubris and the consequences of unchecked ambition. Despite the tragic end to their story, the brothers Romulus and Remus have become symbols of the greatness of Rome itself. The city of Rome was founded on their story, and their image has become synonymous with the city and its history. The story of their lives has been celebrated in art, literature, and music, and it has inspired countless generations of Romans. However, as with many myths and legends, the true origins of the tale of Romulus and Remus are shrouded in mystery. Some scholars believe that the story may have originated in Etruscan mythology, and that it was later adopted by the Romans. Others argue that the tale may have its roots in Greek mythology, and that it was brought to Italy by Greek settlers. Regardless of its origins, the story of the brothers Romulus and Remus has become an integral part of Roman mythology and a symbol of the city's greatness. It has served as a reminder of the power of brotherhood, leadership, and the human spirit, and it has inspired countless generations of Romans to strive for greatness. In the end, the tale of Romulus and Remus is a powerful symbol of the human capacity for greatness. It is a story of brotherhood, leadership, and the triumph of the human spirit, and it serves as a reminder that even in the face of adversity, hope and greatness can be found. Whether it is based on fact or fiction, the story of the brothers Romulus and Remus will continue to be a powerful symbol of the greatness of Rome, and it will continue to inspire and captivate people for generations to come. The tale of Romulus and Remus has become one of the most enduring and captivating stories in Roman mythology. From their humble beginnings as abandoned infants to their eventual rise as leaders of the fledgling city of Rome, their story has captured the imaginations of people for centuries. However, it is the tragic ending to their tale that has become perhaps the most compelling and intriguing aspect of their story. As the two brothers grew older and began to establish the city of Rome, tensions began to rise between them. According to legend, they could not agree on where to locate the city, and as their dispute grew more heated, Romulus flew into a rage and killed Remus. This violent act has become one of the defining moments in Roman mythology and a powerful symbol of the dangers of unchecked ambition. For centuries, scholars and historians have debated the true nature of Romulus' killing of Remus. Some have suggested that it was a cold-blooded act of murder, while others have argued that it was a tragic accident brought about by the heat of the moment. Regardless of the true nature of the event, it is clear that the killing of Remus had a profound impact on the fledgling city of Rome. In the aftermath of Remus' death, Romulus became the undisputed ruler of the city of Rome. He worked tirelessly to establish the city and its people, building walls and fortifications and creating a system of government that would endure for centuries. He was revered by the people of Rome as a great leader and a symbol of their city's greatness. However, despite his many accomplishments, Romulus was plagued by the memory of his brother's death. He lived the rest of his life haunted by the knowledge that he had killed his own brother, and that his greatest achievement had been built on a foundation of violence and tragedy. Despite the tragic ending to their story, the tale of Romulus and Remus has become a powerful symbol of the human struggle for power and the dangers of unchecked ambition. It speaks to the notion that even the greatest of achievements can be built on a foundation of tragedy, and that the pursuit of power can be a dangerous and treacherous path. In the end, the story of Romulus and Remus serves as a powerful reminder of the complex and often brutal nature of human history. It is a tale of brotherhood, leadership, and the struggle for power, and it has captured the imaginations of people for centuries. Whether it is based on fact or fiction, the story of Romulus and Remus will continue to be a powerful symbol of the human experience, inspiring and captivating people for generations to come. The founding myths of ancient Rome have been a subject of fascination and debate for centuries. From the tale of Romulus and Remus to the heroic exploits of Julius Caesar, these stories have captured the imagination of people throughout the ages. However, the accuracy of these myths has long been a subject of debate among historians and scholars. One of the most enduring myths of ancient Rome is the tale of Romulus and Remus, the twin brothers who are said to have founded the city of Rome. According to legend, the brothers were abandoned as infants and were suckled by a she-wolf until they were discovered by a shepherd. As they grew older, they decided to found a city, but a disagreement over where to locate it led to Romulus killing Remus. Romulus then went on to found the city of Rome and become its first king. While this story has become one of the defining myths of ancient Rome, historians have long debated its accuracy. Some scholars have suggested that the tale of Romulus and Remus may have been inspired by earlier legends and myths, while others have argued that it may have been based on actual events. Another founding myth that has been the subject of historical debate is the story of Aeneas, the Trojan prince who is said to have founded the city of Rome. According to legend, Aeneas fled from Troy after its fall and sailed to Italy, where he founded a new city that eventually became Rome. Like the tale of Romulus and Remus, the story of Aeneas has been the subject of debate among historians. While some scholars have argued that Aeneas may have been a real historical figure, others have suggested that the story of his journey from Troy to Italy may have been a literary invention. Despite the uncertainty surrounding the accuracy of these founding myths, they continue to hold a powerful place in the popular imagination. They have inspired countless works of art, literature, and film, and have become a symbol of the enduring legacy of ancient Rome. However, while these myths may be inspiring and captivating, it is important to remember that they are just that, myths. While they may be based on some kernel of historical truth, they have been embellished and transformed over time to become the stories we know today. This is not to say that these myths have no value. On the contrary, they can provide important insights into the values and beliefs of ancient Roman society. They can also help us to understand how the people of ancient Rome saw themselves and their place in the world. At the same time, it is important to remember that these myths are not history. They are stories, passed down from generation to generation, and they should be approached with a critical eye. We must always be careful to separate fact from fiction, and to recognize that the stories we tell ourselves about the past are often just that, stories. In the end, the founding myths of ancient Rome continue to capture the imagination and inspire us to this day. Whether they are based on fact or fiction, they remain an important part of our cultural heritage and a testament to the enduring legacy of one of the greatest civilizations in human history. The founding myths of ancient Rome have left an indelible mark on the cultural legacy of Western civilization. Perhaps none are as enduring as the tale of Romulus and Remus, the twin brothers who are said to have founded the city of Rome. For centuries, this myth has been retold and reimagined, inspiring countless works of art, literature, and film. At its core, the story of Romulus and Remus is a story of struggle and sacrifice. It tells of two brothers who, against all odds, built a city from nothing, only to see it torn apart by their own internal strife. It is a story that speaks to the human condition, of our innate desire to build something lasting and meaningful, even in the face of great adversity. But the legacy of this myth extends far beyond its narrative themes. For the people of ancient Rome, Romulus and Remus were more than just characters in a story. They were symbols of the very essence of Roman identity. In many ways, the story of Romulus and Remus can be seen as an allegory for the founding of Rome itself. According to legend, the city was built on the site where Romulus killed his brother, a sacrifice that was necessary in order to establish a new order and bring about the birth of a great civilization. In this sense, the story of Romulus and Remus became a powerful symbol of the sacrifice and struggle that lay at the heart of Roman identity. As Rome grew and prospered, the myth of Romulus and Remus continued to play a central role in Roman culture. It was retold and reinterpreted by poets, historians, and artists, who sought to capture the essence of the Roman experience through this powerful allegory. One of the most enduring representations of the myth of Romulus and Remus is the famous statue of the Capitoline wolf, which is said to date back to the 5th century BCE. This bronze statue depicts a she-wolf suckling the infant twins, and has become one of the most iconic symbols of ancient Rome. For centuries, it stood as a testament to the enduring power of the founding myth of Rome, a reminder of the city's roots and its place in the world. But the legacy of the myth of Romulus and Remus extends far beyond just the art and literature of ancient Rome. It has become a symbol of Western civilization as a whole, inspiring countless works of art, literature, and film over the centuries. From Shakespeare's Titus Andronicus to Fellini's Roma, the story of Romulus and Remus has been retold and reimagined by generations of artists and writers. It has become a powerful symbol of the human condition, of the struggle and sacrifice that are necessary to build something great and enduring. In many ways, the myth of Romulus and Remus is a reflection of the enduring power of the human imagination. It is a testament to the fact that, no matter how much time passes or how much our world changes, the stories we tell ourselves about the past will always have the power to inspire and move us. In the end, the legacy of the myth of Romulus and Remus is a testament to the enduring power of myth and storytelling in our lives. It reminds us that no matter how much our world may change, the stories we tell ourselves about our past will always be a part of who we are and what we aspire to be. Chapter 2: The Roman Republic, From Senate to Empire. The founding of the Roman Republic marked a critical moment in the history of ancient Rome. For the first time, the city was governed by a constitution that gave power to the people, rather than to a single ruler or group of aristocrats. But this new system of government was far from perfect, and the early years of the Republic were marked by a constant struggle for power and representation. At the heart of this struggle was the struggle between two classes of people, the patricians and the plebeians. The patricians were the wealthy landowners and aristocrats of Rome, while the plebeians were the common people, including farmers, tradespeople, and laborers. In the early years of the Republic, the patricians held most of the power. They dominated the Senate and held most of the important government positions. This left the plebeians feeling disenfranchised and powerless, leading to a series of protests and uprisings. One of the key demands of the plebeians was for greater representation in the government. They wanted their own representatives in the Senate and a greater say in how the city was run. This demand eventually led to the creation of the office of the tribune, a position specifically designed to represent the interests of the plebeians. The struggle for power between the patricians and plebeians also led to a series of political reforms. One of the most important of these was the 12 Tables, a set of laws that were written down and displayed in public for all to see. This helped to establish a sense of fairness and equality in the legal system, something that had been sorely lacking under the old monarchical system. But the struggle for power and representation was far from over. In the early years of the Republic, Rome was constantly threatened by outside forces, including the Etruscans and the Gauls. This led to a series of wars and military campaigns that put a strain on the fledgling government. In order to cope with these threats, the Roman government developed a system of military conscription. This allowed the Republic to raise armies quickly and efficiently, but it also put a great burden on the plebeians, who were often forced to serve in the army for years at a time. Despite these challenges, the early republic managed to survive and even thrive. The government became more stable, and the people began to enjoy greater rights and freedoms. This led to a period of expansion and conquest, as Rome began to extend its influence beyond the Italian peninsula. But the struggle for power and representation would continue to be a central theme in Roman history. Even as the republic grew stronger and more prosperous, the patricians and plebeians continued to jockey for power and influence. Eventually, this struggle would lead to the downfall of the republic and the rise of the empire. But the legacy of the early republic would live on, serving as a reminder of the importance of democracy and representation in government. In the end, the story of the early republic is a reminder that the struggle for power and representation is a constant and ongoing process. It is a reminder that no government is perfect, and that the people must constantly strive to make their voices heard and their rights respected. And it is a reminder that, no matter how much time passes or how much our world changes, the struggle for freedom and democracy will always be a central part of the human experience. The Roman Senate was one of the most important institutions of the ancient world. It was a body of elected officials who were responsible for making laws, managing foreign affairs, and overseeing the government of Rome. For centuries, the Senate was the most powerful institution in the Roman Republic and Empire, and its members wielded immense influence over the course of Roman history. The structure of the Roman Senate was complex and carefully designed to ensure that power was distributed evenly among its members. The Senate was composed of 300 members, each of whom was elected for life by the Roman people. In order to be eligible for election, a candidate had to meet certain criteria, including being a Roman citizen and owning a certain amount of property. Once elected, a senator was assigned to one of two classes, the patricians or the plebeians. The patricians were the wealthy and influential landowners of Rome, while the plebeians were the common people. Each senator was also assigned to a specific committee, or curia, that was responsible for overseeing a particular aspect of government. The responsibilities of the Roman Senate were wide-ranging and included everything from passing laws to managing the empire's finances. The Senate was also responsible for overseeing the military and making decisions about war and peace. It was also responsible for appointing the most important government officials, including the consuls and the censors. Despite its many responsibilities, the Senate's influence was not unlimited. In the Roman Republic, the Senate shared power with two elected officials known as the consuls. The consuls were responsible for carrying out the will of the Senate and overseeing the day-to-day operations of the government. They were also responsible for leading the Roman military in times of war. Over time, the power of the Senate grew, and it became the most important institution in the Roman Empire. The Senate's authority was bolstered by the emperors, who relied on the Senate's support to maintain their power. The Senate became a symbol of Rome's strength and prestige, and its members were among the most influential and powerful people in the ancient world. Despite its many achievements, the Roman Senate was not without its flaws. One of the biggest problems with the Senate was that its members were often more concerned with maintaining their own power and influence than with serving the needs of the people. This led to a series of conflicts and power struggles that threatened the stability of the government. Another problem with the Senate was that it was often slow to respond to new challenges and crises. This was partly due to its size and complexity, but it was also due to the fact that many of its members were more interested in preserving the status quo than in taking bold action. Despite these challenges, the Roman Senate played a critical role in the development and maintenance of the Roman Empire. It helped to establish a system of government that was relatively stable and efficient, and it served as a model for governments around the world for centuries to come. Today, the legacy of the Roman Senate can still be felt in the modern world. The Senate remains an important institution in many democratic societies, and its principles of representation and democracy continue to inspire people around the world. Whether we are looking to the past or to the future, the Roman Senate remains a symbol of the enduring power and importance of good governance and responsible leadership. In the ancient world, Roman society was divided into distinct classes, each with its own customs, traditions, and privileges. At the top of the social hierarchy were the patricians, the wealthy and influential landowners of Rome. Below them were the plebeians, the common people who made up the vast majority of the population. The patricians were the ruling class of Rome, and they held most of the important government positions. They were wealthy landowners who owned large estates and controlled vast amounts of wealth and resources. They were also the only ones allowed to hold certain religious offices and participate in certain rituals. The plebeians, on the other hand, were largely excluded from positions of power and influence. They were farmers, artisans, and merchants who made up the bulk of the Roman population. They had few political rights and were largely at the mercy of the patricians. Despite this unequal division of power, the relationship between the patricians and the plebeians was not always one of conflict. In fact, there were many instances in which the two groups worked together to achieve common goals. One of the most significant of these instances was the struggle for the creation of the Roman Republic. In the early days of the Republic, the plebeians were excluded from many important government positions, and they had little say in the affairs of the state. However, they gradually began to organize themselves and demand greater representation in government. Over time, the plebeians gained more power and influence, and they were eventually able to force the patricians to grant them a greater degree of political rights. This led to the creation of new government institutions, such as the tribunes of the plebs, which were designed to represent the interests of the common people. Despite these gains, however, the patricians continued to hold most of the important government positions, and they continued to dominate the political and economic life of Rome. This led to a great deal of tension and conflict between the two groups, and it was not until the end of the Roman Republic that the plebeians were able to achieve true equality with the patricians. One of the most significant legacies of Roman society was its emphasis on social class and hierarchy. This emphasis on social class was reflected in everything from the design of the city to the clothing that people wore. It also had a profound impact on the development of Roman art and culture, as well as on the political and economic systems of the empire. Today, the legacy of Roman society can still be felt in many parts of the world. The ideas of social class and hierarchy continue to influence the way that people think about society and politics, and the Roman emphasis on discipline, order, and organization remains an important model for many modern societies. In summary, the class structure of Roman society was a defining feature of the ancient world. The patricians and plebeians were two distinct groups with their own customs, traditions, and privileges. Although there were many instances of conflict between the two groups, there were also many instances of cooperation and collaboration. The legacy of Roman society can still be felt in the modern world, and its influence on art, culture, politics, and economics is profound and enduring. The Roman Empire was one of the most powerful and influential empires in world history, and much of its success can be attributed to its ability to expand and conquer new territories. Over the course of several centuries, the Romans were able to build an empire that spanned much of the known world, from Britain in the west to Egypt in the east. The expansion of the Roman Empire began in the 3rd century BC, with the conquest of Italy. This was followed by a series of wars with neighboring powers, such as Carthage and Macedonia, that resulted in the acquisition of new territories and the subjugation of new peoples. One of the most significant moments in the expansion of the Roman Empire was the conquest of Gaul, which is modern-day France. This conquest was led by Julius Caesar, who was appointed governor of the region in 58 BC. Caesar's campaign in Gaul was a brutal one, marked by countless battles and sieges, but in the end the Romans were victorious. The conquest of Gaul brought vast new territories under Roman control, and it also helped to solidify Caesar's position as one of the most powerful men in Rome. Another major moment in the expansion of the Roman Empire was the conquest of Egypt. This conquest was led by Octavian, who later became the first Roman Emperor Augustus. Egypt was one of the wealthiest and most powerful nations in the ancient world, and its conquest brought vast new resources and territories under Roman control. It also gave the Romans control of the Mediterranean Sea, which allowed them to dominate trade and commerce in the region. The Roman Empire continued to expand throughout the first few centuries AD, with new conquests in the Balkans, North Africa, and the Middle East. These conquests were marked by a great deal of brutality and violence, but they also helped to spread Roman culture, language, and institutions throughout the world. One of the key factors in the success of Roman expansion was the strength of the Roman military. The Roman army was one of the most powerful and well-trained in the ancient world, and it was able to defeat much larger and more powerful armies through a combination of discipline, organization, and technology. The Roman army was also very flexible, and it was able to adapt to different types of terrain and warfare. Another key factor in the success of Roman expansion was the ability of the Romans to assimilate conquered peoples into their society. The Romans were very tolerant of different cultures and religions, and they often allowed conquered peoples to retain their own customs and traditions. This helped to create a sense of unity and stability within the empire, and it also helped to spread Roman culture and institutions throughout the world. Despite its many successes, the expansion of the Roman Empire was not without its challenges. The vast size of the empire made it difficult to govern effectively, and there were often rebellions and uprisings in far-flung territories. Additionally, the vast wealth and power of the empire made it a target for invasion and conquest by other powers, such as the Germanic tribes and the Huns. In summary, the expansion and conquest of new territories was a defining feature of the Roman Empire. The Romans were able to build one of the largest and most powerful empires in world history through a combination of military might, cultural tolerance, and assimilation of conquered peoples. Although the expansion of the empire was marked by a great deal of violence and brutality, it also helped to spread Roman culture and institutions throughout the world, and its legacy can still be felt today. The end of the Roman Republic was marked by a period of great turmoil and violence. The period between the late 2nd century BC and the mid-1st century BC was marked by a series of civil wars, political upheavals, and the rise of powerful individuals who sought to assert their dominance over the Roman state. The first major crisis in the Roman Republic occurred in the late 2nd century BC, with the Gracchi brothers. Tiberius and Gaius Gracchus were two powerful politicians who sought to reform the Roman Republic by redistributing land and wealth to the poor. Their reforms were met with great resistance by the wealthy landowners who dominated the Roman Senate, and both brothers were eventually assassinated. The death of the Gracchi brothers marked the beginning of a period of political instability in the Roman Republic. Over the next few decades, the Roman state was rocked by a series of civil wars and political upheavals. The most significant of these was the conflict between the military general Marius and the politician Sulla, which saw both men vying for control of the Roman state. The civil wars of the late 2nd and early 1st century BC were characterized by a great deal of violence and bloodshed. Armies were raised and battles were fought across the Roman world, with each side seeking to gain control of the state. In many cases, these conflicts were fought between the armies of powerful individuals who sought to establish themselves as the dominant force in Roman politics. One of the most significant figures to emerge from this period of political turmoil was Julius Caesar. Caesar was a military general and politician who rose to prominence during the civil wars of the 1st century BC. He was a skilled strategist and leader, and he was able to rally the support of many Roman citizens who were dissatisfied with the corruption and dysfunction of the Roman Republic. Caesar's rise to power was marked by a great deal of political intrigue and violence. He aligned himself with powerful individuals and made strategic alliances, and he was eventually able to gain control of the Roman state. However, his rise to power was not without its challenges. He faced opposition from many powerful individuals who sought to undermine his authority, and he was eventually assassinated by a group of senators who feared his growing power. The assassination of Julius Caesar marked the end of the Roman Republic and the beginning of the Roman Empire. The civil wars and political upheavals of the previous century had left the Roman state in a state of disarray, and the assassination of Caesar marked the final breakdown of the traditional Roman political system. In the aftermath of Caesar's death, a power struggle ensued, with various individuals vying for control of the Roman state. Ultimately, it was Octavian, Caesar's adopted son and heir, who emerged as the dominant force in Roman politics. Octavian was a skilled politician and strategist, and he was able to consolidate his power and establish himself as the first Roman emperor, Augustus. In summary, the end of the Roman Republic was marked by a period of great political instability and violence. The civil wars and political upheavals of the 1st century BC marked the breakdown of the traditional Roman political system and paved the way for the rise of powerful individuals who sought to assert their dominance over the Roman state. Julius Caesar was one of the most significant figures to emerge from this period of political turmoil, and his assassination marked the final breakdown of the Roman Republic. The rise of Augustus and the establishment of the Roman Empire marked a new chapter in Roman history and would have far-reaching consequences for the Roman world and the wider Mediterranean region. Chapter 3: The Rise of Julius Caesar, the Beginning of a New Era. The life of Julius Caesar is one of the most fascinating and consequential stories in all of Roman history. Born into a noble family in the city of Rome in 100 BC, Caesar was destined for a life of privilege and power. However, it was his innate ambition and political acumen that would ultimately set him apart from his peers and propel him to greatness. Caesar's early life was marked by privilege and opportunity. He was born into a wealthy family and received an excellent education, studying under some of the most renowned scholars of his day. Despite his advantages, however, Caesar was not content to simply rest on his laurels. From an early age, he displayed a remarkable intelligence and a keen sense of ambition, traits that would serve him well throughout his life. As a young man, Caesar quickly established himself as a skilled orator and politician. He was elected to a number of minor political positions, and he quickly gained a reputation as a shrewd and ambitious politician. Despite his youth and inexperience, he was able to navigate the treacherous waters of Roman politics with remarkable skill, forging alliances and making strategic partnerships that would ultimately prove critical to his success. It was during this period that Caesar began to develop his famous military acumen. He joined the Roman army and quickly rose through the ranks, demonstrating a remarkable ability to lead and inspire his troops. His early military successes in Spain and Gaul served to cement his reputation as a skilled military leader, and he was soon recognized as one of the most formidable generals in the Roman world. Despite his military success, however, Caesar remained primarily focused on politics. He continued to make strategic alliances and forge new partnerships, and he quickly became one of the most influential politicians in the Roman Republic. His keen intellect and political acumen allowed him to navigate the complex web of alliances and rivalries that characterized Roman politics, and he was able to forge a path to power that would ultimately lead him to the pinnacle of Roman society. It was during this period that Caesar first began to develop his reputation as a reformer. He recognized the deep-seated problems that plagued the Roman Republic, and he was committed to finding solutions to these problems. He advocated for greater political representation for the Roman people, and he was an early champion of the idea of a strong central government that could provide stability and security for the Roman state. Despite his many accomplishments, Caesar's early life was not without its challenges. He faced fierce opposition from many of his political rivals, who were jealous of his success and threatened by his growing power. He also suffered a number of personal tragedies, including the death of his wife and the loss of his beloved daughter. Despite these setbacks, however, Caesar remained steadfast in his determination to achieve greatness. He continued to pursue his political and military ambitions with unwavering determination, and he ultimately emerged as one of the most powerful and influential figures in all of Roman history. In summary, the early life of Julius Caesar is a testament to the power of ambition and political acumen. Despite his privileged upbringing, Caesar was not content to simply rest on his laurels. He recognized the deep-seated problems that plagued the Roman Republic, and he was determined to find solutions to these problems. His keen intellect and political savvy allowed him to navigate the complex web of alliances and rivalries that characterized Roman politics, and he ultimately emerged as one of the most formidable politicians and military leaders in all of Roman history. Julius Caesar's military campaigns in Gaul and his triumph in battle are among the most celebrated feats in Roman history. As a general, Caesar was renowned for his tactical skill, his strategic vision, and his ability to inspire his troops to greatness. His campaigns in Gaul and beyond were marked by daring maneuvers, bold tactics, and stunning victories that left a lasting impact on the Roman world. Caesar's conquest of Gaul began in 58 BC, when he was appointed governor of the province. The region was home to a number of tribes that had long resisted Roman rule, and Caesar saw an opportunity to expand the Roman Empire and cement his own place in history. Over the next 8 years, Caesar waged a relentless campaign against the Gauls, employing a variety of tactics and strategies to gain the upper hand. One of Caesar's greatest strengths as a general was his ability to adapt to changing circumstances. He recognized that the Gauls were a formidable foe, and he developed a number of new tactics to overcome their advantages. He used intelligence gathering and espionage to gain information on his enemies, and he employed scorched earth tactics to deny the Gauls their resources and supply lines. He also developed a new type of cavalry unit, the Gallic horse, which was trained to fight with the ferocity and skill of the Gauls themselves. Despite these challenges, Caesar was able to achieve stunning victories against the Gauls. His most famous battle was the Siege of Alesia in 52 BC, which pitted his army against the combined forces of the Gauls and their Germanic allies. In a daring maneuver, Caesar constructed a massive ring of fortifications around the city, cutting off the Gauls from their outside allies and trapping them inside. After a long and grueling siege, Caesar's army was ultimately victorious, and the Gauls were forced to submit to Roman rule. Caesar's military campaigns in Gaul were not without their challenges, however. He faced fierce opposition from a number of his political rivals, who accused him of exceeding his authority and engaging in war for personal gain. He also faced a number of logistical challenges, including supply shortages and difficulties with communication and coordination. Despite these setbacks, however, Caesar emerged from his campaigns in Gaul as one of the most celebrated military commanders in all of Roman history. He had expanded the Roman Empire to include much of modern-day France, Belgium, and parts of Switzerland and Germany. He had demonstrated his tactical and strategic prowess on the battlefield, and he had cemented his place as one of the most powerful and influential figures in all of Rome. In summary, Julius Caesar's military campaigns in Gaul and his triumph in battle are a testament to the power of strategic vision, tactical skill, and unyielding determination. Despite facing a number of challenges and setbacks, Caesar was able to achieve stunning victories against his enemies, expanding the Roman Empire, and cementing his place in history as one of the greatest military commanders of all time. His campaigns in Gaul and beyond left an enduring legacy on the Roman world, and his tactics and strategies continue to inspire military commanders to this day. The First Triumvirate was a political alliance between three of the most powerful figures in the Roman Republic: Julius Caesar, Pompey the Great, and Marcus Licinius Crassus. The alliance was formed in 60 BC, at a time when Rome was experiencing political turmoil and upheaval, and it marked a significant turning point in the history of the Republic. The three men who formed the First Triumvirate were each powerful figures in their own right. Caesar was a rising star in Roman politics, renowned for his military campaigns in Gaul and his charisma and oratorical skills. Pompey was one of the most celebrated military commanders in all of Rome, having achieved a number of stunning victories in the East and the West. Crassus, meanwhile, was one of the wealthiest men in Rome, with extensive business interests and political connections. The formation of the First Triumvirate was a response to a number of political challenges facing each of the men. Caesar, for his part, was facing increasing opposition from a number of his political rivals, who saw him as a threat to their own power and influence. Pompey, meanwhile, had grown increasingly disillusioned with the Senate, which he saw as corrupt and ineffective. Crassus, too, was looking for ways to increase his political power and influence, and saw the triumvirate as a way to achieve this. The triumvirate was not without its challenges, however. The three men were all ambitious and powerful figures, and they each had their own agenda and priorities. There were a number of disagreements and conflicts between them, particularly over the issue of land reform, which Caesar championed but which Pompey and Crassus were more hesitant to support. Despite these challenges, however, the triumvirate was able to achieve a number of important political victories. They worked together to secure Caesar's election as consul in 59 BC, and they were able to push through a number of important reforms and initiatives, including the extension of Caesar's governorship in Gaul and the provision of land to veterans of the Roman army. However, the first triumvirate was not to last. The alliance began to unravel in the late 50s BC, as tensions between the three men increased and their priorities diverged. In 53 BC, Crassus was killed in battle in Syria, and the alliance was further weakened. Pompey and Caesar continued to work together for a time, but their relationship was strained by their growing political differences and their mutual mistrust. Ultimately, the first triumvirate came to an end in 49 BC, when Caesar crossed the Rubicon River and began his march on Rome, effectively declaring war on the Roman state. Pompey and the Senate fled the city, and Caesar emerged as the undisputed ruler of Rome. The end of the triumvirate marked a significant turning point in Roman history, and it paved the way for Caesar's eventual ascension to the position of dictator and the establishment of the Roman Empire. In summary, the first triumvirate was a political alliance that marked a significant turning point in the history of the Roman Republic. The alliance between Caesar, Pompey, and Crassus was able to achieve a number of important political victories and reforms, but it was ultimately unable to withstand the pressures of ambition and competition between the three men. The end of the triumvirate paved the way for the establishment of the Roman Empire and the rise of Julius Caesar as one of the most powerful and influential figures in all of Roman history. In the year 49 BC, Gaius Julius Caesar, a prominent Roman general and politician, took the fateful step that changed the course of Roman history. He crossed the Rubicon River, a border that no Roman general was allowed to cross with an army, in defiance of the Senate's orders. The act was a declaration of war against the Roman Republic, and it marked the beginning of Caesar's civil war against his fellow Romans. The political situation in Rome at the time was tumultuous, with long-standing rivalries and tensions between powerful politicians vying for power. Caesar, who had made a name for himself as a successful military commander and conqueror of Gaul, had been ordered by the Senate to disband his army and return to Rome as a private citizen. This demand was seen as a threat to Caesar's power and influence, and he refused to comply. With his army at his back, Caesar marched towards Rome, taking control of cities and territories along the way. His actions sparked a civil war against the forces of the Roman Republic, led by his former ally, Pompey. The two sides clashed in a series of battles, with Caesar ultimately emerging victorious. The crossing of the Rubicon was a pivotal moment in Caesar's career, and it became a symbol of his daring and ambition. It was a bold move that defied the authority of the Senate and the established order of the Republic. It showed Caesar's willingness to take risks and pursue his goals by any means necessary. But the crossing of the Rubicon was not without consequences. Caesar's actions plunged Rome into a period of instability and conflict, as the civil war took its toll on the city and its citizens. The war ultimately led to the end of the Roman Republic and the establishment of Caesar as the first dictator of Rome. The legacy of Caesar's crossing of the Rubicon is a mixed one. On the one hand, it is celebrated as a moment of boldness and daring, a symbol of the power and ambition of one of Rome's greatest leaders. On the other hand, it is seen as a betrayal of the principles of the Republic and the rule of law, a reckless act that led to years of conflict and upheaval. Regardless of one's view of Caesar's actions, it is clear that the crossing of the Rubicon was a turning point in Roman history. It marked the end of the Roman Republic and the beginning of a new era of Roman rule under the emperors. and it stands as a testament to the power and complexity of politics and power in ancient Rome. The end of the Roman Republic was a tumultuous period in Roman history, marked by political turmoil, civil unrest, and the rise of powerful military leaders. Gaius Julius Caesar, one of the most influential figures of the time, played a key role in the collapse of the Republic and the establishment of the Roman Empire. Caesar's rise to power began with his military conquests in Gaul, which brought him fame and fortune, as well as a loyal following among his soldiers. But it was his political ambitions that ultimately led to his downfall. In 49 BC, Caesar crossed the Rubicon River with his army, sparking a civil war against the forces of the Roman Republic. After a series of victories, he emerged as the undisputed ruler of Rome. Caesar's dictatorship was a marked departure from the political traditions of the Republic, which had been governed by elected officials and a system of checks and balances. As dictator, Caesar had absolute power over the Roman state and its people, and he used that power to enact a series of reforms aimed at improving the lives of ordinary citizens. But Caesar's reforms and ambitions were met with resistance from a group of senators who saw him as a threat to the Republic and its institutions. In 44 BC, a group of senators led by Marcus Junius Brutus and Gaius Cassius Longinus conspired to assassinate Caesar, hoping to restore the Republic to its former glory. The assassination of Caesar was a shocking event that sent shockwaves throughout Rome and the wider world. It marked the end of an era and the beginning of a new phase of Roman history, one marked by violence, instability, and uncertainty. In the aftermath of Caesar's death, Rome was plunged into chaos. A power struggle ensued among his former allies and rivals, with several men vying for control of the Roman state. Ultimately, it was Caesar's adopted son and heir, Gaius Octavius, who emerged as the new ruler of Rome, ushering in the period of the Roman Empire. The legacy of Caesar's dictatorship and assassination is a complex one. On the one hand, Caesar is celebrated as one of Rome's greatest leaders, a man of vision and ambition who transformed the Roman state and laid the foundation for the empire. On the other hand, he is also seen as a dictator who betrayed the principles of the Republic and undermined the institutions that had made Rome great. The assassination of Caesar, meanwhile, is viewed by some as a noble act of resistance against tyranny, while others see it as a cowardly and selfish act that plunged Rome into chaos and bloodshed. Despite the controversies surrounding Caesar's dictatorship and assassination, it is clear that these events had a profound impact on the course of Roman history. They marked the end of the Republic and the beginning of a new era of Roman rule, one that would shape the destiny of the Mediterranean world for centuries to come. Chapter 4: Augustus, the First Emperor and the Establishment of the Empire. The death of Julius Caesar in 44 BC marked the end of the Roman Republic and the beginning of a new era. With Caesar's demise, the question of who would succeed him in leading the Roman world was up for debate. It was ultimately his adopted son, Octavian, who would rise to power and become Rome's first emperor, Augustus. The story of Octavian's rise to power is one of political maneuvering, military prowess, and a bit of luck. Octavian was born in 63 BC to a prominent family in Rome. His father, also named Octavius, was a senator and a member of the equestrian order. From a young age, Octavian showed an interest in politics and warfare. He was educated in rhetoric, law, and philosophy, and he also received military training. In 44 BC, Octavian was studying in Greece when he received the news of his father's death. He returned to Rome to claim his inheritance, which included a large sum of money and the support of some influential senators. However, he was not the only one with claims to Caesar's legacy. Mark Antony, Caesar's closest friend and ally, also had designs on the leadership of Rome. Octavian realized that he would need to act quickly and decisively if he was to have any chance of securing power. He made a series of bold moves, including publicly aligning himself with Caesar's memory and rallying support among the people of Rome. He also raised a private army and marched on the city of Rome, forcing the Senate to declare him a consul. Despite his youth and inexperience, Octavian proved to be a skilled politician and a formidable military leader. He formed an alliance with Mark Antony and another powerful senator, Lepidus, and together they formed the Second Triumvirate. The three men agreed to divide the Roman world among themselves, with Octavian taking control of the West, Antony taking control of the East, and Lepidus taking control of Africa. The alliance between Octavian and Mark Antony was a fragile one, however. The two men had very different personalities and ambitions, and tensions between them began to mount. In 32 BC, war broke out between the two factions. Octavian emerged victorious, and in 31 BC he defeated Antony and Cleopatra in the Battle of Actium. With his victory at Actium, Octavian had secured his position as the undisputed ruler of Rome. He returned to Rome and was awarded the title of Augustus, which meant revered one. Augustus went on to establish the Roman Empire, ushering in a period of stability and prosperity that would last for centuries. Augustus' rise to power was not without controversy, however. He had used force and manipulation to secure his position, and he had betrayed friends and allies along the way. Nevertheless, his achievements in consolidating and expanding the Roman world cannot be denied. In summary, the rise of Octavian to power was a turning point in Roman history. It marked the end of the Roman Republic and the beginning of the Roman Empire. Octavian, who would become known as Augustus, was a skilled politician and military leader who used a combination of force and diplomacy to secure his position. Despite the controversy surrounding his rise to power, his legacy as the first Roman emperor is one of enduring importance. The Roman Republic, in its dying days, had already been embroiled in numerous civil wars and power struggles, paving the way for the rise of strong men who would inevitably lead to the fall of the Republic and the establishment of the Roman Empire. The Second Triumvirate, consisting of Octavian, later known as Augustus, Mark Antony, and Lepidus, was one such alliance of ambitious men who would play a pivotal role in Rome's history. In 43 BC, following Julius Caesar's assassination, the Second Triumvirate was formed, with Octavian as its youngest member. At just 18 years old, Octavian had been thrust into a position of immense power, albeit with the backing of his adoptive father's name and legacy. Together with Antony and Lepidus, the triumvirate was established with the primary goal of avenging Caesar's death and defeating his assassins and their allies. In the early days of the alliance, the triumvirs faced significant opposition from the forces of the senatorial faction, led by Brutus and Cassius, who had played a role in Caesar's assassination. The two sides met in the Battle of Philippi in 42 BC, where the triumvirs emerged victorious, cementing their control over Rome. The Second Triumvirate was not just a military alliance, but a political one as well. They were tasked with the daunting task of rebuilding Rome after the years of civil war and turmoil that had weakened the Republic. As part of this effort, the triumvirs established a proscription list, which listed the names of those who were to be executed or exiled for their role in opposing the triumvirate. This led to widespread purges and bloodshed, with many prominent figures losing their lives or being forced into exile. Despite their initial success, the triumvirs began to experience tensions within their alliance. Antony's relationship with Cleopatra of Egypt became a source of controversy and mistrust among his fellow triumvirs. Lepidus was eventually ousted from the triumvirate and relegated to a minor position of power, leaving Octavian and Antony as the sole leaders of Rome. The alliance between Octavian and Antony eventually came to an end, as the two became rivals for power and control over the Roman Empire. The two leaders met in the famous naval battle of Actium in 31 BC, where Octavian emerged victorious, effectively ending the Second Triumvirate and consolidating his power as Rome's sole leader. The legacy of the Second Triumvirate is a complicated one. On one hand, they played a significant role in defeating Rome's enemies and establishing order after years of civil war. On the other hand, their methods of achieving this goal were brutal and often involved the suppression of political opposition and dissent. Additionally, the tensions and eventual split between Octavian and Antony would lead to further conflict and instability in Rome. In summary, the Second Triumvirate was a critical moment in Roman history, marking the end of the Republic and the establishment of the Roman Empire. Their alliance, while successful in many ways, was ultimately fraught with tension and mistrust, leading to its eventual downfall. The legacy of the triumvirate is a reminder of the dangers of allowing power to be concentrated in the hands of a few, and the importance of maintaining a balance of power and checks and balances in any government or system. It is difficult to overstate the importance of the Battle of Actium in the history of the Roman Empire. The battle, fought in 31 BC between the forces of Octavian and the combined armies of Mark Antony and Cleopatra, was the decisive moment that transformed the Roman Republic into the Roman Empire. The story of the Battle of Actium begins with the Second Triumvirate, a political alliance between Octavian, Mark Antony, and Lepidus. Formed in 43 BC, the triumvirate was designed to restore order to Rome after the chaos of the civil wars that had plagued the Republic. Octavian, the adopted son of Julius Caesar, emerged as the most powerful member of the triumvirate, with Antony and Lepidus serving as his subordinates. Despite their initial cooperation, tensions soon developed between Octavian and Antony. Antony, who had established a romantic relationship with Cleopatra, the Queen of Egypt, began to distance himself from Octavian and pursue his own interests. Octavian, meanwhile, saw Antony's actions as a threat to his own power and authority. The situation came to a head in 32 BC, when Octavian declared war on Cleopatra and Antony. The two sides clashed in the Battle of Actium, which took place on the western coast of Greece. Octavian's forces, commanded by the experienced general Agrippa, were vastly outnumbered by Antony and Cleopatra's troops, but they possessed superior tactics and strategy. In the battle that ensued, Agrippa successfully deployed a flanking maneuver that allowed Octavian's navy to surround and defeat Antony and Cleopatra's fleet. The victory was a decisive one, with many of Antony and Cleopatra's ships destroyed and much of their army captured or killed. Following the battle, Antony and Cleopatra fled to Egypt, where they eventually committed suicide. Octavian emerged as the undisputed ruler of Rome, and in 27 BC, he officially became the first emperor of the Roman Empire, taking the name Augustus. The Battle of Actium was a pivotal moment in Roman history, marking the end of the Roman Republic and the beginning of the Roman Empire. It was also a turning point for Octavian, who emerged from the battle as a powerful and respected leader, capable of uniting Rome and establishing a new era of stability and prosperity. But while the Battle of Actium was a military triumph for Octavian, it was also a tragic moment in Roman history. The deaths of Antony and Cleopatra, two of the most famous figures of the ancient world, marked the end of an era and the beginning of a new one. The battle also marked the beginning of a long period of imperial expansion and conquest, as the Roman Empire continued to grow and expand its influence throughout the Mediterranean world. Today, the Battle of Actium remains an enduring symbol of the power and majesty of the Roman Empire. It is a reminder of the great achievements and accomplishments of the ancient Romans, and a testament to the enduring legacy of their civilization. It is difficult to overstate the significance of the first settlement in the history of Rome. With this agreement, Octavian cemented his position as the first emperor of the Roman Empire, signaling the end of the Roman Republic and the beginning of a new era of imperial rule. In this essay, I shall provide a detailed account of the first settlement and its implications for Roman governance and society. After the defeat of Antony and Cleopatra at the Battle of Actium in 31 BC, Octavian emerged as the undisputed ruler of the Roman world. He now faced the daunting task of consolidating his power and establishing a stable system of government that could withstand the challenges of the future. To this end, Octavian began negotiations with the Roman Senate and the people of Rome, seeking to establish a new political order that would balance the needs of the state with his own ambitions for power. The result of these negotiations was the First Settlement, a series of constitutional reforms that established Octavian as the princeps, or first citizen, of Rome. Under this new system of government, Octavian held a unique position of authority, with powers that were both broad and undefined. He was not a king, but he held many of the same powers as one, including the ability to appoint officials, make laws, and lead the army. He also held the title of Imperator, or Commander-in-Chief, which gave him ultimate control over the Roman military. To reassure the Roman people that he was not establishing a dictatorship, Octavian made a number of concessions to the Senate and the people. He allowed the Senate to continue to meet and pass laws, and he promised to uphold the traditional Roman values of liberty and justice. He also returned some of the powers that had been stripped from the Senate during the civil wars, such as the right to grant citizenship and the power to oversee public works. But despite these concessions, Octavian remained the most powerful man in Rome, and his position as princeps was not without its critics. Many of the senators who had supported him during the civil wars were now wary of his growing power, and there were concerns that he might use his position to establish a new tyranny. To counter these criticisms, Octavian cultivated a careful image of himself as a benevolent ruler, one who was guided by the best interests of the Roman state. The first settlement had far-reaching implications for Roman governance and society. It established the principle of one-man rule, paving the way for the establishment of the Roman Empire. It also marked a shift in the balance of power between the Senate and the emperor, with the latter now holding the upper hand. And it set the stage for a period of unprecedented stability and prosperity in the Roman world, known as the Pax Romana. But perhaps the most enduring legacy of the first settlement was the idea of the princeps as a benevolent ruler, one who held ultimate power but used it wisely and with restraint. This concept of the good emperor would become a central theme in Roman political thought, and it would shape the way that Roman emperors were perceived for centuries to come. It is a legacy that continues to resonate in our own time, reminding us of the enduring impact of the Roman Empire on Western civilization. In summary, the first settlement was a watershed moment in the history of Rome, marking the end of the Roman Republic and the beginning of a new era of imperial rule. It established Octavian as the first emperor of Rome and set the stage for a period of unprecedented stability and prosperity. And it created a new model of leadership, one that would shape the way that Roman emperors were perceived for centuries to come. The legacy of the first settlement is still felt today, a testament to the enduring power and influence of the Roman Empire. It is impossible to contemplate the history of the Roman Empire without considering the life and achievements of Augustus, the first emperor of Rome. Born as Gaius Octavius, he was the adopted son of Julius Caesar and inherited the title of Caesar's heir upon the great leader's assassination. Augustus' reign was marked by significant political, social, and economic reforms, which solidified the power and influence of the Roman Empire for centuries to come. The legacy of Augustus is one of power, efficiency, and stability. During his reign, he worked tirelessly to reform and improve Roman society, establishing the foundation for the Pax Romana or Roman peace that lasted for over 2 centuries. His military campaigns led to the expansion of Roman territories and ensured the security of the empire. The efficiency of his government was such that his system of administration became a model for future empires. Augustus' impact on Roman society was equally impressive. He restructured the Senate and introduced a new system of government, which gave him significant control over the affairs of the empire. Augustus' policies aimed to maintain social stability, promote morality, and reduce crime. He also reformed the army, making it more professional and loyal to the empire. Augustus introduced a range of social welfare programs, which aimed to support the poor and less fortunate members of Roman society. These programs included building new public infrastructure, improving sanitation and hygiene, and implementing measures to control inflation. Augustus was also known for his cultural and artistic patronage, which was instrumental in shaping the character of the Roman Empire. He encouraged the development of Roman literature and the arts, providing funding for public buildings, monuments, and theaters. Augustus commissioned many of the most significant works of Roman art, including the Era Pacis, a magnificent monument dedicated to peace and prosperity. Perhaps most significantly, Augustus established the imperial cult, which elevated the emperor to a divine status. This policy ensured that Augustus and his successors were worshipped as gods, imbuing the imperial office with an almost mythical aura that endured long after the fall of the Roman Empire. This system of divine rulership was to be imitated by future emperors, including Caligula and Nero, although none were able to achieve the same level of popularity or stability as Augustus. In summary, Augustus was one of the most important figures in Roman history, whose legacy continued to shape the empire long after his death. He transformed Rome from a republic into an empire, consolidating power and establishing a model of imperial rule that was to be followed by future leaders. Augustus was a visionary who understood the importance of governance and stability, and his legacy is one of enduring influence, shaping not only Roman history but also the history of Western civilization as a whole. Chapter 5: Pax Romana, a Golden Age of Stability and Prosperity. In the annals of history, few individuals have left as indelible a mark as Gaius Octavius, better known as Augustus. He rose from a humble background to become the first emperor of Rome, and ushered in an era of peace and prosperity known as the Pax Romana. His reign marked a turning point in Roman history, transforming the Republic into a stable and enduring empire that would last for centuries. Augustus was born on September 23, 63 BC, in the Roman city of Rome. His father, also named Gaius Octavius, was a senator and governor of Macedonia, while his mother Asia was the niece of Julius Caesar. Augustus was only 4 years old when Caesar was assassinated, but he would come to be deeply influenced by the legacy of his great-uncle. At the age of 18, Augustus was sent to study in Athens, where he developed a love of Greek culture and philosophy. But his studies were cut short when news arrived that Caesar's assassins had been defeated and the Roman Republic was in turmoil. Augustus quickly returned to Rome to take up his role as Caesar's heir and defend his family's interests. Over the next decade, Augustus navigated the treacherous waters of Roman politics, forming alliances with powerful figures like Mark Antony and Marcus Aemilius Lepidus. Together they formed the Second Triumvirate, a powerful political alliance that ruled over Rome for a time. But as with all such alliances, tensions soon arose. In 31 BC, Augustus and Antony faced off in a naval battle at Actium, with Augustus emerging victorious. This marked a turning point in Roman history, as Augustus became the sole ruler of Rome. Augustus' reign was marked by a series of political and social reforms aimed at strengthening the empire and cementing his own power. He reorganized the military, established a system of public works, and undertook ambitious building projects like the Forum of Augustus and the Temple of Caesar. He also created a new bureaucracy to oversee the administration of the empire and instituted a system of taxation that would endure for centuries. Perhaps most importantly, Augustus sought to restore the traditional Roman values of piety, loyalty, and duty that he believed had been lost in the chaotic years of the Republic. He established a program of moral and social reform that included laws against adultery, excessive spending, and extravagance. He also promoted family values and encouraged Roman citizens to have more children, offering financial incentives for larger families. Under Augustus' rule, Rome entered a period of unprecedented peace and stability known as the Pax Romana. The empire expanded to include much of Europe, Asia, and North Africa, and trade and commerce flourished throughout the Mediterranean world. Art and culture also thrived, with Augustus himself serving as a patron of the arts and sciences. Augustus died on August 19, AD 14, at the age of 76. His legacy would endure long after his death, as the Roman Empire continued to thrive for centuries. Today, Augustus is remembered as one of the greatest rulers in Roman history, a visionary leader who transformed a troubled republic into a powerful and enduring empire. His reign marked the beginning of a new era in Roman history, an era that would shape the course of Western civilization for centuries to come. In the early days of the Roman Republic, the city of Rome was little more than a small town surrounded by other city-states that made up central Italy. However, by the time of Augustus, Rome had become the capital of an empire that stretched from Spain to Syria and from Britain to Egypt. This vast territory was not achieved overnight, but through a series of conquests and the establishment of provinces that would help to maintain Roman rule. The early expansion of Rome was driven by a need for security and a desire for loot. The Roman army was primarily made up of citizen soldiers who were called up when needed, and the spoils of war were often distributed among them. Rome's first military conquests were in Italy, where they defeated their neighbors and established themselves as the dominant power in the region. The wars with Carthage in the Punic Wars also helped to expand Rome's territory and secure their control over the Mediterranean. After defeating Carthage, Rome turned its attention to the east and the Greek kingdoms that had been weakened by years of infighting. Rome's conquest of Greece was gradual and not without its setbacks, but by the end of the 2nd century BCE, the entire region was under Roman control. The conquest of Greece allowed Rome to spread its culture and influence throughout the region, and it also gave the Romans access to the wealth and resources of the eastern Mediterranean. Rome's expansion continued under Julius Caesar, who conquered Gaul, modern-day France, and extended Rome's reach into Germany and Britain. The conquest of Gaul was particularly significant, as it gave Rome control over the rich agricultural lands of the region and access to the Atlantic Ocean. After Caesar's assassination, the Roman Empire was plunged into a period of instability and civil war. However, with the rise of Augustus, the Roman Empire entered a new era of stability and expansion. Augustus continued the policies of his predecessor, consolidating Rome's control over its existing territories and expanding the empire into new regions. One of Augustus' most significant achievements was the establishment of provinces. Provinces were regions that were under Roman control but were not incorporated into the Roman Republic or the Roman Empire as full-fledged states. Instead, they were governed by Roman officials and paid tribute to Rome. The establishment of provinces allowed Rome to extend its control without having to incorporate new territories into the Roman state, which would have required significant administrative and military resources. The Roman Empire was divided into two types of provinces, senatorial and imperial. Senatorial provinces were those that were governed by the Roman Senate and were typically located in the more settled and peaceful regions of the empire. Imperial provinces, on the other hand, were those that were under the direct control of the emperor and were often located in the more volatile and strategically important regions of the empire. Provincial governors were appointed by the Roman Senate or the emperor, depending on the type of province. Governors were responsible for maintaining law and order in their provinces, collecting taxes and tribute, and providing military support to the Roman army. While the position of provincial governor was prestigious and lucrative, it was also fraught with danger. Governors who were seen as incompetent or corrupt were often removed from office, and some were even prosecuted for their crimes. The establishment of provinces allowed Rome to extend its influence throughout the Mediterranean and beyond, and it also helped to maintain Roman control over its vast territories. However, the establishment of provinces also had its drawbacks. The creation of new provinces often led to conflicts with the local populations, who resented Roman rule and the heavy taxes that they were forced to pay. Additionally, the establishment of provinces required significant resources and manpower, which placed a strain on the Roman state. The Roman army was one of the most powerful and disciplined forces in the ancient world, and it played a crucial role in maintaining the stability and prosperity of the Roman Empire during the Pax Romana period. At the heart of the Roman army was the legion, a large military unit consisting of infantry and cavalry soldiers. Legions were typically commanded by a legate, who was appointed by the emperor, and were divided into smaller sub-units called centuries. Each century was led by a centurion, who was responsible for maintaining discipline and morale among his troops. One of the most important functions of the Roman army was to expand and defend the empire's borders. The Romans were skilled engineers and builders, and they constructed a network of roads, fortifications, and defensive structures throughout the empire to protect against external threats. The Roman army was also responsible for maintaining law and order within the empire, and soldiers were often called upon to put down rebellions or quell unrest in the provinces. Despite the importance of the Roman army, it was not without its challenges. One of the biggest problems faced by the army was the recruitment of soldiers. Roman citizens were required to serve in the army for a certain number of years, but as the empire expanded, it became increasingly difficult to find enough volunteers. As a result, the Romans began to rely more heavily on mercenaries and foreign troops to supplement their own forces. Another challenge faced by the Roman army was the issue of logistics. Soldiers had to be fed, clothed, and housed, and supplies had to be transported to the front lines. The Romans were skilled at building roads and aqueducts, but even with these advancements, it was difficult to ensure that troops in distant provinces were adequately supplied. Despite these challenges, the Roman army remained one of the most formidable fighting forces in the ancient world. The Roman soldier was highly disciplined and well-trained, and the legions were capable of adapting to a wide range of battlefield situations. The Roman army also benefited from the support of a vast network of administrators, engineers, and other specialists who worked to keep the army functioning smoothly. The maintenance of the Pax Romana was the greatest accomplishment of the Roman army. This period of peace and stability lasted for over 2 centuries, and it was marked by unprecedented prosperity and cultural achievement. The Roman army played a crucial role in maintaining this peace, ensuring that trade could flow freely throughout the empire and that people could move and communicate with ease. In summary, the Roman army was one of the greatest military forces in history, and it played a vital role in the expansion, defense, and maintenance of the Roman Empire. The legions were highly disciplined and adaptable, and the support of a vast network of administrators and specialists ensured that the army remained effective even in the face of significant challenges. The legacy of the Roman army can still be felt today, as many modern military institutions and strategies have their roots in the tactics and innovations of ancient Rome. In the early days of the Roman Republic, society was divided into 2 classes, the patricians and the plebeians. The patricians were the aristocracy, consisting of the wealthy and powerful families who held most of the political power. The plebeians were the common people, including farmers, tradespeople, and the lower classes of society. They had few rights and little political representation. However, with the establishment of the Roman Empire under Augustus, Roman society underwent a major transformation. Augustus implemented a series of social reforms that aimed to promote stability and prosperity for all citizens of the empire. One of Augustus' most significant reforms was the creation of the Praefectus Annanae, an official in charge of regulating the supply and distribution of grain throughout the empire. This ensured that the people of Rome always had access to food, even during times of shortage or famine. Augustus also established a network of roads and aqueducts that connected the far-flung corners of the empire, facilitating trade and communication. Another important reform was the establishment of the Aerarium Militare, a state treasury that provided financial support to retired soldiers and their families. This ensured that those who had fought for Rome were taken care of in their old age, promoting loyalty to the empire and reducing the likelihood of unrest. Augustus also implemented measures to protect the rights of women and children. He encouraged marriage and childbirth, offering financial incentives to families with multiple children. He also passed laws that protected women from domestic violence and made it easier for them to divorce their husbands. Under Augustus' rule, Rome became a more stable and prosperous society. The economy boomed, with a growing middle class and increased opportunities for trade and commerce. The empire enjoyed a period of peace and security, known as the Pax Romana, that lasted for over 2 centuries. However, not all members of Roman society were equal. Slavery remained an integral part of the economy, with an estimated 1/3 of the population enslaved. And while Augustus' reforms benefited many citizens, they were primarily designed to maintain the stability and power of the empire, rather than to promote individual freedom and rights. In summary, the reign of Augustus marked a turning point in Roman society. His reforms promoted stability, prosperity, and security for many citizens of the empire, but they also reinforced existing inequalities and power structures. The legacy of Augustus and his reforms continues to influence modern conceptions of Roman society and government. The Pax Romana, or Roman peace, was a period of stability and prosperity that lasted for over 200 years in the Roman Empire, from approximately 27 BCE to 180 CE. During this time, the empire experienced significant growth and expansion, as well as remarkable achievements in art, literature, and philosophy. The legacy of the Pax Romana has had a profound impact on world history and culture, influencing political systems, art, architecture, and social values for centuries. The Pax Romana was established by Augustus, the first emperor of Rome, who brought an end to decades of political turmoil and civil war. Under his rule, the empire became a stable and prosperous society, with a strong central government, an efficient bureaucracy, and a powerful military. Augustus also implemented policies to promote social and economic stability, such as encouraging marriage and family values, regulating the distribution of food and resources, and promoting trade and commerce. One of the key factors that contributed to the Pax Romana was the Roman army. The army was well-trained, well-organized, and well-equipped, allowing Rome to expand its territory and maintain control over its vast empire. The army was also used to maintain internal order and suppress any rebellions or uprisings that might threaten the stability of the empire. Despite its fearsome reputation, the army was also responsible for building roads, bridges, and other infrastructure projects that helped to connect the various parts of the empire and promote trade and commerce. Another important aspect of the Pax Romana was the emphasis on law and order. Augustus established a system of justice that was fair, efficient, and effective, with courts and judges that were respected throughout the empire. The law was used to maintain social order and protect the rights of citizens, and to ensure that disputes were resolved fairly and justly. The Roman legal system also had a lasting impact on the development of Western law, with many of its principles and concepts still in use today. The Pax Romana was also marked by remarkable achievements in art, literature, and philosophy. Roman artists and architects created magnificent works of art and architecture that are still admired and studied today, such as the Colosseum, the Pantheon, and the Forum. Roman literature, including the works of Virgil, Horace, and Ovid, had a profound impact on Western literature and culture. And Roman philosophy, with its emphasis on reason, ethics, and the pursuit of knowledge, has influenced thinkers and scholars throughout history. Despite its many achievements, the Pax Romana was not without its flaws and challenges. There were still occasional uprisings and rebellions, such as the Jewish revolt in Palestine and the revolt led by Boudicca in Britain. And the vast size and complexity of the empire made it difficult to maintain effective governance and control over all of its territories. Nevertheless, the Pax Romana remains an important and enduring legacy of ancient Rome. Its emphasis on stability, prosperity, and social order laid the groundwork for the development of modern Western civilization. The Roman legal system, architecture, art, literature, and philosophy have all had a profound impact on the world and continue to be studied and admired today. The Pax Romana was a remarkable period in human history, and a testament to the enduring power and influence of one of the greatest empires the world has ever known. Chapter 6: The Roman Army, Conquest, Power, and Expansion. The history of the Roman Empire is intertwined with the development and evolution of the Roman army. The Roman army, in its various forms, was responsible for the conquest and maintenance of Roman territory, and was a key factor in the establishment and maintenance of the Pax Romana. The early Roman army was comprised of citizen soldiers who were called up to serve during times of war or conflict. This citizen army was modeled on the Greek hoplite phalanx, and was heavily reliant on infantry. The early Roman army was divided into two classes, the Hastati and the Principes. The Hastati were the youngest and least experienced soldiers, while the Principes were the older and more experienced soldiers. Both classes were organized into units called maniples, which were made up of 2 centuries of soldiers, each century consisting of approximately 80 men. The maniple was led by a centurion, who was responsible for the training and discipline of the soldiers under his command. In the early Republic, the Roman army was organized on a territorial basis, with each legion being responsible for the defense of a particular region or province. The legions were comprised of citizen soldiers, who were required to provide their own weapons and armor. This system was relatively effective, but it had some weaknesses. One of the main weaknesses was that the citizen soldiers were only available for service during times of war, which meant that the Roman army was often short of soldiers during peacetime. To address this problem, the Roman army began to recruit professional soldiers, known as auxiliaries, from the conquered territories. These soldiers were typically used to fill out the ranks of the Roman army and to provide specialized skills, such as archery or cavalry. The auxiliaries were organized into units called alae, which were similar to the maniples of the citizen soldiers. Under Julius Caesar, the Roman army underwent a major transformation. Caesar reorganized the legions into larger units, known as cohorts, which were made up of 6 centuries. He also introduced the standardization of equipment and training, and introduced the concept of pay for the soldiers. These reforms made the Roman army more effective and efficient, and paved the way for its continued expansion and success. During the Empire, the Roman army continued to evolve and grow. The empire was divided into provinces, each of which had a governor and a legion stationed within it. The legions were responsible for maintaining order and defending the province from external threats. The Roman army also developed specialized units, such as the Praetorian Guard, which were responsible for the personal protection of the emperor. The Roman army was a key factor in the establishment and maintenance of the Pax Romana. The empire's military might ensured that there was peace and stability within its borders and allowed for the development of trade, commerce, and culture. The Roman army also had a significant impact on the development of Western military tactics and strategy, and its legacy can still be seen in modern military organizations. In summary, the early Roman army was a citizen army heavily reliant on infantry, which evolved into a professional army with the incorporation of auxiliaries and the standardization of equipment and training. The Roman army played a crucial role in the establishment and maintenance of the Pax Romana, and its legacy can still be seen in modern military organizations. In the early years of the Roman Republic, the army was composed of citizen soldiers who served on a part-time basis. However, as Rome expanded its territories, the need for a standing professional army became increasingly urgent. The transformation from citizen soldiers to professional legions was a gradual one, but by the time of the Punic Wars in the 3rd and 2nd centuries BCE, the Roman army had become a powerful force that would conquer much of the known world. The Roman army was organized into legions, each consisting of around 5,000 men. These legions were further divided into smaller units called centuries, each with its own commander, known as a centurion. The Roman army was renowned for its discipline and training, with soldiers spending years honing their skills in marching, fighting, and siege warfare. The Roman army was also known for its ability to adapt to changing circumstances. When facing enemies with superior cavalry, for example, the Romans developed their own cavalry units to counter them. Similarly, when facing enemies with superior missile weapons, the Romans developed their own artillery units to rain down devastating fire on their opponents. The Roman army was used not only for conquest, but also for maintaining order within the empire. In addition to their military duties, Roman soldiers were often called upon to act as police, putting down riots and uprisings in the cities of the empire. One of the key reasons for the success of the Roman army was its use of engineering in warfare. The Romans were masters of siege warfare, building intricate systems of earthworks and trenches to encircle enemy cities and cut off their supply lines. They also developed advanced technologies such as the ballista and the onager, which could hurl massive stones and other projectiles at enemy fortifications. The Roman army was also notable for its use of tactics and strategy. Roman commanders would carefully study the terrain and the enemy before deciding on a course of action. They were known for their ability to outmaneuver and outflank their opponents, often using deception and surprise to gain the upper hand. However, the Roman army was not without its weaknesses. It was often hampered by logistical problems, particularly when operating far from the heart of the empire. Supplies were sometimes slow to arrive, and diseases such as dysentery could decimate entire armies. Despite these challenges, the Roman army remained one of the most powerful military forces in the world for centuries. Its legacy can be seen in the many military institutions that have been modeled on its tactics and strategies, as well as in the enduring influence of the Latin language and the Roman legal system. In the end, it was not military might that brought about the fall of the Roman Empire, but rather a combination of political corruption, economic decline, and external pressures. Nevertheless, the legacy of the Roman army lives on, a testament to the enduring power of human ingenuity and determination. The Roman army, one of the most formidable and enduring military forces in history, underwent significant changes under the leadership of Julius Caesar and Augustus. Their reforms transformed the army from a citizen militia into a professional fighting force capable of conquering and maintaining control over vast territories. Caesar, in particular, recognized the need for a more professional army. He reorganized the legions, creating larger, more cohesive units with standardized equipment, tactics, and training. He also increased the size of the army, both by recruiting more citizens and by enlisting non-citizens from conquered territories. Under Caesar's leadership, the Roman army conquered Gaul, defeating the tribes led by Vercingetorix in 52 BC. The success of his campaigns in Gaul, along with his military and political skill, made Caesar immensely popular among the Roman people. However, his ambition and authoritarian tendencies made him a threat to the Republic, and he was assassinated in 44 BC. After Caesar's death, Rome was plunged into a period of civil war, with several powerful factions vying for control. It was ultimately Augustus, Caesar's heir, who emerged victorious, establishing the Roman Empire and ushering in a new era of stability and prosperity. Augustus, like Caesar, recognized the importance of a strong, professional army. He continued and expanded many of Caesar's reforms, such as standardizing equipment and training, and increasing the number of legions. He also created a standing army of volunteers, who were paid and provided with pensions upon retirement. With this well-trained and well-equipped army, Augustus was able to maintain control over the vast territories of the Roman Empire. The army played a crucial role in suppressing rebellions and uprisings, such as the Jewish revolt in 66 to 70 AD. But the army's role was not just one of conquest and control. It also played a vital role in maintaining the stability and prosperity of the empire. Soldiers were often used for public works projects, such as building roads and aqueducts, which facilitated trade and commerce. They also provided a measure of security and stability, allowing people to go about their daily lives without fear of attack or invasion. Despite the importance of the army, there were still challenges to maintaining its effectiveness. The size and complexity of the empire made communication and logistics difficult, and there were issues with discipline and corruption among the soldiers. Additionally, the cost of maintaining the army was immense, leading to financial strain on the empire. Nevertheless, the Roman army continued to be a powerful and influential force throughout the history of the empire. It played a crucial role in the defense and expansion of Roman territory, and helped to establish and maintain the stability and prosperity of the empire. Even after the fall of the Western Roman Empire, the legacy of the Roman army lived on, influencing military tactics and strategies for centuries to come. The Roman army, an integral component of the Roman Empire, was responsible for safeguarding the borders of the vast empire from external threats. From the very beginning, the army was an essential instrument of Rome's expansion and consolidation of power. During the early days of the Republic, the Roman army was composed of citizen soldiers who provided their own equipment and received no pay. However, as the empire grew, the army transformed into a professional fighting force with standardized equipment, tactics, and training. By the time of Caesar and Augustus, the Roman army had become a formidable fighting force, comprised of well-disciplined soldiers trained in a range of military tactics. In order to maintain the vast territories under its control, the army had to constantly adapt and evolve its strategies and tactics to face new challenges. One of the most significant reforms that took place during this time was the reorganization of the army into legions, which were large, highly organized units consisting of approximately 5,000 soldiers. Each legion was led by a legate, who was a high-ranking officer appointed by the emperor himself. The legate was responsible for the discipline, training, and administration of the legion, and was accountable directly to the emperor. Another important reform introduced by Augustus was the establishment of a standing army, which meant that soldiers were enlisted for a set term of service rather than being called up on an ad hoc basis. This enabled the army to maintain a high level of readiness and allowed for more effective planning and deployment of forces. The Roman army was renowned for its superior training and discipline. Soldiers were required to undergo rigorous training in a range of combat techniques, including hand-to-hand combat, archery, and cavalry maneuvers. The army also emphasized discipline and obedience, with severe punishments for desertion, insubordination, or cowardice. The Roman army was equipped with a range of weapons and armor, including the iconic gladius, a short sword used for close combat, and the pilum, a type of javelin used for throwing at the enemy. Soldiers also wore a range of protective gear, including helmets, breastplates, and greaves. One of the most significant achievements of the Roman army was its ability to adapt and innovate in response to new threats and challenges. For example, the army developed new tactics and equipment to deal with the threat posed by the powerful Parthian Empire, which was known for its skilled horse archers. The Roman army also developed new siege techniques and weapons to conquer heavily fortified cities, such as the battering ram and the siege tower. The Roman army was not just a tool of conquest and expansion, but also played a vital role in maintaining order and stability within the empire. Soldiers were often deployed to act as a police force, to maintain law and order, and to deal with internal rebellions and uprisings. Despite its numerous successes, the Roman army faced many challenges throughout its long history. The empire was vast and diverse, and maintaining control over such a large territory was no easy feat. The army faced constant threats from barbarian invasions, internal uprisings, and political instability. In summary, the Roman army was a vital component of the Roman Empire, enabling it to expand its territory and maintain control over a vast and diverse empire. The army's superior training, discipline, and adaptability enabled it to overcome many challenges and remain an effective fighting force for centuries. Its legacy can still be seen today in the organization and tactics of modern militaries. The Roman army, widely regarded as one of the most formidable fighting forces in ancient history, has left an indelible mark on the art of war. The Roman army was instrumental in the expansion and consolidation of the Roman Empire, as well as in maintaining its borders and suppressing rebellions. But the legacy of the Roman army extends far beyond its military victories and conquests. Its influence on military strategy and tactics can still be felt today. The Roman army was known for its discipline, organization, and flexibility. Roman soldiers were highly trained and motivated, and their equipment and tactics were constantly evolving. The Roman army was composed of a variety of different units, each with its own role and specialty. The core of the army was the legion, which consisted of roughly 5,000 soldiers. The legion was further divided into smaller units called cohorts, centuries, and maniples. Each of these units had its own commander and was responsible for a specific aspect of battle. The Roman army was renowned for its engineering prowess. Roman soldiers were skilled builders and could construct impressive fortifications and siege engines. They also used engineering to their advantage in battle. For example, they built intricate systems of trenches and walls to protect their camps and used siege engines to break down the walls of enemy fortresses. One of the key factors in the success of the Roman army was its ability to adapt to different situations. Roman soldiers were trained in a variety of different tactics and were able to adjust their strategies on the fly. They were also able to adopt and incorporate new technologies and ideas from conquered peoples. For example, the Romans were the first to widely use the pilum, a type of javelin that could penetrate shields and armor. They also adopted the gladius, a short stabbing sword, from the Iberians. The Romans were also skilled in logistics and supply chain management. They were able to keep their armies supplied with food, water, and equipment, even in hostile territory. The Romans were able to do this through a combination of careful planning, organization, and innovation. They built roads and bridges to facilitate transportation, and constructed granaries and warehouses to store food and supplies. The legacy of the Roman army can be seen in the military tactics and strategies employed by armies throughout history. For example, the Roman practice of creating multiple lines of defense with reserves positioned behind the front lines is still used today. The Roman army also influenced the development of military engineering, with its innovations in fortification and siege warfare. The Roman army also had a profound impact on the culture and society of the Roman Empire. The army provided a sense of unity and identity for the citizens of the empire, and many soldiers went on to become influential political figures and leaders. In summary, the legacy of the Roman army is vast and enduring. Its disciplined, organized, and adaptable approach to warfare has influenced military strategy and tactics for centuries. The Romans' engineering prowess, logistical expertise, and ability to incorporate new technologies and ideas also had a lasting impact on the world. The Roman army was not only instrumental in the expansion and consolidation of the Roman Empire, but it also played a significant role in shaping the course of human history. Chapter 7: Roman Society, Slavery, Women, and Class Structure. The institution of slavery has been a fundamental component of human societies since the earliest civilizations. In ancient Rome, slavery played an essential role in the functioning of the economy, society, and government. The use of slave labor was the driving force behind the Roman Empire's expansion and success, and it is impossible to understand Roman society without examining the system of slavery that sustained it. Slavery in ancient Rome was not based on race as it was in some other societies, but rather on a person's status as a prisoner of war, a captive in battle, or the child of slaves. Once a person was enslaved, they were considered the property of their owner or master. Slaves had no rights or legal standing and were entirely subject to the will of their masters. In essence, they were nothing more than chattel. Slavery in Rome was used in a variety of ways, ranging from domestic service to agricultural labor to military service. Slaves were used in households as cooks, cleaners, and personal attendants, while others were put to work in mines or on farms. Some slaves were trained in a particular craft or skill and were used as skilled laborers or artisans. Slaves were also used in the Roman army as auxiliaries and in other military roles. The use of slave labor was essential to the Roman economy. Slaves were used in large numbers to work on farms, in mines, and in other industries. They were also used to build roads, aqueducts, and other public works projects. The use of slave labor allowed Rome to expand its territory and build its wealth, which in turn helped to maintain its power. Despite the critical role of slavery in Roman society, there were some efforts to improve the lives of slaves. Some masters treated their slaves relatively well, offering them better living conditions and opportunities for advancement. In some cases, slaves were able to purchase their freedom, either through saving their earnings or through the generosity of their masters. However, these cases were relatively rare, and most slaves lived in harsh and brutal conditions. The use of slave labor in ancient Rome had a significant impact on Roman society, particularly in terms of social and economic inequality. The vast majority of slaves were non-Romans, and their status as slaves meant that they had no access to the privileges and opportunities available to Roman citizens. Slavery also contributed to the concentration of wealth and power in the hands of a small elite, as wealthy landowners and aristocrats owned the largest numbers of slaves. The widespread use of slave labor also had a dehumanizing effect on Roman society. The Romans saw their slaves as little more than property, and this attitude was reflected in the harsh treatment that many slaves received. Slaves were frequently subjected to physical abuse, sexual exploitation, and other forms of violence. The fact that slavery was such an essential part of Roman society also meant that it was challenging to challenge the status quo and work towards the abolition of slavery. Despite the many negative aspects of slavery in ancient Rome, it is worth noting that Roman society was not entirely static or unchanging. Over time, there were efforts to improve the conditions of slaves and to provide them with more opportunities for advancement. Slavery was also not universal in Rome, and there were some who opposed the institution and worked to end it. The legacy of slavery in ancient Rome is complex and multifaceted. On the one hand, slavery was a brutal and dehumanizing system that had a profoundly negative impact on millions of people. On the other hand, it was an essential component of Roman society that played a crucial role in the functioning of the economy, government, and military. In ancient Rome, as in many societies throughout history, the roles and expectations for women were vastly different from those for men. Women were not allowed to participate in politics or hold public office, and their rights and freedoms were often limited by the demands of their families and society as a whole. Despite these restrictions, however, women played an important role in Roman society, both in their households and in their communities. The roles of women in ancient Rome were primarily determined by their social class. Upper-class women, known as patricians, were generally expected to marry young and produce male heirs to carry on their family line. They were also responsible for overseeing the running of their households, which included managing the family's finances, supervising the servants, and overseeing the education of their children. Lower-class women, known as plebeians, had more opportunities to work outside the home, though their employment options were limited. Many worked as market vendors or as domestic servants, while others worked in the textile industry or as midwives. Some plebeian women also worked as prostitutes, a profession that was both legal and socially acceptable in ancient Rome. Despite the limitations imposed on them by their gender and social class, women in ancient Rome played an important role in shaping their communities. They were often involved in religious ceremonies and festivals, and many served as priestesses in various temples throughout the city. Some women were also renowned for their literary and artistic accomplishments, such as the poet Sappho and the artist Arachne. Women's roles in ancient Rome were also influenced by the prevailing attitudes towards sexuality and gender. Women were expected to be chaste and modest, and any perceived deviation from these norms could result in social ostracism or even legal punishment. Men, on the other hand, were often praised for their sexual conquests and were not held to the same standards of modesty and fidelity. Despite these cultural norms, however, some women in ancient Rome were able to break free from traditional gender roles and assert their independence. One notable example is the Empress Livia, wife of Augustus, who wielded significant political power and was instrumental in her husband's rise to the throne. Overall, the roles of women in ancient Rome were complex and multifaceted, shaped by a variety of social, cultural, and political factors. While women were often limited in their opportunities and freedoms, they played a vital role in shaping their communities and leaving their mark on history. In the early days of the Roman Republic, the patricians were the dominant social class, consisting of wealthy landowners and aristocrats. However, as the Roman Republic grew and expanded, a new class emerged known as the plebeians. The plebeians were comprised of the lower-class citizens, who lacked political and social rights. Despite being excluded from political power, the plebeians played a significant role in the Roman Republic, as they were the backbone of the Roman army and worked in various industries such as farming, trade, and commerce. This led to a power struggle between the patricians and plebeians, as the latter demanded greater political representation and rights. In 494 BCE, the plebeians staged a revolt and withdrew from Rome, demanding greater political representation and the creation of new laws. The patricians eventually yielded and created the office of the tribune of the plebs, which was responsible for defending the rights and interests of the plebeians. This marked the beginning of the plebeians' participation in the Roman government, although it would take centuries before they would gain full political rights. Over time, the class distinctions between the patricians and plebeians began to blur, as wealth and influence became more important than birthright. Many plebeians rose to prominence in the military and government, and some even became members of the patrician class. However, the patricians retained their privileges and remained the dominant social class in Roman society. Despite this, the Roman Republic was characterized by a degree of social mobility, as citizens could improve their status through education, military service, and wealth accumulation. The Romans also recognized the importance of meritocracy, as seen in the appointment of capable individuals to important political and military positions regardless of their social class. In contrast to the Republic, the Roman Empire under Augustus saw a shift towards a more rigid social hierarchy. Augustus, who was from the patrician class, sought to preserve the privileges of the aristocracy and limit the power of the plebeians. He created a series of social and moral reforms designed to reinforce traditional Roman values and strengthen the social order. Under Augustus, the social classes became more formalized, with clear distinctions between the patricians, equestrians, wealthy businessmen, and plebeians. The emperor also established a system of patronage, whereby wealthy individuals would sponsor and support lower-class citizens in exchange for their loyalty and support. Despite these efforts to maintain social order, the Roman Empire was characterized by social upheaval and unrest, as evidenced by the frequent uprisings and rebellions by the lower classes. This underscores the complex relationship between the patricians and plebeians, as well as the ongoing struggle for power and representation in Roman society. In summary, the social classes in the Roman Republic and Empire played a significant role in shaping Roman society and politics. While the patricians held the majority of political and social power, the plebeians were a vital part of the Roman economy and military, and their demands for political representation and rights helped to shape the development of the Republic. Under Augustus, the social hierarchy became more rigid, although social mobility remained possible for those who demonstrated merit and ambition. The legacy of the patricians and plebeians continues to influence modern Western society, serving as a reminder of the ongoing struggle for social equality and representation. In the Roman Empire, social stratification was a complex and multi-layered system that divided society into different classes based on citizenship, wealth, and social status. At the top of the hierarchy were the citizens, who enjoyed the rights and privileges of Roman law and held political power. Below them were the freedmen, former slaves who had been granted their freedom but were still subject to certain legal and social restrictions. At the bottom of the hierarchy were the slaves, who had no rights or freedoms and were considered property of their masters. Citizenship was the foundation of social status in the Roman Empire. Only those who were Roman citizens had the right to vote, hold public office, and participate in the legal system. Citizenship was primarily reserved for freeborn men, but it could also be granted to women, children, and slaves who had been freed by their masters. The acquisition of citizenship was a complex process that involved either birth to a citizen family, the grant of citizenship by a higher authority, or a reward for military service or other exceptional contributions to the state. Below the citizens were the freedmen, who had been granted their freedom but were still subject to certain legal and social restrictions. Although they were no longer slaves, freedmen were often stigmatized and viewed with suspicion by Roman society. They were required to carry a special mark of their former slave status, and were prohibited from holding public office or serving in the military. Despite these restrictions, many freedmen managed to achieve significant wealth and social status through commerce, industry, or other forms of enterprise. At the bottom of the social hierarchy were the slaves, who had no rights or freedoms and were considered property of their masters. Slaves were acquired through capture in war, purchase, or birth to slave parents. They performed a wide range of tasks, from domestic work and manual labor to skilled craftsmanship and professional services. Slaves were often subject to brutal treatment and abuse, and had no legal recourse for mistreatment or exploitation. While social stratification in the Roman Empire was based primarily on citizenship and legal status, wealth and occupation also played a significant role in determining social status. Wealthy citizens who owned large estates, businesses, or other forms of property were able to wield significant influence and power within Roman society. Similarly, Skilled craftsmen, merchants, and professionals who had achieved financial success were often able to secure a higher social status than those in more menial occupations. Despite the rigid social hierarchy of the Roman Empire, there were opportunities for upward mobility and social advancement. Many freedmen and even some slaves were able to rise to positions of wealth and influence through hard work, enterprise, and the patronage of powerful citizens. In addition, citizenship could be granted to individuals who had demonstrated exceptional merit or service to the state, regardless of their social status or background. Overall, social stratification in the Roman Empire was a complex and multifaceted system that reflected the diverse nature of Roman society. While citizenship and legal status were the primary determinants of social status, wealth, occupation, and individual achievement also played significant roles in determining one's place in the social hierarchy. Despite the many challenges and restrictions faced by those at the bottom of the hierarchy, there were opportunities for upward mobility and social advancement for those who were able to seize them. The Roman Empire was one of the most powerful and influential civilizations in the history of the world. Its achievements in law, government, engineering, art, and literature have had a profound impact on Western civilization and continue to shape our culture and society to this day. Perhaps one of the most enduring legacies of the Roman Empire is its social structure. The Romans had a highly stratified society that was divided into several distinct classes, each with their own rights, privileges, and responsibilities. At the top of the social hierarchy were the Roman citizens, who were typically wealthy landowners or members of the ruling elite. These citizens enjoyed a wide range of rights and privileges, including the right to vote, hold public office, and receive preferential treatment in legal matters. Below the citizens were the freedmen, who were former slaves who had been granted their freedom by their masters. While freedmen enjoyed greater rights than slaves, they still faced significant social and legal restrictions. At the bottom of the social ladder were the slaves, who made up a significant portion of the Roman population. Slaves were considered property and had no legal rights or protections. They were bought and sold like any other commodity and could be subjected to brutal treatment and abuse. Despite these social divisions, the Roman Empire was known for its relative social stability and prosperity. The Roman government worked hard to maintain social order and prevent widespread unrest, and the Romans took great pride in their status as citizens of the most powerful empire in the world. Another enduring legacy of the Roman Empire is its impact on modern culture and society. The Romans were known for their engineering prowess, building impressive structures such as aqueducts, roads, and public buildings that continue to inspire awe and admiration today. The Roman Empire also had a profound impact on the development of Western law and government. The Romans were known for their legal system, which included such concepts as due process, the presumption of innocence, and the right to a fair trial. These ideas continue to influence legal systems around the world today. Additionally, the Roman Empire was known for its literature and art, which continue to inspire and influence artists and writers today. The works of ancient Roman poets, such as Virgil and Ovid, are still widely read and admired, and Roman art continues to be studied and imitated by artists around the world. In summary, the social structure of the Roman Empire was highly stratified, with citizens at the top, freedmen in the middle, and slaves at the bottom. Despite these divisions, the Romans were able to maintain relative social stability and prosperity, and their society continues to influence modern culture and society in a multitude of ways. From their engineering prowess to their legal system and literature, the Romans have left an enduring legacy that continues to shape our world today. Chapter 8: Religion in Ancient Rome, From Polytheism to Christianity. The worship of gods and goddesses played a significant role in the daily lives of ancient Romans. The Roman pantheon comprised a vast collection of deities, each with their own unique attributes, responsibilities, and mythology. These gods and goddesses were revered and worshipped by the Roman people, who believed that they had the power to influence and control the world around them. The Roman pantheon evolved over time and was influenced by the beliefs and practices of other cultures, including the Greeks and Etruscans. At the heart of the Roman pantheon was Jupiter, the king of the gods and the god of the sky and thunder. He was associated with the Roman state and was considered to be the protector of Rome and its people. His wife was Juno, the goddess of marriage and childbirth, who was also the queen of the gods. Together, Jupiter and Juno were considered the most powerful and influential gods in the Roman pantheon. Another important god was Mars, the god of war, who was also associated with agriculture and fertility. He was often depicted wearing armor and carrying a spear, and his festivals were celebrated with military parades and other warlike activities. Venus was the goddess of love and beauty, and was associated with fertility and prosperity. She was also believed to have a protective role in the lives of women, especially in matters related to marriage and childbirth. Other important gods and goddesses in the Roman pantheon included Mercury, the messenger of the gods and the god of trade and commerce, Neptune, the god of the sea and the patron of sailors, and Apollo, the god of the sun and music, who was also associated with healing and prophecy. There were also numerous minor gods and goddesses, each with their own specific responsibilities and areas of influence. The Roman people believed that their gods and goddesses had the power to influence and control the world around them. They made offerings and sacrifices to the gods in order to gain their favor and to ensure their protection and prosperity. These offerings could take many forms, including animals, wine, and other valuables. The rituals and ceremonies associated with the worship of the gods were an important part of Roman religious life and were often tied to the cycles of the seasons and the agricultural calendar. The Roman pantheon was not static, and over time, new gods and goddesses were added and old ones were replaced or merged with others. Many of the gods and goddesses in the Roman pantheon had their origins in other cultures, including the Greeks and the Etruscans. As the Roman Empire expanded, it absorbed the beliefs and practices of other cultures, leading to the incorporation of new gods and goddesses into the Roman pantheon. One notable example of this was the cult of Isis, which originated in Egypt but was later adopted by the Romans. Isis was a goddess of fertility, motherhood, and healing, and her worship was popular among women. The cult of Isis became increasingly influential in the Roman Empire, and her temple in Rome became a center of worship for both Romans and foreigners. The influence of the Roman pantheon can still be seen in modern culture and society. Many of the names of the gods and goddesses in the Roman pantheon are still used today, and their stories and mythology continue to inspire art, literature, and popular culture. The Roman concept of divinity and the importance of worshiping and honoring the gods and goddesses also had a lasting impact on Western religions, including Christianity. In summary, the Roman pantheon was a complex and evolving collection of gods and goddesses, each with their own unique attributes, responsibilities, and mythology. The worship of these gods and goddesses played an important role in the daily lives of the ancient Romans and was tied to the cycles of the seasons and the agricultural calendar. Religion played a crucial role in the governance and daily life of ancient Rome. As one of the foundational pillars of Roman society, religion was not only a source of personal piety and morality, but also a means of asserting and legitimizing political power. The interaction between religion and politics in Rome was complex and dynamic, with both spheres constantly influencing and shaping each other. At the heart of the Roman pantheon were the 12 major gods and goddesses known as the Deconcentas. These deities were believed to have played a vital role in the creation and preservation of the world and the Roman state. They included Jupiter, the king of the gods and patron of the Roman people, Juno, his wife and queen of the gods, Mars, the god of war and father of Rome's legendary founder, Romulus, and Minerva, the goddess of wisdom and crafts. The Roman state sponsored a wide range of religious festivals and ceremonies throughout the year to honor these and other deities. These included public sacrifices, processions, and athletic competitions, as well as more intimate household rituals. These rituals were believed to have a profound impact on the health and prosperity of the state and its people, and their proper execution was seen as vital to maintaining the favor of the gods. The role of religion in politics was particularly evident in the practice of augury, the interpretation of divine will through the observation of natural phenomena, such as the flight of birds or the behavior of animals. Augury was a key element of Roman political life, with public officials and military commanders consulting the gods before making important decisions. The interpretation of these omens was left to a select group of priests known as the augurs, who were believed to possess a special knowledge of divine will. The close relationship between religion and politics in Rome was not without tension, however. As Rome expanded and encountered new cultures and religions, the question of how to integrate these beliefs into Roman society became increasingly complex. The Romans were generally tolerant of other religions, but they also saw themselves as the rightful heirs to a long tradition of religious and political authority. As a result, they often attempted to assimilate foreign gods and religious practices into their own pantheon, while also asserting their own superiority. One notable example of this tension was the conflict between Rome and the early Christians. The Roman state initially viewed Christianity as a dangerous and subversive cult, and Christians were subjected to periodic waves of persecution. This changed in the 4th century CE, when Emperor Constantine I converted to Christianity and made it the official religion of the empire. This was a significant turning point in the history of Roman religion, as it marked the beginning of a new era in which Christianity would play an increasingly central role in the state's affairs. Despite the many challenges and tensions inherent in the relationship between religion and politics in Rome, the influence of Roman religion on Western culture has been profound and enduring. Many of the concepts and practices that defined Roman religion, such as the belief in an afterlife and the importance of sacrifice and ritual, have continued to shape Western religious and philosophical thought to this day. Similarly, the Romans' commitment to religious tolerance and their willingness to incorporate new beliefs and practices into their own pantheon have had a lasting impact on the way that Western societies approach religious diversity and pluralism. In summary, the relationship between religion and politics in ancient Rome was complex and dynamic, with both spheres constantly influencing and shaping each other. The Roman pantheon played a central role in Roman society and governance, with public rituals and ceremonies serving to maintain the favor of the gods and ensure the health and prosperity of the state. Augury was a key element of Roman political life, with public officials and military commanders consulting the gods before making important decisions. In the ancient Roman world, religion played a significant role in daily life, and religious festivals and celebrations were an essential part of the Roman calendar. From the very beginning, the Roman religion was a polytheistic faith, with a multitude of gods and goddesses worshipped by the people. The Romans believed that the gods and goddesses controlled every aspect of life, and it was their duty to keep them appeased through offerings and sacrifices. In this essay, we will explore some of the most significant religious festivals and celebrations of ancient Rome. The first major festival of the year was the Lupercalia, celebrated on February 15th. This festival was dedicated to the god Lupercus, who was believed to protect the flocks of sheep and the shepherds. The festival began with the sacrifice of goats and a dog, and then the priests, called Luperci, would cut the hide of the goat into strips and run around the Palatine Hill, striking the people they met with the strips. It was believed that this would purify them and bring them fertility and good fortune. In March, the Romans celebrated the festival of Matronalia, which honored Juno, the goddess of marriage and childbirth. The festival was celebrated by married women, who would offer prayers and sacrifices to Juno and give gifts to their husbands. The festival also marked the end of the winter and the beginning of the agricultural season. The most important festival of the year was the Saturnalia, celebrated in December. This festival honored the god Saturn, who was believed to have ruled over a time of abundance and happiness in the past. During the festival, social norms were reversed and masters would wait on their slaves, and everyone would exchange gifts. The festival lasted for several days and was a time of revelry and feasting. Another significant festival was the Floralia, celebrated in April. This festival was dedicated to the goddess Flora, who was the goddess of flowers and the arrival of spring. The festival was marked by the throwing of flowers and the wearing of garlands, and it was a time of joy and celebration. The Perilia, celebrated on April 21st, was a festival of purification and fertility. It was believed that the festival would purify both the people and their livestock, and bring them good health and fertility. The festival was celebrated by the shepherds, who would leap over fires to purify themselves and their flocks. The Vestalia, celebrated in June, was a festival of the goddess Vesta, who was the goddess of the hearth and home. The festival was marked by the lighting of the sacred fire of Vesta, which was kept burning in the temple of Vesta throughout the year. During the festival, the temple was open to the public, and the Vestal virgins, who tended the fire, would distribute bread to the people. The Quinquatria, celebrated in March, was a festival dedicated to the god Mars, who was the god of war. The festival was marked by games and athletic competitions, and it was a time of training and preparation for the military. In summary, the religious festivals and celebrations of ancient Rome were an essential part of Roman society and culture. They served to honor the gods and goddesses, purify the people and their livestock, and mark the changing seasons and agricultural cycles. The festivals were also a time of joy and celebration, and they provided a break from the daily routine of work and family life. The legacy of these festivals can still be seen in modern culture, with many of the traditions and customs of ancient Rome still practiced today. The history of Christianity in ancient Rome is a complex and fascinating one. From its humble origins as a small sect in the 1st century CE to its eventual establishment as the official religion of the Roman Empire in the 4th century, the story of Christianity in Rome is one of persecution, resistance, and ultimate triumph. At the heart of this story is the tension between the values and beliefs of the Roman state and those of the early Christians. The Roman Empire was a pagan society, where the worship of multiple gods and goddesses was the norm. Religion was seen as an integral part of civic life and the state itself, with the emperor serving as the chief priest and mediator between the gods and the people. In this context, Christianity was viewed as a dangerous and subversive movement. Its insistence on the exclusive worship of one god and rejection of the state cults was seen as a threat to the stability of Roman society. Christians were accused of atheism, cannibalism, and immorality, and were subjected to periodic waves of persecution. The first recorded persecution of Christians in Rome occurred under the Emperor Nero in the mid-1st century CE. According to the historian Tacitus, Nero blamed the Christians for a fire that had destroyed much of the city, and subjected them to brutal torture and execution. This set a precedent for later waves of persecution, which were often tied to political or social unrest. Despite the dangers, Christianity continued to spread in Rome and other parts of the empire. The early Christians met secretly in homes and catacombs, where they shared communion and discussed their faith. They were led by a group of bishops and elders, who acted as spiritual guides and teachers. The second major wave of persecution occurred under the Emperor Domitian, in the late 1st century CE. Domitian was known for his harsh policies and intolerance of dissent, and he viewed the Christians as a threat to his authority. Many were arrested and executed, including the Apostle John, who was exiled to the island of Patmos. The most widespread and systematic persecution of Christians occurred under the Emperor Diocletian in the early 4th century CE. Diocletian saw the Christians as a threat to the stability of the empire and ordered the destruction of Christian texts and places of worship. Many Christians were tortured, killed, or forced to renounce their faith. Despite the persecution, Christianity continued to grow in Rome and the rest of the empire. In 313 CE, the Emperor Constantine issued the Edict of Milan, which granted freedom of worship to all religions, including Christianity. This marked a major turning point in the history of Christianity in Rome, as it allowed the faith to emerge from the shadows and establish itself as a legitimate religion. In the decades that followed, Christianity continued to gain followers and influence in Rome and the rest of the empire. In 380 CE, the Emperor Theodosius declared Christianity the official religion of the Roman Empire, cementing its position as a dominant force in Roman society. The legacy of Christianity in Rome is evident today in the city's many churches, basilicas, and other religious sites. The Vatican, located within the city limits, serves as the spiritual center of the Catholic Church and the seat of the Pope. Overall, the history of Christianity in ancient Rome is a testament to the resilience and perseverance of the early Christians in the face of persecution and adversity. It is also a reminder of the profound influence that religion can have on society and politics, and the complex and often fraught relationship between faith and power. The history of Christianity in the Roman Empire is a story of persecution, struggle, and ultimate triumph. The early Christians faced discrimination and persecution from the pagan Roman authorities, but they persevered and eventually emerged as the dominant religion of the empire. In this essay, we will explore the triumph of Christianity in the Roman Empire, examining the causes and consequences of this momentous event. The early Christians were a persecuted minority in the Roman Empire. The Roman authorities viewed Christianity as a subversive and dangerous cult that threatened the stability of the empire. Christians were accused of atheism, immorality, and treason. They were often scapegoated for natural disasters, such as earthquakes and plagues, and were subject to cruel and inhumane punishments, including crucifixion, burning, and feeding to wild beasts in the arena. Despite this persecution, the early Christians persisted in their faith. They held secret meetings in private homes and catacombs, and they continued to spread their message of love and redemption. They were aided by the fact that Christianity appealed to a wide range of people, including the poor, slaves, women, and intellectuals. The message of Christianity offered hope and meaning to those who had been oppressed by the Roman system. The turning point in the history of Christianity in the Roman Empire came in the early 4th century. In 312 CE, the Roman Emperor Constantine converted to Christianity. This was a remarkable shift in the Roman government's official stance on Christianity, which had previously been one of hostility and persecution. Constantine's conversion was the result of a vision he had on the eve of a battle. He saw a vision of a cross in the sky with the words, "In this sign, conquer." He interpreted this as a sign from the Christian God, and he ordered his soldiers to paint the symbol of the cross on their shields. The following day, Constantine emerged victorious from the battle, and he credited his victory to the Christian God. Following his conversion, Constantine issued the Edict of Milan in 313 CE, which granted religious tolerance to all religions in the Roman Empire, including Christianity. This marked a significant shift in Roman policy towards Christianity, and it paved the way for the religion's eventual dominance in the empire. Constantine himself played an active role in promoting Christianity, building churches, and sponsoring Christian projects. He convened the Council of Nicaea in 325 CE, which sought to establish a unified Christian doctrine and resolve disputes between different factions within the church. After Constantine's death, Christianity continued to grow in influence in the Roman Empire. Theodosius I, who became emperor in 379 CE, made Christianity the official religion of the empire. He outlawed all other religions and enforced Christian orthodoxy. This marked the final triumph of Christianity in the Roman Empire. From this point on, the Christian Church was the dominant institution in the empire, and it played a crucial role in shaping the course of Western civilization. The triumph of Christianity had profound consequences for the Roman Empire. It led to a transformation of the religious and cultural landscape of the empire. Pagan temples and statues were destroyed or converted into churches. Christian art, literature, and music flourished. The Christian Church became a major patron of the arts and sciences, and it played a key role in preserving the legacy of classical civilization. The triumph of Christianity also had political implications. The Christian Church became a powerful institution in its own right, and it exercised considerable influence over the affairs of state. The emperor was seen as the head of both the secular and the religious spheres, and he was often called upon to resolve disputes within the church. The Christian Church also played a key role in the downfall of the Western Roman Empire. Chapter 9: The Decline and Fall of the Western Roman Empire. The crisis of the 3rd century, also known as the Imperial Crisis, was a period of political and economic turmoil in the Roman Empire that lasted from AD 235 to 284. During this time, the empire was plagued by invasions, civil wars, and economic instability, resulting in the decline of centralized power and the rise of regional leaders. In this essay, we will examine the causes and consequences of this crisis, as well as its impact on the future of the Roman Empire. The crisis of the 3rd century was a result of a number of factors, including military defeats, economic troubles, and political instability. The empire had been expanding for centuries, and by the 2nd century AD, it had reached its greatest territorial extent. However, this expansion came at a cost, and the empire was stretched thin by its military campaigns. The Roman army, which had been the backbone of the empire's power, was weakened by a combination of overextension, poor leadership, and internal strife. At the same time, the empire was facing economic challenges, including inflation and declining trade. The introduction of silver from new mines in the eastern provinces led to an oversupply of the metal, which in turn led to devaluation of the currency. This caused prices to rise, which led to a decline in consumer confidence and a drop in demand for goods. The result was a sluggish economy that struggled to provide for the needs of the population. Politically, the empire was also in a state of disarray. The reign of Alexander Severus, who ruled from AD 222 to 235, was marked by a series of military defeats and political intrigues. His death in AD 235 triggered a period of chaos, as rival generals and local leaders vied for power. Over the next few decades, the empire was racked by civil wars, invasions, and secessionist movements. The result was a decline in centralized power and the rise of regional leaders who exercised greater control over their territories. The crisis of the 3rd century had far-reaching consequences for the Roman Empire. The decline of centralized power and the rise of regional leaders led to a fragmentation of the empire, as different regions developed their own cultures and identities. This fragmentation, in turn, made it more difficult for the empire to maintain its borders and defend against external threats. The result was a series of invasions by barbarian tribes, including the Goths, Vandals, and Huns, who weakened the empire and ultimately contributed to its collapse. The crisis also had a profound impact on the Roman army. The decline of centralized power led to a breakdown in military discipline, as local leaders raised their own armies and fought for control. This led to a decline in the quality of soldiers, as well as a shift towards cavalry and archery, which were less effective against heavily armored infantry. The result was a decline in the effectiveness of the Roman army, which was no longer able to maintain the same level of dominance it had enjoyed in previous centuries. Despite these challenges, the crisis of the 3rd century also paved the way for important reforms that would shape the future of the Roman Empire. The reforms of Diocletian, who ruled from AD 284 to 305, helped to stabilize the empire and restore centralized power. He divided the empire into 4 regions, each governed by its own emperor, and established a rigid social hierarchy that helped to maintain order. He also introduced economic reforms that helped to stabilize the currency and restore confidence in the economy. In summary, the crisis of the 3rd century was a period of political and economic turmoil in the Roman Empire that lasted from AD 235 to 284. It was caused by a combination of military defeats, economic troubles, and political instability, and resulted in the decline of centralized power and the rise of regional leaders. In the 3rd and 4th centuries, the Roman Empire faced a series of invasions from barbarian tribes from the north and east. These invasions would eventually contribute to the downfall of the Western Roman Empire and the rise of the barbarian kingdoms. The Goths, a Germanic people, were one of the first barbarian tribes to invade the Roman Empire. In 251 AD, they launched an attack on the Balkans, which forced the Roman Emperor Decius to lead a large army against them. However, the Romans were defeated and Decius was killed in battle. The Goths then marched into Italy, where they raided and plundered the countryside. They were eventually defeated by the Roman general Claudius II Gothicus in 269 AD, but they continued to be a threat to the Roman Empire. In the late 4th century, another Germanic tribe, the Visigoths, invaded the Roman Empire. Led by their king Alaric, they first attacked Greece and then moved on to Italy. In 410 AD, they sacked the city of Rome, which had not been taken by an enemy since the Gauls in 387 BC. The sack of Rome was a devastating blow to the Roman Empire and marked the beginning of the end of the Western Roman Empire. The Huns, a nomadic tribe from Central Asia, also played a significant role in the fall of the Western Roman Empire. Led by their feared leader, Attila, they launched a series of invasions into the Roman Empire in the mid-5th century. In 451 AD, they were defeated by a Roman army led by the general Aetius at the Battle of the Catalaunian Plains in Gaul. However, they continued to raid and plunder the Roman Empire until Attila's death in 453 AD. The Vandals, another Germanic tribe, invaded the Roman Empire in the early 5th century. Led by their king Gaiseric, they conquered North Africa and established a powerful kingdom there. In 455 AD, they sacked the city of Rome, which was already weakened by previous invasions and internal turmoil. The sack of Rome was a humiliating blow to the Roman Empire and marked the beginning of the end of the Western Roman Empire. The barbarian invasions were a major factor in the fall of the Western Roman Empire. They weakened the Roman Empire and made it vulnerable to attacks from other tribes and kingdoms. They also disrupted trade and commerce, which was essential for the functioning of the Roman economy. Furthermore, they led to the loss of valuable territory, which was a significant blow to the pride and prestige of the Roman Empire. In summary, the barbarian invasions were a significant factor in the fall of the Western Roman Empire. The Goths, Visigoths, Huns, Vandals, and other tribes weakened and disrupted the Roman Empire, making it vulnerable to attacks from other tribes and kingdoms. They also led to the loss of valuable territory and disrupted trade and commerce, which was essential for the functioning of the Roman economy. The barbarian invasions were a turning point in the history of the Roman Empire and marked the beginning of the end of the Western Roman Empire. In the later centuries of the Roman Empire, the empire faced a multitude of challenges that ultimately led to its decline and eventual fall. Political instability, economic decline, and societal unrest were just a few of the many factors that contributed to the empire's downfall. One of the major causes of the internal decay of the Roman Empire was political instability. The empire faced a series of power struggles and political crises, with emperors frequently being overthrown and replaced. This instability was exacerbated by the widespread corruption that plagued the empire's leadership, with officials often taking advantage of their positions to enrich themselves and their families. At the same time, economic decline was also taking a toll on the Roman Empire. The empire's once thriving economy began to falter due to a variety of factors, including the depletion of natural resources, inflation, and the disruption of trade routes due to conflict and war. As a result, many of the empire's citizens, especially those in the lower classes, were faced with poverty, hunger, and unemployment. The decline of the economy was also closely linked to the decline of the military, which was no longer as well-funded or well-trained as it had been in earlier centuries. This weakened military was unable to effectively defend the empire's borders, which were increasingly under attack from barbarian tribes and other outside forces. As a result of these internal struggles, the Roman Empire began to experience a decline in its social and cultural institutions as well. The once thriving cities and towns of the empire began to decay and fall into disrepair, and the empire's artistic and cultural achievements also began to falter. Societal unrest and conflict were also major factors in the decline of the Roman Empire. Many of the empire's citizens, particularly those in the lower classes, were dissatisfied with their social and economic positions, and were increasingly willing to engage in rebellion and other forms of resistance against the ruling elite. Despite these challenges, the Roman Empire managed to survive for several centuries, with various emperors and leaders attempting to address the problems facing the empire. However, ultimately, the challenges facing the empire proved too great to overcome, and the empire ultimately fell to invading forces and internal struggles in the 5th century AD. Today, the legacy of the Roman Empire can still be seen in many aspects of modern society, from government institutions and legal systems to language, art, and architecture. However, the internal decay of the Roman Empire serves as a cautionary tale about the importance of strong leadership, social stability, and economic prosperity in maintaining a strong and thriving society. It was a cold winter day in 476 AD, when Romulus Augustus, the last Roman emperor, was deposed by the Germanic general Odoacer. With this act, the Western Roman Empire came to an end, bringing an end to a civilization that had dominated Europe for centuries. The fall of Rome had been a long time in the making, with a combination of political instability, economic decline, and external threats leading to the empire's ultimate collapse. This decline had been evident for several centuries, and had been characterized by a series of crises that weakened the empire and paved the way for its eventual collapse. One of the key factors in Rome's decline was political instability. In the early years of the empire, power was concentrated in the hands of the emperor and his close advisors. However, as the empire grew in size and complexity, it became increasingly difficult for a single ruler to maintain control. This led to a period of instability, with multiple claimants to the throne and frequent coups and revolts. This instability was compounded by economic decline. The Roman economy had been based on agriculture, and as the empire expanded, it became increasingly difficult to maintain this system. The cost of maintaining a large army and bureaucracy, as well as the cost of maintaining public works and infrastructure, placed a significant strain on the economy. The decline of the economy led to a decline in the standard of living for many Roman citizens. The government struggled to provide basic services, and many citizens were forced to turn to subsistence farming or other forms of low-paying work. This led to a decline in population, as many people could not afford to support large families. At the same time, the Roman Empire was facing external threats from barbarian invasions. These invasions came from a variety of sources, including Germanic tribes in the north and east and the Huns in the east. These invasions put a significant strain on the Roman army, which was already stretched thin by the need to maintain garrisons and suppress revolts. Despite these challenges, the Roman Empire continued to survive for several centuries, thanks in part to the resilience of its people and the strength of its institutions. However, by the 5th century AD, the empire was facing its most serious crisis yet. The army was weakened, the economy was in decline, and the government was unable to maintain control over its territories. In 476 AD, Odoacer, a Germanic general, led a rebellion against the Western Roman Empire. He deposed Romulus Augustus and declared himself king of Italy. With this act, the Western Roman Empire came to an end, and the long history of Roman civilization came to a close. The fall of Rome had far-reaching consequences, both for Europe and for the world as a whole. It marked the end of an era of classical civilization, and paved the way for the medieval period that followed. It also had a profound impact on the development of Western civilization, influencing everything from politics and law to art and literature. In the centuries that followed, the memory of Rome would continue to exert a powerful influence on European culture. The Roman legacy would be celebrated in art and literature, and would continue to inspire political and social movements. Even today, more than 1,500 years after the fall of Rome, the memory of this great civilization continues to fascinate and inspire people around the world. The Western Roman Empire may have fallen, but its legacy has endured for centuries. From language and law to art and architecture, the influence of the Romans can still be felt in modern Europe and beyond. This chapter will explore the lasting impact of the Western Roman Empire on culture, history, and society. Language and literature. Latin, the language of the Romans, has had an enormous impact on the development of European languages. Latin was the official language of the Roman Empire, and remained the language of scholarship and learning for centuries after its fall. Many modern European languages, including French, Spanish, and Italian, are direct descendants of Latin. Latin literature also had a lasting impact on Western culture. The works of Virgil, Ovid, and Horace, among others, continue to be studied and celebrated today. The influence of Roman literature can be seen in the works of later writers such as Dante and Shakespeare. Law and government. Roman law has had a profound impact on the development of legal systems in Europe and beyond. The Romans created a sophisticated legal system that incorporated ideas of justice, fairness, and individual rights. Roman law influenced the development of legal codes throughout Europe, including the Justinian Code, which served as the basis for legal systems in many parts of the world. Roman government also had a lasting impact on European politics. The concept of a republic, where citizens have a say in government through elected representatives, was pioneered by the Romans. The idea of the rule of law, where even the most powerful are subject to the same laws as the rest of society, was also a Roman innovation. Art and architecture. Roman art and architecture continue to inspire and awe people today. From the Colosseum to the Pantheon, the Romans created some of the most impressive and enduring architectural wonders of the ancient world. Their mastery of engineering and construction techniques still amazes us today. Roman art also had a profound impact on the development of Western art. Roman art was highly realistic and focused on the human form, which became a central theme in later Western art. The legacy of Roman art can be seen in the works of the Renaissance masters, such as Michelangelo and Raphael. Religion. Christianity, which emerged in the Roman Empire, has become one of the most influential religions in the world. The Romans themselves practiced a polytheistic religion, which included gods and goddesses such as Jupiter, Venus, and Mars. However, Christianity emerged in the Roman Empire in the 1st century AD and grew rapidly. By the 4th century AD, Christianity had become the dominant religion in the empire. The influence of Christianity on European culture and society cannot be overstated. Christianity played a central role in the development of European art, music, and literature. It also had a profound impact on European politics and governance, with many European monarchs claiming divine right to rule. Conclusion. The Western Roman Empire may have fallen in 476 AD, but its legacy has endured for centuries. The Romans left their mark on language, law, government, art, architecture, and religion, and their influence can still be seen in modern Europe and beyond. The Western Roman Empire may be gone, but its impact on the world lives on. Chapter 10. The Byzantine Empire, Continuation of Roman Legacy. The Eastern Roman Empire, also known as the Byzantine Empire, was one of the longest-lasting and most influential empires in history. Its origins can be traced back to the division of the Roman Empire in the late 4th century AD, when the Emperor Theodosius divided the empire between his two sons, Honorius and Arcadius. Honorius became the ruler of the Western Empire, with its capital in Rome, while Arcadius ruled the Eastern Empire, with its capital in Constantinople. From its very beginning, the Eastern Roman Empire faced challenges that the Western Empire did not. The Eastern Empire was larger and more populous than the Western Empire, and it was also much wealthier. It was located at the crossroads of Europe and Asia, making it a target for invaders from both continents. Despite these challenges, the Eastern Empire managed to survive and even thrive for centuries. The Eastern Empire was initially ruled by the Theodosian dynasty, which was followed by a series of short-lived dynasties. In 518 AD, the Emperor Justin I came to power and began a period of stability and prosperity that lasted for more than a century. Under Justin I and his successors, the Eastern Empire expanded its territory and its influence, conquering parts of Italy and North Africa, and pushing back the Persians in the east. One of the most important figures in the history of the Eastern Empire was the Emperor Justinian I. Justinian came to power in 527 AD and launched a series of military campaigns that aimed to reunite the Roman Empire. He succeeded in reconquering much of Italy and North Africa, and he also embarked on a program of legal and administrative reforms that would have a lasting impact on the empire. Justinian's most famous achievement was the construction of the Hagia Sophia, a massive cathedral that was one of the greatest architectural and engineering feats of the ancient world. The Hagia Sophia was also a symbol of Justinian's power and the power of the Eastern Empire. The Eastern Empire continued to thrive under the reign of Justinian's successors, but it faced new challenges in the 7th century. The rise of Islam and the Arab invasions of the Middle East and North Africa threatened the Eastern Empire's borders and its very existence. The empire was also weakened by internal conflicts and dynastic struggles. Despite these challenges, the Eastern Empire managed to survive for several more centuries. It was able to withstand the Arab invasions, and it even launched successful counterattacks that pushed the Arabs back. The empire also underwent a cultural and artistic renaissance in the 9th and 10th centuries, producing some of the most beautiful art and architecture of the medieval world. The Eastern Empire finally fell to the Ottoman Turks in 1453, after a siege of Constantinople that lasted for more than 2 months. The last Byzantine emperor, Constantine XI, died defending the walls of the city, and the empire came to an end after more than 1,000 years of existence. Despite its ultimate collapse, the Eastern Roman Empire left an enduring legacy. Its legal and administrative reforms, its art and architecture, and its cultural and intellectual achievements continue to influence the modern world. The Eastern Empire also played a crucial role in preserving and transmitting the knowledge and wisdom of the ancient world, which might otherwise have been lost to history. In the history of the Byzantine Empire, few rulers stand out like Justinian I. Born in Taurisium, a small town in what is now modern-day North Macedonia, Justinian rose to become one of the most powerful and successful emperors in Byzantine history. His reign marked a turning point in the history of the Eastern Roman Empire, and his policies and reforms had a lasting impact on the empire for centuries to come. Justinian became emperor in 527, succeeding his uncle Justin I. Although he inherited a stable and prosperous empire, Justinian was determined to leave his own mark on history. His early reign was marked by a series of ambitious military campaigns, aimed at reclaiming former Roman territories that had fallen into the hands of barbarian invaders. Under the leadership of the general Belisarius, Justinian's armies succeeded in reconquering much of North Africa and Italy, restoring the Eastern Roman Empire to its former glory. But Justinian's ambitions were not limited to military conquest. He was also a reformer, and during his reign he undertook a series of sweeping changes aimed at modernizing and strengthening the empire. One of his most notable achievements was the codification of Roman law. Justinian believed that the legal system of the empire had become too complex and unwieldy, and in 528 he appointed a commission to create a new, simplified code of laws. The resulting work, known as the Justinian Code, was a massive undertaking that took several years to complete. It became the basis of law not only in the Byzantine Empire, but also in many European countries for centuries to come. Justinian's reforms were not limited to the legal system. He also undertook a massive building program, constructing a number of impressive new structures throughout the empire. One of his most famous projects was the construction of the Hagia Sophia, a massive church in Constantinople that would become one of the most iconic buildings of the Byzantine Empire. Justinian also oversaw the construction of a number of fortifications and defensive walls, aimed at protecting the empire from its enemies. Despite his many achievements, Justinian's reign was not without its challenges. He faced constant threats from external enemies, including the Persians and various barbarian tribes. He also struggled with internal dissent, particularly from the various religious factions that existed within the empire. Justinian was a devout Christian, and he believed that it was his duty to enforce religious orthodoxy throughout the empire. This led him to undertake a number of controversial policies, including the closure of pagan temples and the persecution of heretics. In the end, Justinian's reign marked a high point in the history of the Byzantine Empire. His military victories and administrative reforms helped to strengthen the empire and solidify its position as a major power in the Mediterranean world. His legacy was felt not only in the Byzantine Empire, but also in Western Europe, where his legal code and architectural achievements served as a model for centuries to come. Today, Justinian is remembered as one of the greatest emperors in Byzantine history, a visionary leader who helped to shape the course of European civilization. The Byzantine Empire, or the Eastern Roman Empire, was a continuation of the Roman Empire in the East, following the fall of the Western Roman Empire. The Byzantine army was one of the main pillars of the empire's strength, and played a crucial role in its survival for over a millennium. The army was renowned for its discipline, organization, and innovative tactics, which allowed it to face and defeat many powerful enemies. The Byzantine army was based on the Roman army, and it inherited many of its traditions, tactics, and organization. However, it also underwent significant changes and innovations over time, reflecting the evolving threats and challenges faced by the empire. The army was divided into different units, each with its specific function and hierarchy. The main categories were the infantry, cavalry, and the navy. The infantry was the backbone of the Byzantine army, and it was composed of various units, such as the heavy infantry, light infantry, archers, and javelin throwers. The heavy infantry was the most important, and it consisted of heavily armed soldiers who wore chainmail helmets and carried shields and swords. They were the primary force in pitched battles, and they were often deployed in a dense formation called the phalanx, which allowed them to protect themselves and advance together. The cavalry was also an essential component of the Byzantine army, and it was divided into two types: the heavy cavalry, which consisted of heavily armored riders who wielded lances, and the light cavalry, which was composed of agile horsemen who used bows and arrows or javelins. The cavalry played a crucial role in scouting, reconnaissance, and raiding, and it was often used to outflank and disrupt enemy formations. The navy was also a critical part of the Byzantine army, and it was one of the most powerful in the Mediterranean. The Byzantine navy was composed of various types of ships, such as the dromon, which was a fast and maneuverable warship that was armed with a battering ram and fire weapons. The navy was used to protect the empire's coastlines, project its power in the Mediterranean, and support the land forces during amphibious operations. One of the most notable features of the Byzantine army was its innovative tactics and strategies, which were developed in response to the changing conditions of warfare. The Byzantines were masters of defensive warfare, and they were able to repel many sieges and invasions by using sophisticated fortifications, such as the walls of Constantinople, which were among the most impressive in the world. The Byzantines also developed new tactics for offensive warfare, such as the use of light infantry and cavalry to harass and weaken enemy formations, before the heavy infantry launched a decisive attack. Another notable feature of the Byzantine army was its organization and logistics. The army was divided into different themes, which were regions that were responsible for providing soldiers and supplies to the central government. The themes were also divided into smaller units, called tagmata, which were elite formations that were composed of the best soldiers and officers. The Byzantine army also had a complex system of supply and transport, which allowed it to sustain long campaigns and support the garrisons of distant provinces. The Byzantine army was also characterized by its strict discipline and hierarchical structure. The soldiers were trained to obey their commanders and follow strict rules of conduct, and disobedience and cowardice were severely punished. The officers were expected to lead by example and to be knowledgeable in tactics, logistics, and administration. The army was also closely linked to the state and the church, and it played a significant role in maintaining the social and political order of the empire. The Byzantine Empire, also known as the Eastern Roman Empire, lasted for over 1,000 years after the fall of the Western Roman Empire. Religion played a crucial role in Byzantine politics, with Orthodox Christianity becoming the state religion under Emperor Theodosius in the late 4th century. In the centuries that followed, the relationship between church and state evolved and remained a defining feature of Byzantine society. Under Emperor Justinian I, who ruled from 527 to 565 CE, the Byzantine Empire reached its height of power and influence. Justinian's reign was marked by a series of military conquests that brought much of the Mediterranean basin under Byzantine control. This expansion was accompanied by a program of legal and administrative reforms that sought to strengthen the imperial government, and promote greater unity among the diverse peoples of the empire. Justinian's efforts to consolidate power included the suppression of religious dissidents, which led to a series of conflicts between the emperor and the Orthodox Church. One of the most significant of these conflicts was the Three Chapters controversy, which centered on the writings of three theologians who were accused of holding heretical views. Justinian attempted to reconcile the church by condemning the Three Chapters, but this move was met with resistance from some bishops and caused a schism that lasted for decades. Despite these challenges, Justinian's reign was a time of great cultural and artistic achievement. The Byzantine Empire was home to some of the most beautiful and elaborate churches and mosaics in the world, and Justinian's patronage of the arts helped to create a lasting legacy that would influence art and architecture for centuries to come. The Byzantine army was one of the most powerful and effective military forces of its time, with a long tradition of tactical innovation and technological advancement. The army was organized into a number of different units, including heavy infantry, light infantry, and cavalry, and made use of specialized troops such as archers, skirmishers, and siege engineers. One of the most significant developments in Byzantine military history was the creation of the theme system. Under this system, each province of the empire was organized into a military district, or theme, which was responsible for raising and maintaining a standing army. This system helped to ensure a reliable source of troops for the imperial government and provided a foundation for the Byzantine Empire's military success. Religion continued to play a significant role in Byzantine politics in the centuries that followed Justinian's reign. The Byzantine Empire was ruled by a series of emperors who were deeply committed to the Orthodox Church and who saw their role as defenders of the faith. This sometimes led to conflicts with the papacy in Rome, particularly during the iconoclastic controversy of the 8th and 9th centuries, when the use of religious images in worship was debated. Despite these challenges, the Byzantine Empire continued to thrive for centuries after the fall of the Western Roman Empire. The empire was a center of trade, art, and learning, and its influence was felt throughout Europe and the Middle East. The Byzantine Empire was also known for its military might, which helped to maintain its position as a major power in the region. In summary, religion played a central role in the politics of the Byzantine Empire, with Orthodox Christianity becoming the state religion under Emperor Theodosius. Justinian I's reign saw the height of Byzantine power and expansion, as well as significant cultural and artistic achievements. The Byzantine army was one of the most powerful of its time, and the theme system helped to ensure a reliable source of troops for the imperial government. The Byzantine Empire continued to thrive for centuries after Justinian's reign, with its influence felt throughout Europe and the Middle East. The Byzantine Empire, also known as the Eastern Roman Empire, was a continuation of the Roman Empire that survived the fall of the Western Roman Empire in the 5th century. Its capital was Constantinople, which had been founded by the Roman Emperor Constantine in 324 AD. The Byzantine Empire lasted for over 1,000 years, from the 4th century until its fall in 1453. During this time, it developed a distinct culture and identity, separate from that of the Western Roman Empire. This essay will examine the origins and development of the Byzantine Empire, as well as its eventual downfall and legacy. The Byzantine Empire was born out of the political, social, and economic turmoil that engulfed the Roman Empire in the 4th century. In 324 AD, the Roman Emperor Constantine founded the city of Constantinople on the site of the ancient Greek city of Byzantium. He made it the new capital of the Roman Empire, moving it from Rome and renaming it after himself. This move was seen as a strategic necessity, as the Roman Empire was facing increasing threats from invading barbarian tribes, and Constantinople was better situated to defend against them. Under the reign of Emperor Justinian I, 527 to 565, the Byzantine Empire reached its height of power and glory. Justinian was an ambitious ruler who sought to restore the glory of the Roman Empire. He launched a series of military campaigns that sought to reclaim lost territories in the Western Roman Empire, such as Italy and North Africa. He also undertook a program of legal and administrative reforms that sought to unify the empire and strengthen its institutions. Justinian's greatest achievement was the construction of the Hagia Sophia, one of the most magnificent churches in the world. Completed in 537 AD, it was the largest church in the world for nearly 1,000 years. Its massive dome, which spanned 102 feet in diameter, was an architectural marvel that has inspired awe and admiration for centuries. The Hagia Sophia became a symbol of the Byzantine Empire's power, wealth, and cultural sophistication. The Byzantine Empire was characterized by a complex and highly centralized government, with a powerful emperor at its head. The emperor was viewed as a representative of God on earth, with absolute power over his subjects. He was advised by a council of ministers, who were responsible for overseeing the administration of the empire. The empire was divided into provinces, each of which was governed by a local governor or prefect. The Byzantine army was one of the most formidable military forces of its time. It was highly organized, disciplined, and well-trained, and was capable of defeating much larger armies. The army was composed of professional soldiers who were paid and equipped by the state. It was divided into several different units, including infantry, cavalry, and archers. The Byzantine army was instrumental in defending the empire from invasion and expansion. The Byzantine Empire was a deeply religious society, and the Orthodox Church played a central role in its culture and politics. The emperor was viewed as the defender of the faith, and he had the power to appoint bishops and other church officials. The church was also responsible for education, and many of the empire's greatest scholars and intellectuals were trained in its schools and universities. Despite its many achievements, the Byzantine Empire faced numerous challenges and threats throughout its long history. It faced invasion from barbarian tribes, as well as from the expanding Islamic Empire. It also faced internal conflict and rebellion, as local rulers and factions sought to challenge the authority of the emperor. In 1453, the Byzantine Empire finally fell to the Ottoman Turks. The city of Constantinople was besieged for several months, and finally fell to the Ottoman forces on May 29 of that year. This has been The Roman Empire, a tale of power, politics, and enduring legacy. Written by A.J. Kingston, narrated by A.I. Madison. Copyright 2023 by A.J. Kingston. Production copyright 2023 by A.J. Kingston. Augustus. The Rise of Rome's First Emperor and the Foundation of the Roman Empire. Written by A.J. Kingston, narrated by A.I. Madison. Chapter 1. The Early Life of Augustus, from adopted son to political rival. It was in the year 63 BC that Gaius Octavius Thurinus, who would later become known as Augustus, was born to his father, also named Gaius Octavius, and his mother, Atia Balba Caesonia. His father was a relatively unknown senator, but his maternal uncle, Julius Caesar, was one of the most powerful men in Rome. Octavian's childhood was relatively uneventful until his father's sudden death when he was only 4 years old. At that point, he was taken in by his mother's family, who were of the prominent gens Julia, and given a rigorous education in both academics and military strategy. From a young age, Octavian was seen as a promising heir to his uncle Julius Caesar, who had no legitimate children of his own. This relationship would prove crucial to Octavian's future, as he would eventually be adopted by Caesar and named as his heir. At the age of 16, Octavian delivered the funeral oration for his grandmother, Julia Caesarus, which was widely praised for its eloquence and maturity beyond his years. This speech, which was written by Cicero, marked the beginning of Octavian's rise to prominence. Shortly after this, Caesar was assassinated in 44 BC, throwing Rome into chaos. Octavian was in Apollonia, studying philosophy and rhetoric, when he received the news of his uncle's death. He immediately rushed back to Rome to claim his inheritance and seek revenge against Caesar's killers. Octavian quickly aligned himself with two of Caesar's closest allies, Mark Antony and Lepidus, forming what would become known as the Second Triumvirate. Together, they defeated Caesar's assassins and consolidated power in Rome. During this time, Octavian's relationship with Antony became strained as the two began to vie for ultimate control. Eventually, Octavian defeated Antony in the Battle of Actium in 31 BC, cementing his position as the sole ruler of Rome. Throughout his life, Octavian placed great emphasis on family values and maintaining the traditional Roman social structure. He was married 3 times, and although he had only one biological child, he adopted several sons and grandsons to ensure the continuation of his dynasty. Overall, Octavian's childhood and family relationships played a crucial role in shaping his future as one of the most powerful and influential leaders in Roman history. His education, adoption by Julius Caesar, and alliances with key figures were all instrumental in his eventual rise to power and establishment of the Roman Empire. It was the year 44 BCE when Julius Caesar, the conqueror of Gaul and the dictator of Rome, was assassinated in the Roman Senate. The news of Caesar's death sent shockwaves throughout Rome and plunged the city into political turmoil. Many saw Caesar as a tyrant who had taken too much power for himself, while others mourned him as a hero and defender of the people. Among those most affected by Caesar's death was his adopted son, Octavian. Born Gaius Octavius in 63 BCE, Octavian was only 18 when he learned of his adoptive father's death. He was studying in Apollonia, a city in modern-day Albania, when he received the news, and he immediately set out for Rome to claim his inheritance. Octavian was not Caesar's biological son, but he had been designated as his heir and was well positioned to take over his father's political power. However, he faced many challenges in doing so. The Roman Republic was in chaos, and various factions were vying for control. In addition, Octavian was young and inexperienced, and many of Caesar's allies did not take him seriously. Despite these obstacles, Octavian was determined to avenge his father's death and take his place as the leader of Rome. He allied himself with 2 of Caesar's closest friends, Mark Antony and Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, and together they formed the Second Triumvirate. This alliance gave Octavian the political power and military support he needed to pursue his goals. The Triumvirate quickly set about purging their political enemies and consolidating their power. They declared their enemies to be enemies of the state and began executing them without trial. Thousands of people were killed in this way, including many of Caesar's assassins. Once their enemies had been eliminated, the Triumvirate turned their attention to the task of governing Rome. They divided the empire into 3 parts, with Octavian taking control of the western provinces. He spent the next few years consolidating his power and building up his army. In 42 BCE, Octavian and Antony led their armies into battle against the forces of Caesar's assassins at the Battle of Philippi. The battle was a decisive victory for the Triumvirate, and it secured their hold on power. However, the alliance between Octavian and Antony was not a stable one. The 2 men had very different personalities and ambitions, and tensions between them soon began to rise. Antony was a brilliant military commander, but he was also known for his love of luxury and extravagance. Octavian, on the other hand, was more reserved and cautious, and he was focused on building up his own power base. The relationship between Octavian and Antony eventually deteriorated to the point of open conflict. In 31 BCE, the 2 men met in a final showdown at the Battle of Actium. Octavian emerged victorious, and Antony fled to Egypt with his lover, the Queen Cleopatra. Octavian pursued Antony to Egypt and laid siege to the city of Alexandria. In 30 BCE, Antony and Cleopatra committed suicide, and Octavian became the undisputed ruler of Rome. With the death of Antony and Cleopatra, Octavian's hold on power was secure. He was declared consul for life, and he began to take on the trappings of an emperor. However, he was careful not to be seen as a dictator, and he went to great lengths to maintain the appearance of republican government. It was a time of great upheaval in Rome. The assassination of Julius Caesar had thrown the city into chaos, with various factions vying for power and control. It was in this tumultuous environment that the Second Triumvirate emerged, a political alliance between 3 powerful men, Octavian, Mark Antony, and Lepidus. Octavian, who would later become the first emperor of Rome under the name Augustus, was just 19 years old at the time. He was the adopted son of Julius Caesar and had been groomed for a life in politics and leadership. Mark Antony was a seasoned military commander and a close ally of Julius Caesar, while Lepidus was a high-ranking politician and commander of Caesar's cavalry. The Second Triumvirate was formed in 43 BCE, with the explicit goal of restoring order to Rome and defeating Caesar's assassins. The alliance was cemented by a mutual pact of loyalty, known as the Pact of Brundisium, which promised support for each other's political goals and ambitions. Initially, the triumvirate was successful in quelling the unrest in Rome and defeating Caesar's assassins. However, tensions soon emerged between the three men, particularly between Octavian and Antony. Octavian was determined to establish himself as the sole leader of Rome, while Antony was equally determined to maintain his own power and influence. The situation came to a head in 32 BCE, when Antony divorced his wife, Octavian's sister, and married Cleopatra, the Queen of Egypt. This move was seen as a direct challenge to Octavian's authority, and it set the stage for a bitter struggle between the two men. In 31 BCE, Octavian and Antony's forces met in a naval battle off the coast of Greece, known as the Battle of Actium. Octavian emerged victorious, thanks in part to the defection of many of Antony's troops. Antony and Cleopatra fled to Egypt, where they committed suicide the following year. With his main rival defeated, Octavian was free to consolidate his power and establish himself as the de facto ruler of Rome. He was granted the title of Augustus in 27 BCE, and he would go on to rule Rome for over 40 years. The Second Triumvirate may have been short-lived, but it had a lasting impact on Roman history. It marked the beginning of Octavian's rise to power and established the template for the autocratic rule of the Roman Empire. It also cemented the alliance between Rome and Egypt, which would have far-reaching consequences for both cultures. Ultimately, the Second Triumvirate was a reflection of the political and social instability that characterized Rome during this period. It was a desperate attempt to restore order and stability, but it ultimately failed to address the root causes of the city's problems. It was left to Augustus and the emperors who followed him to establish a new order and ensure the stability and prosperity of Rome for centuries to come. The year was 42 BCE, and the Roman Republic was in turmoil. After the assassination of Julius Caesar the year prior, a power struggle had erupted among the various factions vying for control of Rome. In the east, the forces of Mark Antony and Octavian, two of Caesar's most trusted allies, had joined forces to fight against the armies of Caesar's assassins, led by Brutus and Cassius. The two sides would meet in battle near the Macedonian city of Philippi, a clash that would determine the future of the Roman Republic. For Octavian, the Battle of Philippi represented a critical moment in his rise to power. Just 19 years old at the time, he had been adopted as Caesar's heir and was now leading his own army into battle against some of the most experienced military commanders in the Republic. Yet despite his youth and inexperience, Octavian had already shown himself to be a shrewd politician and skilled strategist. He had forged an alliance with Antony, the most powerful man in the East, and had secured the loyalty of many of Caesar's veteran soldiers. The forces of Brutus and Cassius, meanwhile, were battle-hardened veterans who had fought with Caesar in some of his most famous campaigns. They had gathered a formidable army of their own and had been planning their rebellion against Caesar for months. Yet despite their experience and skill, they would find themselves outmatched by the forces of Octavian and Antony. The battle began in earnest on October 3rd, with the forces of Brutus and Cassius attacking the forces of Antony and Octavian across a wide plain. The two sides clashed in a fierce battle that lasted for several hours, with both sides taking heavy casualties. Yet despite the ferocity of the fighting, the forces of Octavian and Antony were able to hold their ground and repel the attacks of Brutus and Cassius. As the day wore on, it became clear that the forces of Brutus and Cassius were beginning to falter. The two commanders had split their forces, with Cassius leading an attack on Antony's forces in the east while Brutus engaged Octavian's forces in the west. Yet neither attack was successful, and both commanders began to sense that defeat was imminent. In a desperate bid to turn the tide of the battle, Cassius ordered his soldiers to attack Octavian's camp. Yet the attack was a disaster, with the soldiers of Octavian easily repelling the assault and killing Cassius in the process. Brutus, meanwhile, was engaged in a fierce struggle with Octavian's forces, but was ultimately unable to break through their lines. As darkness fell on the battlefield, he ordered a retreat, and the forces of Brutus and Cassius began to withdraw. The Battle of Philippi was a decisive victory for the forces of Octavian and Antony. While both sides suffered heavy casualties, the forces of Brutus and Cassius were effectively destroyed, and the power of the Second Triumvirate was secured. For Octavian, the battle was a turning point in his rise to power, and would pave the way for his eventual ascension to the throne as the first Roman emperor. In the aftermath of the battle, Octavian and Antony would divide the Roman Empire between them, with Octavian taking control of the west and Antony the east. Yet despite their alliance, tensions would soon emerge between the two men, and their relationship would eventually break down completely. The stage was set for a new struggle for power, one that would ultimately lead to the downfall of the Roman Republic and the rise of the Roman Empire. In the aftermath of the Battle of Philippi, Octavian found himself in a position of great power. As a member of the Second Triumvirate, he and his co-rulers Mark Antony and Lepidus had divided the Roman Republic among themselves, with Octavian taking control of the West. However, it was clear from the outset that tensions between the three men would eventually boil over. At first, Octavian and Antony appeared to have a cordial relationship. Antony, who had already established himself as a great general during his campaigns in the East, was the elder statesman of the Triumvirate, and Octavian was content to defer to his authority. However, as time passed, the two men became increasingly suspicious of each other's motives. Part of the problem was that Antony had become enamored with Cleopatra, the Queen of Egypt. The two began an affair that would ultimately prove disastrous for Antony's political career. Octavian, who saw Cleopatra as a threat to Rome's stability, used the affair to paint Antony as a weak and disloyal leader. In 32 BCE, he declared war on Antony and Cleopatra, launching a naval campaign against their forces in the Mediterranean. The ensuing conflict, known as the Battle of Actium, was a decisive victory for Octavian. Antony and Cleopatra fled to Egypt, where they eventually committed suicide rather than face capture by the victorious Roman forces. With their deaths, Octavian emerged as the undisputed ruler of the Roman Republic. However, Octavian's victory was not just the result of military prowess. Throughout his reign, he had been careful to cultivate a loyal following among the Roman people. He was well aware that his power depended on the support of the populace, and he made a point of championing their interests. One of the most important ways in which Octavian did this was by instituting a series of reforms that aimed to improve the lives of ordinary Romans. He built new roads and aqueducts, which made it easier for people to travel and obtain fresh water. He also invested heavily in public works projects, such as the construction of public buildings and the refurbishment of existing ones. Perhaps most importantly, Octavian was careful to maintain the appearance of republican government. Although he had effectively seized power, he made a point of consulting with the Senate and other government bodies before making major decisions. This helped to allay fears that he was becoming a tyrant, and allowed him to present himself as a guardian of the traditional Roman values of duty, honor, and virtue. In this way, Octavian was able to cement his position as the leader of Rome, and lay the groundwork for the establishment of the Roman Empire. His reign marked a turning point in Roman history, as the Republic gave way to a new era of imperial rule. It also established the template for how Roman emperors would rule in the centuries to come, as they balanced the need for military might with the need for popular support. In the end, Octavian's break with Antony was the key turning point in his reign. By defeating his rival, he eliminated the last major obstacle to his rule and established himself as the undisputed master of Rome. With his victory at Actium, Octavian became Augustus, the first Roman emperor, and set in motion a new era of Roman history that would last for centuries. Chapter 2: The Battle of Actium, Augustus' Triumph over Antony and Cleopatra. In the tumultuous times following Julius Caesar's assassination, one of the most significant players in the power struggle was Mark Antony, a former ally and lieutenant of Caesar. Antony was a charismatic figure who had won the hearts of many Roman citizens through his military campaigns and public speaking skills. He was also a member of the Second Triumvirate, the ruling alliance that included Octavian and Lepidus. However, tensions soon began to rise between Antony and Octavian. Antony's affair with the Egyptian queen Cleopatra only added fuel to the fire. The two were seen as a threat to the stability of the Roman Republic, especially with rumors of Antony planning to transfer control of Roman territories to Cleopatra and her children. Antony's military campaign against the Parthians only worsened his standing with Octavian. The campaign was disastrous, with many Roman soldiers dying in battle or through disease. Antony himself was seen as having lost his military edge and being more interested in luxuries and excesses. Meanwhile, Octavian was consolidating his power, with his influence growing within the Roman Senate and among the military. His political savvy and ability to win over key supporters allowed him to gain an advantage over Antony. The two factions eventually clashed at the Battle of Actium in 31 BC. Octavian's forces, led by his trusted general Agrippa, were able to outmaneuver Antony's naval forces and secure a decisive victory. Antony and Cleopatra fled to Egypt, where they would ultimately commit suicide the following year. With Antony's defeat, Octavian emerged as the sole ruler of Rome. He would later be declared Augustus, the first emperor of the Roman Empire. The defeat of Antony and Cleopatra at Actium marked the end of the Roman Republic and the beginning of a new era of Roman rule. The legacy of Antony and Cleopatra remains a source of fascination and intrigue, with countless works of art and literature depicting their tragic love story. However, their downfall at the hands of Octavian serves as a cautionary tale of the dangers of unchecked ambition and the importance of political stability in a society. In the year 31 BCE, two of the most powerful and ambitious people in the ancient world faced off against each other in a naval battle that would change the course of history. Octavian, the young and determined heir to Julius Caesar's legacy, and Mark Antony, the charismatic and experienced general who had been Caesar's closest ally, both saw themselves as rightful rulers of Rome. Their bitter rivalry had been simmering for years, and now it would be decided on the open waters of the Ionian Sea, near the town of Actium in Greece. The Battle of Actium was the climax of a long and complicated conflict that had been building up for years. After Caesar's assassination in 44 BCE, his heir Octavian had formed an uneasy alliance with Antony and another general, Lepidus. Together they had purged their political opponents and divided the Roman Republic into three parts, with Octavian ruling the West, Antony the East, and Lepidus Africa. However, the power-sharing arrangement soon fell apart, with Antony and Octavian emerging as the main rivals. Antony had fallen under the spell of Cleopatra, the Queen of Egypt, with whom he had formed a romantic and political alliance. This relationship was a source of great tension between Antony and Octavian, who saw it as a threat to his own position and to the stability of Rome itself. Matters came to a head in 32 BCE, when Octavian publicly denounced Antony, stripped him of his titles, and declared war. The two sides gathered their forces and prepared for a decisive showdown. Antony's army was composed of a mixture of Roman legionaries, Greek and Eastern troops, and thousands of Egyptian soldiers. Cleopatra herself had brought a large fleet of ships, manned by skilled sailors and armed with a variety of weapons. Octavian's army, by contrast, was mainly made up of Roman legions, which were known for their discipline, training, and battle-hardened experience. The two fleets met in the Ionian Sea, off the coast of Greece, in September of 31 BCE. Antony had the larger fleet with around 500 ships, while Octavian had just over 200. However, Octavian's ships were better equipped and more maneuverable, and his troops were highly motivated by the prospect of victory and the desire to avenge Caesar's death. The battle itself was a brutal and chaotic affair, with ships ramming each other, soldiers boarding enemy vessels, and arrows and javelins flying through the air. Antony's ships, despite their numerical advantage, were hampered by their size and lack of maneuverability, and they struggled to keep up with Octavian's more agile vessels. The turning point of the battle came when Cleopatra, realizing that her fleet was losing, ordered her ships to retreat. Antony, seeing his lover and ally flee, abandoned his own ships and followed her. The rest of the fleet soon followed suit, leaving Octavian with a decisive victory. The aftermath of the battle was equally dramatic. Antony and Cleopatra fled to Egypt, where they committed suicide the following year. Octavian, now the undisputed ruler of Rome, returned to the city and consolidated his power. He was awarded the title of Augustus, and he set about transforming the Roman Republic into an empire, with himself as its first emperor. The Battle of Actium had far-reaching consequences for the ancient world. It marked the end of the Roman Republic and the beginning of the Roman Empire, with all its pomp, power, and splendor. It also marked the end of Antony and Cleopatra's dream of creating a powerful Eastern Empire, with Egypt at its center. It is said that the Battle of Actium was a decisive moment in the history of Rome. The victory of Octavian, later known as Augustus, over Mark Antony and Cleopatra in 31 BC, secured his position as the sole ruler of the Roman Republic. This battle, fought off the coast of Greece, marked the end of a period of civil wars and the beginning of the Roman Empire. The legacy of Actium, therefore, cannot be overstated. Before the battle, Octavian and Antony had been allies. They had formed the Second Triumvirate, along with Lepidus in 43 BC, to restore order to the Roman Republic. However, their alliance was never stable. Antony had a political alliance and a love affair with Cleopatra, the Queen of Egypt, which led him to neglect his duties to Rome. Octavian, on the other hand, had been consolidating his power in Italy and saw Antony as a threat to his rule. The two sides clashed in 31 BC. Antony and Cleopatra had a fleet of over 200 ships, while Octavian had around 250. Antony's ships were larger and better armed, but Octavian's fleet was more maneuverable. The battle took place off the coast of Greece, near the promontory of Actium. The battle began with Antony's fleet advancing towards Octavian's, hoping to engage them in a close-range battle. Octavian's ships, however, were able to avoid the advance and began to outflank Antony's fleet. Antony's ships, unable to maneuver effectively, were trapped and subjected to a barrage of arrows and artillery fire. Cleopatra, who was on one of Antony's ships, saw that the battle was lost and ordered her ships to retreat. Antony followed her, leaving his fleet to be destroyed by Octavian. The battle was over in a matter of hours, with Octavian emerging victorious. The legacy of Actium is multifaceted. It marked the end of a period of political instability and the beginning of the Roman Empire. Octavian's victory established him as the sole ruler of the Roman Republic, and he would go on to become one of the most powerful and influential leaders in Roman history. The battle also had significant consequences for Antony and Cleopatra. They fled to Egypt, where they were eventually defeated by Octavian's army. Antony committed suicide, while Cleopatra famously died from the bite of an asp. Their deaths marked the end of the Ptolemaic dynasty in Egypt and the beginning of Roman rule. In addition to these political and historical implications, the Battle of Actium also had a cultural impact. It was depicted in numerous works of art, literature, and music throughout history. William Shakespeare's play Antony and Cleopatra is perhaps the most famous literary work inspired by the battle. The Battle of Actium is also remembered for its impact on naval warfare. Octavian's victory was due in large part to his fleet's superior tactics and technology. He introduced new innovations such as the use of harpax, a grappling hook used to board enemy ships, and the corvus, a boarding bridge that allowed Roman soldiers to board enemy ships easily. The legacy of Actium, therefore, is far-reaching. It marked the end of a period of political instability and the beginning of the Roman Empire. It had significant cultural, historical, and military implications that would be felt for centuries to come. The battle solidified Octavian's power and influence, and set the stage for the Roman Empire to become one of the greatest empires in history. The Battle of Actium, fought on September 2, 31 BC, was a naval engagement between the combined forces of Octavian, the future Augustus, and his general Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa, and the fleet of Mark Antony and Cleopatra. The battle was the final showdown in a bitter rivalry between Octavian and Antony, and its outcome would shape the future of the Roman world for centuries to come. At the time of the battle, Octavian and Antony had been political allies for several years, with Antony serving as a sort of mentor to the young Octavian. However, tensions between the two men began to rise as Antony's alliance with Cleopatra, the Queen of Egypt, became increasingly public and controversial. Many Romans viewed Cleopatra as a foreign interloper who was seeking to manipulate Antony for her own purposes, and her presence in Antony's court was seen as a threat to the stability of the Roman state. In the summer of 32 BC, Octavian declared war on Antony, and the two sides began preparing for what would be a massive conflict. Antony and Cleopatra stationed themselves in the eastern Mediterranean, where they had the support of many of the region's powerful rulers, while Octavian and Agrippa set up their base in the western Mediterranean, where they could control Rome's vital supply lines and draw on the loyalty of the Roman people. As the summer wore on, the two sides engaged in a series of skirmishes and minor battles, with neither gaining a decisive advantage. However, by the fall of that year, the two fleets had converged on the Gulf of Ambracia, off the coast of modern-day Greece, and a final confrontation was inevitable. The Battle of Actium was fought on September 2, 31 BC, with Octavian commanding from the flagship of his fleet, the Divus Julius, and Antony and Cleopatra leading their forces from the deck of the magnificent Egyptian flagship, the Antonias. The battle was fierce and chaotic, with both sides employing a range of tactics and strategies in an attempt to gain the upper hand. At first it seemed as though Antony and Cleopatra might carry the day, as their ships charged directly at Octavian's line and began to break through. However, Octavian and Agrippa had carefully planned for this eventuality, and their ships began to circle around the Egyptian fleet, trapping them in a pincer movement. The fighting was intense, with ships ramming into one another and boarding parties battling hand-to-hand on the decks. Antony and Cleopatra's forces fought bravely, but in the end, they were no match for the superior tactics and discipline of Octavian's fleet. Antony's ships began to sink or retreat, and Cleopatra's flagship, the Antonias, made a desperate attempt to break through the Roman lines and escape. However, the Antonias was quickly surrounded by Octavian's ships, and Cleopatra was forced to flee to safety on another vessel. Antony, seeing that all was lost, attempted to take his own life and was found shortly thereafter, mortally wounded. With the battle won, Octavian emerged as the undisputed master of the Roman world. He was hailed as a hero by the people of Rome, and soon took the title of Augustus, marking the beginning of his long and storied reign as the first Roman emperor. The significance of the Battle of Actium cannot be overstated. It was a turning point in Roman history, marking the end of the Roman Republic and the beginning of the Roman Empire. It also marked the end of the Hellenistic period, as Egypt, the last of the great Hellenistic kingdoms, was absorbed into the Roman Empire. In the annals of history, few battles have been as consequential as the naval Battle of Actium, which took place on September 2, 31 BCE, between the forces of Octavian, the future Augustus, and his rival, the powerful Roman general and politician Mark Antony. The battle was the culmination of a bitter struggle for power that had been brewing for years, and it marked the end of the Roman Republic and the beginning of the Roman Empire. The causes of the battle are complex and multifaceted. At its core, the conflict between Octavian and Antony was a struggle for control over the Roman state. After the assassination of Julius Caesar in 44 BCE, Antony had aligned himself with Caesar's ally and former lieutenant, Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, and Caesar's adopted son, Octavian, in what became known as the Second Triumvirate. Together, the three men ruled Rome with absolute authority, purging their enemies and consolidating their power. However, the alliance between the three men was short-lived. By 36 BCE, Antony had begun to chafe under the authority of Octavian and had taken up with the Egyptian queen, Cleopatra, who had become his lover and political ally. Antony's relationship with Cleopatra was seen by many in Rome as a betrayal of Roman values and traditions, and it fueled resentment and suspicion among Antony's rivals. The final straw came in 32 BCE, when Octavian, seeking to consolidate his own power, declared war on Antony and Cleopatra. The ensuing conflict, which would culminate in the Battle of Actium, was a bitter struggle for control over the Roman state and the wider Mediterranean world. The battle itself was a complex affair that involved a combination of naval and land forces. Antony and Cleopatra's forces were based in Egypt and controlled the eastern half of the Mediterranean, while Octavian's forces were based in Italy and controlled the western half. Antony and Cleopatra's navy was larger and more experienced, but Octavian had the advantage of superior tactics and strategy. In the end, the battle was a decisive victory for Octavian. Antony's fleet was outmaneuvered and defeated, and he and Cleopatra were forced to flee to Egypt. Octavian pursued them and besieged them in Alexandria, where they committed suicide in 30 BCE. The consequences of the Battle of Actium were far-reaching and profound. With Antony and Cleopatra dead, Octavian emerged as the undisputed ruler of Rome and the wider Mediterranean world. He was granted the title of Augustus in 27 BCE, and he would go on to rule Rome for more than 4 decades, ushering in a period of relative peace and stability known as the Pax Romana. The legacy of the Battle of Actium is hotly debated among historians. Some argue that the battle marked the end of the Hellenistic period and the beginning of the Roman Empire, while others argue that the transition was more gradual and complex. Some point to the battle as evidence of the destructive nature of ambition and power, while others argue that it was a necessary step in the evolution of the Roman state. Regardless of one's perspective, there is no denying the significance of the Battle of Actium. It was a pivotal moment in the history of Rome and the wider Mediterranean world, and its consequences continue to reverberate to this day. The Roman Republic was a complex and constantly evolving system of government. However, as it declined, the need for a strong central authority became increasingly apparent. This led to the establishment of the Roman Empire under the rule of Augustus, which marked a significant shift in the political structure of Rome. The first settlement, also known as the Principate, established a new form of government that would endure for centuries. The Principate was not a formal legal institution, but rather a system of government established through the accumulation of power and authority by Augustus. He consolidated his power through a combination of military conquest and political maneuvering, gradually assuming control of the entire state apparatus. Augustus's position as emperor was legitimized through his control of the military, his support from the Senate, and his popular image as a benevolent leader who had restored peace and stability to Rome after years of turmoil. One of the key aspects of the Principate was the reshaping of Roman institutions to support the new system of government. Augustus worked to create a balance of power between himself, the Senate, and the people, ensuring that each had a role in the governance of the empire. He established a new constitution that laid out the powers of the emperor, the Senate, and the people, and created a new administrative structure to manage the affairs of the empire. The emperor's authority was based on a number of legal powers that gave him broad control over the state. He had the power to make laws, command the military, and administer justice. Augustus used these powers to establish a system of government that was more centralized and efficient than the previous republican system. He also reformed the taxation system, reorganized the provinces, and built new public works to improve the lives of Roman citizens. Augustus also established the Praetorian Guard, an elite military unit that served as his personal bodyguard and was responsible for maintaining order in the capital. The Praetorians were based in Rome and played an important role in the politics of the empire, often intervening in the selection of the emperor or the appointment of key officials. Despite the centralization of power under Augustus, the Senate remained an important institution in Roman politics. Augustus worked to restore the prestige of the Senate, and many of his key officials were appointed from its ranks. The Senate continued to pass laws and provide advice to the emperor, although its power was limited compared to the Republican period. The people of Rome also had a role in the governance of the empire, although their influence was more limited than that of the Senate. Augustus established a number of public works projects, such as aqueducts, roads, and public buildings, to improve the lives of Roman citizens. He also introduced a system of grain subsidies that provided cheap or free grain to the poor, helping to ensure that the population remained well-fed and content. The first settlement laid the groundwork for a new form of government that would endure for centuries. The principles of the Principate, such as the balance of power between the emperor, the Senate, and the people, and the idea of a centralized, efficient government, would shape the political institutions of the Roman Empire for centuries to come. The legacy of the Principate can still be seen in modern political systems, such as the concept of a strong central authority and the idea of a balanced distribution of power. Chapter 3: The First Settlement, Augustus' Consolidation of Power in Rome. In the wake of the Roman Republic's collapse, the Roman army emerged as one of the most influential and powerful institutions in the empire. The army played a critical role in maintaining stability and enforcing law and order throughout the territories under Rome's control. The reign of Augustus, in particular, was marked by significant reforms to the military, resulting in the formation of the Praetorian Guard and a revamping of the legions. The Praetorian Guard was established by Augustus in 27 BC as a personal guard for the emperor, replacing the Republican-era system of having a consul or magistrate serve as a commander-in-chief. The Praetorian Guard was initially composed of 9 cohorts of 1,000 men each, with a commander known as the Praetorian Prefect, appointed by the emperor. Over time, the Praetorian Guard grew in size and power, becoming a political force that often played a role in the selection and deposition of emperors. One of Augustus' most significant military reforms was the reorganization of the legions. The legions were the backbone of the Roman army, consisting of heavily armed infantry troops with a smaller number of cavalry units. Under Augustus, the legions were reorganized and stationed in specific provinces to maintain order and defend the frontiers of the empire. The legions were also made up of citizen soldiers who received pay and other benefits in exchange for their military service, which helped to foster a sense of loyalty and duty to Rome. Augustus also introduced new tactics and strategies to the Roman army, emphasizing the use of auxiliary troops recruited from conquered territories. These auxiliary troops were typically used as light infantry, archers, or cavalry, and their inclusion in the army proved crucial in expanding the Roman Empire's borders. The power and influence of the Praetorian Guard and the legions were critical in maintaining the stability of the Roman Empire during Augustus' reign. Augustus was well aware of the potential threat posed by the military, and he took great care to ensure that the army remained loyal to him and the Roman state. Augustus' reforms ensured that the military was not only a formidable fighting force, but also a reliable tool for enforcing the rule of law and maintaining order throughout the empire. The Praetorian Guard's role in the selection and deposition of emperors was both a blessing and a curse for the Roman Empire. While the Praetorians helped to maintain political stability and continuity during times of crisis, they also often proved to be a destabilizing force in their role as kingmakers. The Praetorians were responsible for the deaths of several emperors, including Caligula and Pertinax, and their involvement in imperial politics contributed to the decline of the Roman Empire. The Roman army's legacy has endured long beyond the fall of the Roman Empire. The tactics and strategies developed by the Roman army continue to influence modern military tactics, and the concept of the citizen soldier in particular remains an essential element of many modern militaries. The Praetorian Guard's role in the selection and deposition of emperors also continues to fascinate historians, with many drawing parallels to modern-day political machinations. In summary, Augustus' military reforms had a significant impact on the Roman army's organization, tactics, and power. The Praetorian Guard and the legions played a crucial role in maintaining stability and enforcing the rule of law throughout the Roman Empire. While the Praetorians' involvement in imperial politics ultimately contributed to the decline of the Roman Empire, the Roman army's legacy endures as a testament to its power and influence on military strategy and tactics. The Roman Republic was a vast empire that spanned across Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. Under the guidance of Augustus, Rome underwent a period of transformation that would eventually lead to the establishment of the Roman Empire. Augustus is considered one of Rome's greatest emperors, and his reforms have had a lasting impact on the world. One of his most significant reforms was the reshaping of the Roman provinces. Prior to Augustus' reign, the Roman Republic controlled a large number of territories. However, these territories were not considered provinces. Instead, they were known as client states, and the Roman Republic did not exert direct control over them. The client states were allowed to govern themselves, but they were required to pay tribute to Rome. Augustus changed this system, and he established a new system of Roman provinces. The Roman provinces were territories that were directly controlled by Rome. Augustus divided the Roman Empire into two regions, the Eastern and Western Empires. Each region was then divided into provinces. The provinces were governed by a governor, who was appointed by the emperor. The governor's role was to maintain law and order in the province, collect taxes, and ensure that the province remained loyal to Rome. The governor had complete control over the province's military forces, and he had the power to appoint officials to help him govern the province. The establishment of the Roman provinces had a significant impact on the empire. It allowed Rome to exert direct control over the territories it conquered, and it allowed for more efficient governance. The Roman provinces were also instrumental in spreading Roman culture and ideas throughout the empire. Under Augustus' rule, the Roman provinces also underwent a series of reforms. Augustus sought to improve the administration of the provinces, and he implemented several measures to accomplish this goal. One of the most significant reforms was the establishment of a census in the provinces. The census was used to determine the population of each province and to collect information about the inhabitants of the province. The census allowed Rome to keep track of the population of each province, and it was also used to determine the amount of taxes that each province would pay. Augustus also established a new system of taxation in the provinces. Instead of paying tribute to Rome, the provinces were required to pay a fixed amount of taxes each year. Augustus also reformed the legal system in the provinces. He established a system of Roman law that was used throughout the empire. The governor of each province was responsible for ensuring that the law was enforced, and he had the power to make decisions in legal cases. The establishment of the Roman provinces was an important step towards the establishment of the Roman Empire. It allowed Rome to exert direct control over the territories it conquered, and it allowed for more efficient governance. The reforms that Augustus implemented in the provinces also had a lasting impact on the empire. The Roman provinces allowed for the spread of Roman culture and ideas throughout the empire. The establishment of a census and a new system of taxation allowed Rome to keep track of its population and collect taxes more efficiently. The legal reforms that Augustus implemented ensured that the law was enforced throughout the empire. Augustus' reforms in the Roman provinces were instrumental in the creation of the Roman Empire. They allowed Rome to establish a more efficient system of governance, and they ensured that the law was enforced throughout the empire. The legacy of Augustus' reforms in the Roman provinces can still be felt today, as the Roman Empire continues to be studied and admired by people around the world. Augustus, the first emperor of Rome, was not only a shrewd politician and military strategist, but also a patron of the arts. He understood the importance of art and literature as a tool for promoting his political agenda and consolidating his power. During his long reign, from 27 BC to 14 AD, he initiated numerous cultural projects and established a patronage system that set the standard for future generations. One of Augustus' most significant cultural achievements was the establishment of the imperial cult. He recognized the importance of religion in binding his subjects together and in promoting loyalty to the state. By making himself the high priest of the new cult, Augustus was able to create a sense of divine authority for his rule. He also patronized the construction of numerous temples, many of which were dedicated to the worship of his family members and ancestors. Augustus also recognized the power of propaganda in shaping public opinion. He sponsored the creation of numerous works of art and literature that celebrated his achievements and virtues. Some of the most notable examples of Augustan literature include the works of Virgil, Horace, and Ovid. Virgil's epic poem, the Aeneid, celebrated the origins of Rome and the divine destiny of the Roman people. Horace's poetry celebrated the virtues of Augustus and his regime, while Ovid's Metamorphoses depicted the power of the gods and the heroism of Augustus. In addition to literature, Augustus patronized the arts, sponsoring the construction of numerous public buildings and monuments throughout the empire. Some of the most notable examples include the Era Passus Augustae, a monument that celebrated Augustus' establishment of peace in the empire, and the Temple of Apollo on the Palatine Hill, which became the center of Augustus' religious cult. Augustus' patronage of the arts had significant political implications. By sponsoring the creation of works of art that celebrated his regime, he was able to promote a sense of national identity and pride among his subjects. He was also able to use art and literature to propagate his political ideology and to justify his rule. For example, the Era Passus Augustae was not just a monument celebrating peace, but also an implicit message to Augustus' subjects that his reign was one of prosperity and stability. Augustus' patronage of the arts also had significant economic implications. The construction of public buildings and monuments provided employment for artisans, architects, and builders. The production of works of art and literature created a demand for scribes, artists, and printers. Augustus' patronage of the arts helped to create a thriving cultural economy that would continue to flourish in the centuries that followed. Augustus' legacy in the arts was not just limited to his own reign. The patronage system that he established set the standard for future generations of rulers, both in Rome and throughout Europe. His promotion of literature, art, and architecture helped to create a lasting cultural legacy that continues to influence contemporary art and literature. In summary, Augustus' patronage of the arts was a significant aspect of his reign and helped to shape the cultural legacy of Rome. By promoting the imperial cult, sponsoring the construction of public buildings and monuments, and patronizing the works of artists and writers, Augustus was able to create a sense of national identity and pride, justify his rule, and promote economic growth. His legacy in the arts continues to inspire and influence contemporary art and literature, making him one of the most important cultural figures in history. The establishment of the first settlement by Augustus, also known as Gaius Octavius, marked a turning point in the history of the Roman Republic. Following years of political turmoil, civil war, and the assassination of Julius Caesar, Augustus emerged as the undisputed leader of Rome. In 27 BCE, he proclaimed the establishment of the Principate, a new form of government that would shape the future of Rome and Western civilization for centuries to come. Despite its lasting impact, the first settlement was not without its critics, and its legacy has been the subject of much debate among historians. At its core, the first settlement was designed to restore stability and order to Rome after years of political chaos. Augustus was determined to avoid the mistakes of his predecessor Julius Caesar, who had been assassinated for his efforts to seize absolute power. Instead, Augustus sought to consolidate his own power in a more subtle and strategic manner. He did so by creating a system of government that balanced traditional republican institutions with a new autocratic authority centered on his own person. The first settlement was not without its critics. Some contemporary writers, such as the poet Ovid, lamented the loss of traditional republican values and the rise of imperial autocracy. Others, such as the historian Tacitus, saw the first settlement as the beginning of the end for the Roman Republic. Tacitus wrote that the state was enslaved under the pretext of preserving its freedom, and that Augustus had usurped the rights of the people and the power of the magistrates. According to Tacitus, Augustus had destroyed the Roman Republic in all but name. In modern times, the first settlement has been subject to a great deal of historical debate. Some scholars see it as a necessary step towards stability and prosperity in the Roman Empire, while others view it as a betrayal of traditional republican values. Some argue that the first settlement paved the way for centuries of autocratic rule in Europe, while others see it as a precursor to the modern democratic state. One of the main criticisms of the first settlement is that it established a system of government that was vulnerable to abuse by future emperors. Augustus had no clear successor, and the system he established depended on the personal qualities of the ruler. This led to a succession of weak and ineffective emperors, such as Caligula and Nero, who abused their power and contributed to the decline of the Roman Empire. Another criticism of the first settlement is that it created a society that was increasingly stratified and unequal. Augustus' reforms favored the wealthy and powerful, while leaving the poor and marginalized at a disadvantage. The empire became increasingly centralized and bureaucratic, leading to a loss of local autonomy and self-government. Despite these criticisms, the first settlement had many positive aspects that contributed to the prosperity and stability of the Roman Empire. Augustus' reforms stabilized the economy, reduced corruption, and improved the lives of many ordinary Romans. The establishment of a standing army and the Praetorian Guard provided a strong defense against external threats, while also ensuring the stability of the regime. Moreover, Augustus' patronage of the arts and literature helped to create a rich cultural legacy that has influenced Western civilization to this day. He sponsored poets such as Virgil and Horace, who wrote epic poems that celebrated Rome's past and present. He also sponsored public works projects, such as the construction of temples, aqueducts, and other infrastructure, that improved the lives of Romans across the empire. In summary, the first settlement established by Augustus was a complex and multifaceted development in the history of the Roman Republic. While it has been criticized for its autocratic tendencies and inequalities, it also contributed to the prosperity and stability of the Roman Empire. Chapter 4: The Second Settlement. The Emperor establishes constitutional order. The Roman Empire under Augustus was a time of relative peace and prosperity, but it was not without its challenges. One of the most pressing issues facing the emperor was the question of succession. Although Augustus had established himself as the undisputed ruler of Rome, there was no clear successor to his throne. Augustus had no natural heirs, and his only child, Julia, had been banished for immorality. As Augustus aged, it became increasingly clear that he needed to find a way to ensure that the empire would continue under a competent and stable leader after his death. This was no easy task. Augustus had established himself as the first Roman emperor, and the transition of power from him to a successor would set a precedent for all future rulers. Additionally, the question of succession was complicated by the fact that Augustus had created a complex system of government that had never existed before. Despite these challenges, Augustus began working on a plan for succession. In 5 AD, he introduced the first of several measures that would come to be known as the Second Settlement. This set of laws and regulations was designed to ensure a smooth transition of power after Augustus' death. One of the key provisions of the Second Settlement was the establishment of a new title for the emperor, princeps. This word, which means first citizen in Latin, was intended to convey the idea that the emperor was not a monarch, but rather the first among equals in a republican government. The princeps would have all the powers of an absolute ruler, but he would also be expected to work in consultation with the Senate and to maintain the appearance of republican government. Another important provision of the Second Settlement was the establishment of a clear line of succession. Augustus adopted his stepson Tiberius as his heir, and made it clear that Tiberius would succeed him as emperor. Augustus also established a reserve of candidates for the imperial succession, known as the Imperial College. This group of men, all of whom were of noble birth and had served as magistrates, would be eligible to succeed the emperor if Tiberius were to die or become unfit to rule. The second settlement also included a number of other measures designed to ensure the stability and continuity of the empire. Augustus established a new system of provincial administration, which gave the governors of the provinces more power and autonomy. He also introduced a number of social reforms, such as the establishment of a new class of knights and the promotion of family values. Despite these measures, the second settlement was not without its critics. Some members of the Senate felt that Augustus was consolidating too much power in his own hands, and they worried that the princeps might become a de facto monarch. Others felt that the system of imperial succession was too rigid, and that it did not allow for the possibility of a popular general or statesman to take the throne. In the end, however, the second settlement proved to be an effective framework for the Roman Empire. Tiberius succeeded Augustus as emperor, and the imperial college served as a reserve of candidates for the imperial succession for several centuries. The princeps became a permanent fixture of Roman government, and the idea of the emperor as the first among equals endured for centuries. The second settlement was not perfect, but it represented a significant step forward in the development of the Roman Empire. Augustus had succeeded in establishing a stable and durable system of government, one that would endure for centuries and shape the course of Western history. The Roman Empire was one of the most powerful and influential civilizations in the world, and at the heart of that empire was the figure of the emperor, known in Latin as the princeps. The princeps was more than just a ruler; he was the embodiment of the state, the head of the government, and the arbiter of society. The powers of the princeps were vast and complex, and they evolved over time as the needs of the empire changed. Under Augustus, the first emperor, the role of the princeps was defined by the principate system, which was a combination of republican and monarchical elements. The princeps was not a king, but rather the first among equals in the Senate, with the power to veto and propose legislation, and to appoint magistrates and governors. He also had control over the army, the provinces, and the finances of the state, as well as the power to grant citizenship and pardon criminals. The power of the princeps was not unlimited, however. The Senate and the people retained some of their traditional powers, and the princeps was expected to respect their rights and to work with them to govern the empire. The princeps also had to balance his power with that of the other institutions of the empire, such as the army, the bureaucracy, and the legal system. One of the most important powers of the princeps was his control over the army. Augustus had created a standing army, the legions, which were stationed in the provinces and were commanded by the emperor or his appointed generals. The princeps also had control over the Praetorian Guard, a special unit of elite soldiers that protected the emperor and his family. The princeps also had the power to appoint governors to the provinces, who were responsible for maintaining order, collecting taxes, and administering justice. The governors were appointed for a fixed term, usually 1 year, and were accountable to the emperor and the Senate for their actions. The princeps had control over the finances of the state, and was responsible for raising revenue through taxes and other means. He also had the power to debase the currency, which he sometimes did to fund his projects and to pay for the army. One of the most significant powers of the princeps was his ability to shape the culture and society of the empire through his patronage and propaganda. Augustus was known for his support of the arts, architecture, and literature, and he used these mediums to promote his vision of the empire and his own achievements. He also created a cult of personality around himself, which emphasized his role as the savior of Rome and the father of the people. The powers of the princeps evolved over time, as the needs of the empire changed and as the emperors themselves became more autocratic. Some emperors, such as Nero and Caligula, abused their power and were overthrown or assassinated, while others, such as Trajan and Hadrian, were able to maintain a balance between their own authority and that of the other institutions of the empire. Overall, the powers of the princeps were vast and complex, and they shaped the governance and society of the Roman Empire. The princeps was not just a ruler, but also a symbol of the state and the embodiment of the aspirations of the people. Despite the abuses of some emperors, the role of the princeps remained a vital part of Roman political and social life until the fall of the empire in the 5th century CE. The Roman Empire, under Augustus, saw significant administrative reforms that helped stabilize and consolidate power. The emperor himself was a shrewd politician and was aware that he needed to maintain a balance between the various power centers of Rome, including the Senate, the equestrian class, and the army. To achieve this, Augustus introduced a new system of government, known as the Principate, which established the emperor as the ultimate authority in Rome. One of the key features of the Principate was the creation of a centralized bureaucracy that helped the emperor manage the vast empire. The bureaucracy of the Roman Empire under Augustus was made up of a number of departments, each with its own set of responsibilities. At the head of the bureaucracy was the emperor himself, who was assisted by a number of trusted advisors. The emperor was also responsible for appointing the heads of the various departments. One of the most important departments was the chancery, which was responsible for the drafting and issuing of official documents. This department was headed by the Magister Memoriae, who was responsible for recording the emperor's decisions and issuing them in the form of edicts. The edicts were then circulated throughout the empire and were considered to be the law. Another key department was the imperial treasury, which was responsible for managing the finances of the empire. This department was headed by the Praefectus Aerarii, who was responsible for collecting taxes, managing the state finances, and paying the salaries of the army. The emperor also established a number of departments to manage specific areas of the empire. For example, there was a department responsible for managing the grain supply, another for managing the water supply, and another for managing public works. To ensure that the bureaucracy was efficient and effective, Augustus introduced a system of checks and balances. For example, he created a position known as the Praetorian Prefect, who was responsible for overseeing the army and ensuring that it remained loyal to the emperor. This position was held by a trusted advisor of the emperor, and it helped to prevent military coups. Another important feature of the Roman bureaucracy was the system of promotion. Officials were appointed to their positions based on their qualifications and experience, and they could be promoted to higher positions if they demonstrated competence and loyalty. This system helped to ensure that the bureaucracy was staffed by qualified individuals who were committed to the emperor. The Roman bureaucracy was also notable for its use of records and archives. The chancery kept detailed records of all official documents, and these records were used to ensure that the emperor's edicts were enforced throughout the empire. The bureaucracy also maintained detailed records of the empire's finances, which helped the emperor to manage the economy. Despite its many successes, the Roman bureaucracy was not without its flaws. One of the biggest challenges faced by Augustus was corruption within the bureaucracy. Officials often abused their power for personal gain, and there were instances where officials embezzled state funds or accepted bribes. Another challenge faced by the Roman bureaucracy was the vastness of the empire. It was difficult to manage an empire that stretched from Spain to Egypt, and communication was often slow and inefficient. As a result, decisions made in Rome could take months to reach the farthest corners of the empire. Despite these challenges, the Roman bureaucracy under Augustus was a significant achievement. It helped to establish a stable and efficient system of government that lasted for centuries. The bureaucracy also helped to establish a sense of order and continuity throughout the empire, and it helped to ensure that the emperor's edicts were enforced throughout the empire. The Roman army underwent significant changes during the transition from the Republic to the empire. While many aspects of the army remained the same, such as its structure and organization, there were also important innovations that helped make the army more effective and powerful. These changes reflected the broader evolution of the Roman state and society, and were essential to the maintenance of the empire. Under the Republic, the Roman army was primarily composed of citizen soldiers who served part-time in the army while maintaining their own farms and businesses. However, as the Roman state expanded and faced new military challenges, it became clear that this model was no longer sufficient. In the late Republic, generals increasingly relied on professional soldiers rather than citizen soldiers to staff their armies, and this trend continued under the Empire. The most important change to the Roman army during this period was the development of a standing, professional army that was paid and housed by the state. This army was composed primarily of volunteers who were drawn from the lower classes of Roman society, such as freedmen, and who served for a period of 25 years. The soldiers were trained in a standardized manner and were equipped with standardized weaponry, including the iconic Roman gladius sword and the pilum, a type of javelin. Augustus, the first Roman emperor, was instrumental in the development of this professional army. He reorganized the army into legions, each of which had approximately 5,000 soldiers, and established a central command structure that ensured a high degree of cohesion and discipline. He also created a corps of Praetorian guards, who were tasked with protecting the emperor and the capital city of Rome. One of the most significant advantages of the professional Roman army was its ability to engage in large-scale, sustained military campaigns. In contrast to the citizen soldiers of the Republic, who were typically only available for short periods of time, the professional soldiers could be deployed for years at a time, allowing for more complex and ambitious military campaigns. This was crucial to the expansion and maintenance of the Roman Empire, which required a large and effective military force to control its vast territories. The Roman army was also highly adaptable and could adopt new tactics and weapons as needed to respond to new challenges. For example, the army was able to successfully incorporate cavalry units from conquered territories such as Spain and Numidia into its ranks. The army also adopted new weapons, such as the composite bow, which was effective against the heavily armored cavalry of the Parthian Empire. Despite its many strengths, the Roman army was not invincible. It suffered a number of defeats and setbacks over the course of the empire, including the Battle of the Teutoburg Forest in 9 CE, which saw 3 Roman legions destroyed by Germanic tribes. However, the army was able to recover from these setbacks and continued to maintain the empire. The Roman army had a significant impact on the development of military strategy and tactics. The use of standardized equipment and training, as well as the development of a central command structure, influenced military organizations for centuries to come. The Roman army was also influential in the development of siege warfare, which was essential to the capture of heavily fortified cities and fortifications. In summary, the Roman army underwent significant changes during the transition from the Republic to the Empire. The development of a standing, professional army was a crucial innovation that allowed for the expansion and maintenance of the Roman Empire. The army was highly adaptable and effective, and had a lasting impact on military strategy and tactics. Despite its many strengths, the Roman army was not invincible and suffered defeats and setbacks over the course of the empire. However, its legacy continued to be felt long after the fall of the Western Roman Empire. Chapter 5: The Roman Army under Augustus, Reforms and Expansion. The Roman Republic had long been beset by political instability and conflict, which culminated in the rise of Julius Caesar and the fall of the Republic. In the aftermath of Caesar's assassination, his adopted son and heir, Gaius Octavius, emerged as a contender for power, forging alliances and waging war against his rivals. Ultimately, Octavius emerged victorious, and he was hailed as the savior of Rome. But Octavius did not simply inherit his power. He was a master politician who carefully crafted his image and consolidated his authority through a series of strategic moves. This culminated in the Second Settlement, a sweeping set of reforms that transformed the Roman state and established a new form of government that would endure for centuries. At the heart of the Second Settlement was the transformation of Octavius' role from that of a magistrate to a princeps or first citizen. While he held no official title of emperor, Octavius was effectively a monarch, with absolute control over the Roman state. However, he understood that the Roman people were deeply attached to the idea of the Republic, and he was careful to preserve the forms of the old system while concentrating power in his own hands. He was, in essence, a master of spin, adept at manipulating public opinion and projecting an image of himself as a humble servant of the state. One of the key elements of the Second Settlement was the creation of a new governing class known as the equestrians or knights. This group was composed of wealthy individuals who were not members of the traditional patrician or plebeian classes, and they were granted a variety of privileges and responsibilities that placed them just below the senatorial elite. This move helped to create a new power base for Octavius, one that was more loyal to him than to the old patrician families that had traditionally dominated Roman politics. Another important reform of the Second Settlement was the establishment of a new system of succession. Octavius was keenly aware of the need to ensure a stable transition of power after his death, and he established a complex system of inheritance that involved the adoption of successive heirs. This system ensured that there would always be a clear line of succession, and it helped to prevent the kind of chaos and violence that had plagued the Republic in its final years. Perhaps the most important aspect of the Second Settlement was the creation of a standing army that was loyal to the emperor rather than to the state. This was a significant departure from the traditional Roman system, which relied on citizen soldiers who were called up only in times of war. Under the new system, the Roman legions were transformed into a professional army that was paid directly by the emperor and commanded by officers who owed their loyalty to him alone. This gave Octavius an unparalleled degree of military power, and it helped to ensure his control over the provinces and frontiers of the Roman Empire. Despite these significant changes, Octavius was careful to maintain the trappings of the old republic. He continued to hold elections and consult with the Senate, and he was careful to project an image of himself as a servant of the state rather than as a monarch. He even declined offers of various titles and honors that would have made his power more explicit, preferring to remain the first citizen of Rome. The Second Settlement was a remarkable achievement, one that transformed the Roman state and established a new form of government that would endure for centuries. It gave Octavius unparalleled power and authority, and it laid the foundations for the imperial system that would define Rome for the next 500 years. However, it was not without its flaws, and it left many questions unanswered. At the time of Augustus, the Roman army was a highly professionalized and sophisticated military force, representing the culmination of centuries of development and refinement. Augustus inherited a powerful army from his predecessor Julius Caesar, but he made significant changes and improvements that allowed him to maintain control of the empire for over 4 decades. One of the most notable changes Augustus made to the army was in its organization. Under Augustus, the army was divided into 2 distinct parts, the legions and the auxilia. The legions were the core of the Roman army, consisting of Roman citizens who were organized into large, self-contained units of around 5,000 to 6,000 soldiers. The auxilia, on the other hand, were made up of non-citizen soldiers, including cavalry, infantry, and other specialized units. The auxilia were often used to supplement the legions, and were highly valued for their skills and expertise. In addition to these organizational changes, Augustus also made important tactical changes to the army. He emphasized the use of discipline and training, ensuring that soldiers were well drilled and able to execute complex maneuvers on the battlefield. He also introduced new weapons and technologies, such as the pilum, a type of javelin that was specifically designed to pierce armor. Augustus also recognized the importance of logistics in military campaigns, and made significant efforts to ensure that his soldiers were well fed and supplied. He established a system of permanent military bases and supply depots throughout the empire, allowing the army to operate far from its home base for extended periods of time. Another important aspect of Augustus' military reforms was the creation of a professional officer corps. Under Augustus, officers were required to be of a certain social rank and to have received a formal education. This helped to ensure that the army was led by competent and capable leaders who were able to make informed decisions in the heat of battle. Overall, Augustus' reforms transformed the Roman army from a citizen militia into a highly professionalized and disciplined military force that was capable of conquering and maintaining control over a vast empire. These changes helped to ensure that the Roman Empire remained stable and prosperous for centuries to come. In the early days of the Roman Republic, the army was made up of citizen soldiers who served on a part-time basis. As the Roman state expanded, this system proved to be inadequate, and the Roman army began to rely more and more on professional soldiers. However, it was not until the reign of Augustus that the army underwent a complete overhaul, transforming it from a citizen militia into a professional standing army. The army under Augustus was structured in a hierarchical manner. At the top were the legates, who commanded a legion and were responsible for its organization, training, and tactics. Beneath them were the tribunes, who were young aristocrats, often with little military experience, but who were responsible for the administration of the legion. The centurions were the backbone of the army, responsible for leading a century, a unit of roughly 80 men. Finally, there were the soldiers themselves, who were recruited from across the Roman Empire. Augustus' reforms also included changes to the organization of the legions themselves. Previously, legions had been raised for a particular campaign and disbanded once the campaign was over. Augustus created a standing army that was permanent, allowing for greater continuity and consistency in military training and tactics. This also meant that soldiers were no longer tied to a particular commander or campaign, but instead served the state as a whole. To support this standing army, Augustus established a system of military garrisons, or castra, throughout the empire. These garrisons were typically located on the borders, where they could protect against foreign invasion, but they were also used to maintain law and order within the empire. The establishment of these garrisons allowed the Roman army to be deployed quickly in times of crisis. Augustus also introduced changes to the tactics used by the Roman army. Previously, the Roman army had relied heavily on the use of the manipular system, in which the legion was divided into units of maniples, each of which was made up of 2 centuries. Augustus replaced this system with the cohort system, in which the legion was divided into 10 cohorts, each of which was made up of 6 centuries. This new system allowed for greater flexibility on the battlefield and allowed the Roman army to adapt to changing circumstances more quickly. It also allowed for the creation of specialized units, such as cavalry and archers, which were organized into auxiliary cohorts. The professionalization of the army under Augustus had a significant impact on the Roman Empire. It allowed the empire to expand and maintain its territorial holdings, but it also contributed to the centralization of power under the emperor. With a professional army at his disposal, the emperor was able to suppress internal dissent and maintain control over the empire. Augustus' reforms to the army also had a lasting impact on military strategy and tactics. The cohort system, in particular, became the standard military organization for centuries to come, and the Roman army's tactics and formations were emulated by other military forces throughout Europe. In summary, Augustus' reforms to the Roman army were a crucial component of his broader project to transform the Roman state. By creating a professional standing army and garrisons throughout the empire, Augustus was able to centralize power and maintain control over the empire. These reforms also had a lasting impact on military strategy and tactics, shaping the course of European military history for centuries to come. The Roman army was not only a formidable fighting force, but also played a crucial role in maintaining imperial control over the vast territories that constituted the Roman Empire. The soldiers were stationed throughout the empire, ensuring that the citizens were obeying Roman law and the governors were adhering to the emperor's directives. Under Augustus, the army was restructured, and its size expanded, leading to the creation of new legions and the establishment of a standing army. This move helped in the rapid expansion of the Roman Empire, and the army became the backbone of the imperial administration. Augustus recognized the importance of having a well-organized and well-equipped army. He made significant reforms that included the creation of the Praetorian Guard, a special unit tasked with protecting the emperor, and the establishment of a standing army that was permanently stationed in the provinces. The standing army allowed for greater flexibility in the deployment of troops and was instrumental in maintaining imperial control. Augustus also reorganized the legions, which were the primary units of the Roman army. He reduced their size and increased their number, leading to the creation of new legions. This move allowed for greater specialization and a better distribution of soldiers across the empire. The legions were divided into cohorts, each consisting of 6 centuries, and the soldiers were organized according to their abilities and experience. The most experienced soldiers were placed in the front ranks, while the less experienced ones were placed in the rear ranks. The Roman army was made up of various types of soldiers, including infantry, cavalry, and auxiliary units. The infantry was the backbone of the army and was made up of legionaries, who were Roman citizens. The cavalry was made up of equites, who were Roman knights, and the auxiliaries were non-Roman soldiers who were recruited from the provinces. The auxiliaries were used to supplement the legions and were often deployed in areas where local knowledge was crucial. The Roman army was a formidable force that was feared by its enemies. It was well equipped with weapons, including swords, spears, and javelins, and its soldiers were trained in the art of warfare. They were also trained in engineering and were capable of building siege engines and fortifications. The army's tactics were based on discipline and order, and the soldiers were expected to obey their commanders without question. The army's role in maintaining imperial control was crucial. The soldiers were stationed in the provinces, where they ensured that the local governors were adhering to the emperor's directives. They also helped to suppress rebellions and uprisings, and were instrumental in maintaining law and order. The army's presence was a constant reminder of Roman power and influence, and it helped to deter potential enemies. The Roman army's expansion during the reign of Augustus led to the creation of a vast military infrastructure that was capable of supporting the empire's vast territorial holdings. The army was supported by a network of roads, fortifications, and logistical systems that enabled it to move troops and supplies quickly across the empire. The army's presence was a constant reminder of Roman power and influence, and it helped to maintain the Pax Romana, a period of relative peace and stability that lasted for over 2 centuries. In summary, the Roman army played a crucial role in maintaining imperial control over the vast territories that constituted the Roman Empire. The army was a formidable fighting force that was well-equipped and well-trained. Under Augustus, the army was restructured and expanded, leading to the creation of a standing army and the establishment of new legions. The army's presence was a constant reminder of Roman power and influence, and it helped to maintain the Pax Romana. The legacy of the Roman army is still felt today, and its influence can be seen in modern military strategy and tactics. The Roman army was the backbone of the Roman Empire, and its importance cannot be overstated. It was the tool through which the Romans conquered, controlled, and administered their vast territories, and it was the means by which they maintained order and stability within their society. The Roman army's organization, tactics, and discipline were renowned throughout the ancient world, and its influence on military strategy and tactics can still be seen today. Under Augustus, the Roman army underwent significant reforms that transformed it into a professional standing army. Before Augustus, the Roman army was a citizen militia that was raised for specific campaigns and then disbanded when the campaign was over. This made the army unreliable and difficult to manage, and it prevented the Romans from undertaking long-term military campaigns. Augustus' reforms changed all of that. The first step in Augustus' army reforms was to create a standing army. He did this by maintaining a permanent force of soldiers who were trained and equipped to the highest standards. This allowed the Romans to undertake long-term military campaigns, and it made the army more reliable and effective. To create a professional army, Augustus also introduced a system of regular pay and benefits for soldiers. This incentivized soldiers to remain in the army for longer periods of time, and it made the army a more attractive career option for young men. It also made the army more loyal to the emperor and less prone to rebellion. Another significant reform was the creation of the Praetorian Guard. The Praetorian Guard was a personal bodyguard for the emperor, and it was composed of the best soldiers in the Roman army. Augustus created the Praetorian Guard to protect himself from assassination and to ensure his personal safety. The Praetorian Guard would go on to play an important role in the politics of the Roman Empire, and it would be responsible for the assassination of several emperors. Augustus also reorganized the army into legions. A legion was a unit of around 5,000 soldiers that was organized into several smaller units called cohorts. The legion was led by a legionary commander, and it was equipped with the latest weapons and technology. The legion became the standard unit of the Roman army, and it remained so until the fall of the Western Roman Empire. To maintain the loyalty of the army, Augustus also introduced a system of rewards and punishments. Soldiers who distinguished themselves in battle were rewarded with honors, land, and money. Those who disobeyed orders or committed crimes were punished severely. Augustus' army reforms had a significant impact on the Roman Empire. They created a professional standing army that was capable of undertaking long-term military campaigns and maintaining order within the empire. The reforms also made the army more loyal to the emperor and less prone to rebellion. They also created a system of rewards and punishments that incentivized soldiers to perform well in battle and to remain loyal to the emperor. The legacy of Augustus' army reforms can still be seen today. The Roman army's tactics, organization, and discipline influenced military strategy and tactics throughout the world. The idea of a standing army became the norm for most countries, and the importance of a well-trained and well-equipped army remains essential to maintaining order and stability within any society. In summary, Augustus' army reforms transformed the Roman army into a professional standing army that was capable of undertaking long-term military campaigns and maintaining order within the empire. The reforms created a system of rewards and punishments that incentivized soldiers to perform well in battle and to remain loyal to the emperor. The legacy of these reforms can still be seen today, and they remain an important part of the Roman Empire's enduring legacy. Chapter 6: Augustus' Social Reforms, the Building Blocks of Roman Society. In the years before Augustus came to power, Roman society was rife with social issues and problems. The Roman Republic, which had been founded centuries earlier, was in decline. The ruling elite, known as the patricians, were increasingly out of touch with the common people, or plebeians, who made up the majority of the population. In addition, the economy was struggling, with farmers being forced to sell their land to wealthy landowners and the lower classes struggling to make ends meet. The patricians, who held most of the political power, were more concerned with maintaining their own wealth and status than with the welfare of the people. They were often seen as corrupt and out of touch with the common people, who were increasingly discontented with their situation. The plebeians, on the other hand, were growing increasingly restless and were demanding more rights and representation in government. In addition to social issues, Rome was also facing significant economic problems. The economy was primarily based on agriculture, but a series of wars had disrupted trade and caused significant damage to crops and farmland. This led to a shortage of food and rising prices, making life difficult for the lower classes. The Roman Republic was also facing significant military challenges. Rome had conquered much of the known world, but maintaining control over its vast territories was becoming increasingly difficult. The army was stretched thin, and soldiers were often forced to serve for long periods of time, which caused dissatisfaction and unrest. It was against this backdrop of social, economic, and military challenges that Augustus came to power. Augustus was born Gaius Octavius in 63 BCE, the son of a minor nobleman. He was adopted by Julius Caesar, who named him as his heir in his will. When Caesar was assassinated in 44 BCE, Augustus was only 19 years old. He quickly joined forces with two other powerful men, Mark Antony and Marcus Lepidus, to form the Second Triumvirate. Together, they defeated the conspirators who had assassinated Caesar and established their own rule over Rome. Augustus quickly realized that Rome was in need of significant reform. He began a program of social and economic reforms that aimed to improve the lives of the common people. He instituted measures to alleviate poverty, such as building new public works and creating a new social welfare program. Augustus also reformed the military. He created a standing army that was better trained, better equipped, and better organized than the previous armies of the Republic. This allowed Rome to maintain control over its vast territories and to continue its expansion. Perhaps most importantly, Augustus reformed the political system. He established a new form of government, known as the Principate, which gave the emperor significant powers but still allowed for some measure of popular representation. Augustus' reforms established the framework for the Roman Empire, which would last for centuries. Augustus' legacy was significant. His reforms transformed Roman society and helped to stabilize the empire. He is remembered as one of the greatest Roman leaders, and his reign is often seen as a time of peace and prosperity for the empire. His legacy continues to influence modern political thought, and his name remains synonymous with the idea of strong, effective leadership. The social issues and problems that plagued Roman society before Augustus' reign were not easily solved. A declining birth rate, high mortality rate, and widespread poverty were among the most pressing issues of the time. Augustus, determined to address these problems, implemented a series of marriage laws and policies aimed at encouraging marriage and childbearing. Before Augustus, there were no laws regulating marriage or childbearing. Augustus changed this by passing a series of laws designed to promote marriage and childbearing among the Roman people. The Lex Julia de Adulteris Coercandis, passed in 18 BC, made adultery a criminal offense punishable by exile or death. This law was intended to discourage adultery and promote the stability of marriage. Augustus also encouraged marriage by offering incentives to those who had children. He passed the Lex Papia Poppaea in AD 9, which offered various rewards to citizens who had children. These rewards included tax exemptions, eligibility for public office, and preference in the allocation of public lands. These policies helped to increase the birth rate in Rome and encourage family formation. Augustus' policies were not without controversy, however. Many people saw them as an intrusion into private life and a violation of personal freedom. Some also criticized Augustus for promoting marriage and childbearing only among the upper classes, leaving the poor and lower classes to struggle with poverty and difficult living conditions. Despite these criticisms, Augustus' marriage laws and policies were largely successful in their goals. The population of Rome began to grow again, and the stability of the family unit improved. Augustus himself set an example by promoting family values and remaining married to the same woman for over 50 years. In addition to promoting marriage and childbearing, Augustus also implemented policies aimed at improving the overall social welfare of the Roman people. He established a system of public welfare, including the provision of free grain to the poor and the establishment of orphanages and other institutions to care for those in need. Augustus also made efforts to reform the legal system, which had become corrupt and inefficient. He created a system of courts with judges appointed by the emperor rather than by election. This helped to ensure a fair and impartial legal system that was not subject to corruption or influence from outside forces. Despite these reforms, however, Augustus' policies were not without their flaws. His marriage laws and policies, while successful in promoting family formation among the upper classes, did little to alleviate poverty and hardship among the lower classes. The legal system, while more efficient and impartial, was still subject to influence from the emperor and his supporters. Overall, Augustus' marriage laws and policies represented an important step towards improving the social welfare of the Roman people. By promoting marriage and childbearing and establishing systems of public welfare and legal reform, Augustus helped to stabilize Roman society and set the stage for the empire's long-term success. During the reign of Augustus, there was a widespread belief that the moral decline of the Roman people was a major factor in the downfall of the Republic. As such, Augustus believed that the restoration of traditional Roman values and virtues was essential for the stability of the empire. To achieve this, he implemented a series of moral reforms that aimed to promote morality and virtue in Roman society. One of the most significant reforms that Augustus introduced was the Lex Julia de Adulteris Coercandis, a law aimed at curbing adultery and increasing the birth rate in Rome. The law stipulated that married men and women who committed adultery could be prosecuted and punished, and it also encouraged marriage and childbearing by providing incentives such as tax exemptions for couples with children. Augustus also sought to promote family values and the importance of the paterfamilias, or head of the household, in Roman society. He implemented laws that granted fathers greater control over their children, including the right to disinherit disobedient or wayward children. Additionally, Augustus encouraged the revival of ancient Roman religious practices and values, which he believed were essential for the preservation of the empire. He promoted the worship of traditional Roman gods and encouraged the construction of new temples and religious buildings. Augustus also sought to promote a sense of duty and civic responsibility among the Roman people. He implemented laws that required citizens to perform certain civic duties, such as serving on juries and paying taxes. He also established a system of public works that aimed to improve the infrastructure of Rome and enhance the quality of life for its citizens. Despite the positive impact of Augustus' moral reforms, they were not without criticism. Some saw them as an attempt to impose a rigid moral code on Roman society and limit personal freedom. Others felt that the reforms did not go far enough in addressing the social and economic issues that plagued Roman society, such as poverty and inequality. Regardless of these criticisms, Augustus' moral reforms had a lasting impact on Roman society and culture. They helped to promote traditional Roman values and virtues, and many of his laws and policies remained in place for centuries after his death. His focus on family values and civic responsibility also helped to shape the moral and social norms of the Western world for centuries to come. In the early years of Augustus' reign, Rome was a city in need of reform. The crowded and unsanitary living conditions, combined with a lack of infrastructure, had led to many problems, including disease outbreaks, flooding, and traffic congestion. Augustus recognized the need for significant improvements and embarked on a series of public works and infrastructure projects to transform the city. One of Augustus' most significant projects was the construction of new aqueducts to bring fresh water to the city. The Aqua Julia, Aqua Virgo, and Aqua Alsietina were built during his reign, with the Aqua Virgo still in use today. These aqueducts brought clean water to the city, improving public health and hygiene. In addition to the aqueducts, Augustus also initiated the construction of new roads and bridges to improve transportation and commerce. The Via Flaminia, Via Appia, and Via Aurelia were among the major roads built or renovated during his reign, providing a crucial transportation network for both the city and the empire. Augustus also sought to beautify the city, commissioning many public works of art and architecture. One of the most famous of these was the Era Pacis, or Altar of Peace, which celebrated the emperor's role in restoring stability and peace to the empire. The altar featured intricate carvings of mythological scenes and was housed in a grand marble building in the city. Other public works included the construction of new public buildings, such as the Basilica Julia and the Theatre of Marcellus, and the renovation of existing structures, including the Temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus on the Capitoline Hill. Augustus' public works and infrastructure projects not only improved the quality of life in the city, but also had significant economic benefits. The new roads and bridges facilitated trade and commerce, while the construction projects provided employment for many Roman citizens. Furthermore, Augustus' public works and infrastructure projects were a visible demonstration of his power and leadership, both in Rome and throughout the empire. By investing in the city's infrastructure, Augustus cemented his legacy as a great builder and visionary, and his achievements continue to be celebrated today. In summary, Augustus' public works and infrastructure projects transformed Rome from a crowded and unsanitary city into a thriving metropolis. His aqueducts, roads, bridges, and public buildings not only improved the quality of life for Roman citizens, but also had significant economic and political benefits. Augustus' legacy as a great builder and visionary is still celebrated today, and his influence on Roman and Western culture is immeasurable. The reign of Augustus is often regarded as a golden age in Roman history, characterized by relative stability and prosperity, and marked by significant cultural, political, and social reforms. Among the most notable of these reforms were those aimed at improving the state of Roman society, which had been marked by significant social issues and problems in the preceding years. Before Augustus came to power, Roman society was marked by a variety of issues, including declining birth rates, family breakdowns, and a loss of traditional Roman values and virtues. These issues were partly the result of rapid urbanization and industrialization, which had led to a breakdown of traditional social structures and values. In addition, the increasing wealth and power of the elite had led to a concentration of wealth and power in the hands of a few, resulting in a widening gap between the rich and the poor. Augustus recognized these issues and set about implementing a series of social reforms aimed at addressing them. One of the most significant of these reforms was his marriage laws and policies. Under Augustus, marriage was promoted as a civic duty, and a series of laws were passed aimed at encouraging marriage and childbearing. These laws included incentives for those who had multiple children, as well as penalties for those who remained unmarried or did not have children. In addition, Augustus promoted the idea of the traditional Roman family as the foundation of society, and sought to strengthen the legal and social status of the family unit. Another key aspect of Augustus' social reforms was his promotion of traditional Roman values and virtues. Augustus saw the loss of these values as a key cause of the decline of Roman society, and sought to restore them through a variety of measures. One of these measures was the promotion of religion, and Augustus actively supported the priesthood and the construction of temples and other religious buildings. In addition, Augustus promoted the idea of piety and moral virtue as central to Roman identity, and encouraged the study of literature and philosophy as a means of promoting these values. Augustus also recognized the need to improve the urban environment and infrastructure of Rome, which had deteriorated significantly in the preceding years. To this end, he initiated a series of public works projects aimed at improving the quality of life for Roman citizens. These projects included the construction of aqueducts, bridges, and public buildings, as well as the improvement of the sewage and drainage systems. In addition, Augustus implemented a series of public health measures aimed at improving the health and well-being of Roman citizens. The enduring legacy of Augustus' social reforms is significant. The promotion of marriage and family as a civic duty, as well as the legal and social status of the family unit, has been a cornerstone of Western society for centuries. Similarly, the promotion of traditional values and virtues and the idea of piety and moral virtue as central to society has had a lasting impact on Western culture and society. Finally, Augustus' public works projects and public health measures set a standard for urban planning and infrastructure that continues to influence modern city design and construction. In summary, Augustus' reign was marked by significant social reforms aimed at addressing the issues and problems of Roman society. These reforms included the promotion of marriage and family, the restoration of traditional Roman values and virtues, and the improvement of the urban environment and infrastructure. The enduring legacy of these reforms is significant and has had a lasting impact on Western culture and society. Chapter 7: The Imperial Cult. Augustus' introduction of divine worship. In the history of the Roman Empire, the figure of the emperor was not only a political leader, but also a religious and spiritual one. In the early days of the Roman Republic, the gods and goddesses of the pantheon were the objects of public worship, and the state was responsible for maintaining their temples and priests. However, with the rise of the empire and the power of the emperor, the cult of the divine emperor became an important part of Roman religious life. It was Augustus who set the precedent for this new form of worship. After defeating Mark Antony and Cleopatra, Augustus returned to Rome as the undisputed leader of the Roman world. He saw himself not only as a political ruler, but also as a spiritual one, and he sought to link himself with the gods of the Roman pantheon. To achieve this, he commissioned the construction of a new temple to be dedicated to the god Mars Ultor, the avenging Mars, as well as a new altar of peace, the Era Passus Augustae. These projects were intended to celebrate Augustus' victory in the civil wars, but also to establish him as a divine figure in the eyes of his subjects. The cult of the divine emperor gained further momentum under Augustus' successor Tiberius. Tiberius did not seek to establish a new religion or worship himself as a god, but he did encourage the development of new cults and the construction of temples dedicated to himself and members of his family. This set the stage for the more extreme forms of emperor worship that would emerge in later centuries. It was under the reign of Caligula that emperor worship became an established part of Roman religious life. Caligula declared himself a god and demanded that he be worshipped as such. He demanded that statues of himself be placed in the temples of the gods, and that he be worshipped alongside them. He even went so far as to order that he be worshipped in the synagogues of the Jews, a move that sparked outrage and rebellion. Emperor worship continued to grow under the reign of Claudius and Nero, but it was not until the reign of Vespasian that it became an official part of Roman religious life. Vespasian was the first emperor to have a temple built in his honor, the Temple of the deified Vespasian, which was dedicated to him after his death. His son Titus continued this tradition, building a temple to his father and brother, and then to his own deified father. Emperor worship became an important part of Roman religious life, and it had a profound effect on the empire. It helped to create a sense of unity and loyalty among the people, and it helped to legitimize the rule of the emperor. It also had an impact on the Roman economy, as people would purchase offerings and make donations to the temples in order to gain favor with the emperor. However, the cult of the divine emperor also had its critics. Some saw it as a form of tyranny, in which the emperor was treated as a god and the people were expected to worship him unquestioningly. Others saw it as a corruption of traditional Roman values and religion, in which the gods and goddesses of the pantheon were displaced by the emperor and his family. Despite these criticisms, the cult of the divine emperor persisted throughout the Roman Empire and beyond. It became an integral part of the Roman world, and it had a lasting impact on Western culture and religion. Even today, the idea of the divine ruler, whether in the form of a king, queen, or president, remains a powerful symbol of political power and authority. The Roman Empire was a complex and multifaceted society, with religion playing a significant role in shaping the beliefs and behaviors of its citizens. As the first emperor of Rome, Augustus faced a unique challenge in reconciling the traditional religious practices of Rome with the reality of imperial rule. One of the most significant ways that Augustus sought to accomplish this was through the introduction of the cult of the divine emperor, which played an important role in reinforcing the authority of the imperial government and promoting loyalty to the emperor. The concept of the divine emperor had roots in earlier Roman religion, particularly in the cult of the deified Julius Caesar, which was established by Augustus after his death. In this cult, Caesar was venerated as a god, with temples and priests dedicated to his worship. Augustus himself was initially reluctant to promote his own deification, recognizing that it was a departure from traditional Roman religious practices. However, he ultimately decided that it was necessary for him to be worshipped as a god in order to legitimize his rule and cement his position as the first emperor of Rome. The cult of the divine emperor was closely tied to the concept of the emperor as a god-like figure, with divine powers and qualities that set him apart from ordinary mortals. Augustus was particularly interested in promoting this image of himself, as he believed that it would help to ensure the stability and longevity of the Roman Empire. He encouraged the construction of temples and statues dedicated to himself, and promoted a cult of personality that emphasized his accomplishments and virtues. The cult of the divine emperor also served as a means of promoting loyalty to the imperial government and discouraging dissent. In addition to promoting the worship of the emperor, Augustus also established a network of informants and spies who reported on potential threats to the government. Those who were suspected of disloyalty were often punished severely, with imprisonment or execution being common punishments for those who opposed the imperial regime. Despite its importance in promoting imperial authority, the cult of the divine emperor was not universally accepted in the Roman Empire. Many traditionalists and religious conservatives objected to the deification of the emperor, seeing it as a violation of traditional Roman religious practices. Others saw the cult as a form of propaganda, designed to promote the image of the emperor as a godlike figure rather than a mortal ruler. Despite these objections, the cult of the divine emperor became an enduring feature of the Roman Empire and continued to play a significant role in shaping Roman religion and culture long after Augustus' death. The idea of the emperor as a godlike figure would continue to be promoted by subsequent emperors, with each seeking to solidify their own position by promoting their own cults and images. In summary, the cult of the divine emperor played an important role in reinforcing the authority of the imperial government and promoting loyalty to the emperor in the Roman Empire. Despite objections from traditionalists and religious conservatives, Augustus' introduction of this cult marked a significant departure from traditional Roman religious practices and helped to shape the culture and identity of the Roman Empire for centuries to come. The ancient Romans were a deeply religious people who believed in a multitude of gods and goddesses, and their religious practices played a crucial role in their daily lives. As Rome transitioned from a republic to an empire, the cult of the divine emperor emerged as a new aspect of Roman religion. This cult involved the worship of the living emperor as a god, and it would come to have a profound impact on Roman society and politics. The cult of the divine emperor began with Augustus, the first Roman emperor, who was deified after his death. However, it was not until the reign of his successor, Tiberius, that the imperial cult became an official state religion. Tiberius declared that a temple should be built in Rome to honor Augustus and the goddess Roma, and that the emperor should be worshipped as a god. This was a significant departure from traditional Roman religious practice, in which gods and goddesses were typically associated with particular aspects of life or nature. The imperial cult represented a fusion of politics and religion, as the emperor became a symbolic figure who embodied the power and authority of the state. The cult of the divine emperor quickly spread throughout the Roman Empire, with temples and shrines dedicated to the living emperor popping up in cities and towns across the empire. Emperors were often depicted in statues and other artwork as larger-than-life figures with godlike qualities, and their likenesses were used to adorn coins and other official state symbols. The imperial cult also had a profound impact on the social and political dynamics of the Roman Empire. It helped to promote a sense of unity and cohesion among the diverse peoples of the empire, as everyone was encouraged to worship the same godlike figure. This was particularly important given the vast size and diversity of the Roman Empire, which included people of many different ethnicities and cultures. The cult of the divine emperor also helped to reinforce the power and authority of the emperor himself. By portraying the emperor as a god, the cult helped to legitimize his rule and make it seem more permanent and unassailable. This was particularly important in an age of political instability and frequent leadership changes, as it helped to create a sense of continuity and stability in the face of uncertainty. However, the cult of the divine emperor was not without its detractors. Many traditionalists saw it as a threat to the traditional Roman religion and a distortion of the natural order of things. They were particularly concerned about the increasing influence of the emperor on religious matters, which they saw as a violation of the separation of church and state. Despite these criticisms, the imperial cult continued to thrive throughout the Roman Empire, and it played an important role in shaping the culture and politics of the time. Even after the fall of the Western Roman Empire, the cult of the divine emperor continued to influence European culture and society, particularly in the form of the concept of the divine right of kings. In summary, the cult of the divine emperor represented a significant departure from traditional Roman religious practice, and it had a profound impact on Roman society and politics. By promoting the worship of the living emperor as a god, the cult helped to reinforce the power and authority of the emperor and create a sense of unity and cohesion among the diverse peoples of the Roman Empire. While it was not without its critics, the cult of the divine emperor helped to shape the culture and politics of the Roman Empire, and continued to influence European society for centuries to come. In the early days of the Roman Empire, the cult of the divine emperor was an integral part of Roman religious life. It emerged during the reign of Augustus, the first emperor, and continued until the adoption of Christianity as the state religion by Emperor Constantine in the 4th century AD. The worship of the emperor as a god was not unique to the Roman Empire, but was common in many ancient cultures. Augustus was not initially comfortable with the idea of being worshipped as a god. He saw himself as the first citizen of the Roman Republic, rather than a divine figure. However, as he consolidated his power and the cult of the emperor became more popular, Augustus began to embrace the idea of his deification. In 29 BC, the Senate voted to accord Augustus the title of Augustus, and to build a temple to him in Rome. This was the beginning of the imperial cult. The imperial cult was a complex system of beliefs and rituals that centered on the worship of the emperor as a god. It included public ceremonies, such as the imperial cult festivals, and private devotions, such as the daily prayers and offerings made by individuals and households to their ancestral spirits and the gods of the state. The cult was not mandatory, but participation was encouraged as a way to show loyalty to the emperor and the state. The cult of the divine emperor had several functions in Roman society. First, it reinforced the idea of the emperor as the absolute ruler of the Roman Empire. By being worshipped as a god, the emperor was placed above all other mortals and was seen as a divine representative on earth. This helped to legitimize the emperor's rule and reinforce his authority. Second, the imperial cult served as a unifying force in the Roman Empire. It brought together people of different cultures and backgrounds under a common belief system. The cult was open to all citizens and even non-citizens, which helped to create a sense of shared identity among the diverse population of the empire. Third, the imperial cult was closely linked to the Roman military. The legions were required to swear an oath of loyalty to the emperor as a god, which helped to ensure their obedience and loyalty. The emperor also had the power to grant divine protection and victory in battle to his armies, which further strengthened the connection between the imperial cult and the military. Despite its popularity, the imperial cult was not without controversy. The cult's emphasis on the emperor as a god was seen by some as a challenge to traditional Roman religion and its gods. There were also concerns that the worship of the emperor as a god could lead to tyranny and the abuse of power. The rise of Christianity in the Roman Empire marked the beginning of the end for the imperial cult. Christians refused to participate in the cult, seeing it as idolatry and a violation of their beliefs. As Christianity became more widespread, the imperial cult began to lose its influence and popularity. The abolition of the imperial cult came in the 4th century AD, when Emperor Constantine made Christianity the state religion of the Roman Empire. Under his rule, the practice of emperor worship was abolished and the focus of Roman religion shifted to Christianity. In summary, the cult of the divine emperor was a significant aspect of Roman religious life during the early Roman Empire. It served as a way to legitimize the emperor's rule, unify the diverse population of the empire, and reinforce the connection between the emperor and the military. However, the cult was not without controversy, and faced opposition from some who saw it as a challenge to traditional Roman religion. With the rise of Christianity and the abolition of the imperial cult, the worship of the emperor as a god came to an end, marking a significant shift in the religious and cultural landscape of the Roman Empire. Chapter 8: Augustus' Religious Policies, From Persecution to Acceptance of Christianity. In the early Roman Empire, religion played a significant role in the daily lives of citizens. The Roman religion was polytheistic, meaning that it involved the worship of many gods and goddesses. These gods and goddesses were thought to have power over different aspects of life, and it was believed that they needed to be appeased with offerings and sacrifices to ensure good fortune. One of the most important aspects of the Roman religion was its connection to the state. The Roman government recognized the importance of religion in society, and so it was closely linked to the political structure of the empire. The emperor was also considered to be divine, and as such, he had the power to regulate and control the practice of religion. The Roman religion was also highly ritualistic, with a focus on the performance of specific rites and ceremonies. These ceremonies were often held in public, and they were intended to demonstrate the power and authority of the gods and the state. In addition to the state religion, there were also various cults and mystery religions that were practiced throughout the empire. These cults often focused on the worship of specific gods or goddesses, and they often had their own unique rituals and beliefs. One of the most popular mystery religions in the early Roman Empire was the cult of Isis. This cult originated in Egypt and spread throughout the empire, attracting both men and women. The cult of Isis was known for its emphasis on the afterlife, and its members believed that they could achieve eternal life through initiation into the cult. Another popular cult was the cult of Mithras, which originated in Persia. This cult was popular among soldiers, and it was known for its initiation rituals and its emphasis on the values of loyalty and courage. Despite the diversity of religious practices in the early Roman Empire, there was also a degree of religious tolerance. The Romans were generally accepting of different religious practices, as long as they did not challenge the authority of the state or threaten public order. However, this tolerance was not extended to Christianity. The early Christians were persecuted by the Roman state, largely because their beliefs were seen as a threat to the authority of the emperor and the state religion. In summary, religion played a significant role in the early Roman Empire. The state religion was closely linked to the political structure of the empire, and there were also various cults and mystery religions that were practiced throughout the empire. Despite the diversity of religious practices, the Romans were generally tolerant of different religions, as long as they did not challenge the authority of the state or threaten public order. In the early Roman Empire, religion played a vital role in society and government. The Romans believed that their gods were responsible for their success and well-being, and therefore they held religious rites and festivals to honor them. Augustus, the first emperor of Rome, was no exception in this respect. He had a strong interest in traditional Roman religion, and was appointed as the high priest, or Pontifex Maximus, during his reign. The Pontifex Maximus was the chief priest of the Roman state religion, and the position was considered to be one of the most important in Rome. It was traditionally held by the most distinguished and respected member of the Roman aristocracy. The duties of the Pontifex Maximus included overseeing the performance of public sacrifices, interpreting religious laws, and regulating the calendar. The position also came with significant political power, as the Pontifex Maximus was a member of the College of Priests, which advised the Roman magistrates and had the authority to interpret divine messages. Augustus' appointment as Pontifex Maximus was not without controversy. The position had traditionally been held by members of the Roman nobility, and Augustus was not born into a patrician family. However, his adoption by Julius Caesar and his successful military campaigns gave him the necessary prestige and influence to secure the position. Augustus took his role as Pontifex Maximus seriously and worked hard to promote traditional Roman religion during his reign. He was a devout believer in the Roman gods and saw himself as their chosen representative on earth. He actively encouraged the restoration of neglected temples and the construction of new ones, and he provided significant financial support for the upkeep of religious ceremonies and festivals. Augustus also saw the importance of using religion as a tool for political unity and stability. He believed that a strong and cohesive society required a shared set of beliefs and values. Therefore, he made it a priority to promote traditional Roman religion throughout the empire, regardless of local customs and beliefs. He encouraged the spread of Roman religious practices to the provinces and appointed officials to oversee the performance of religious rites in the more remote regions of the empire. One of Augustus' most significant contributions to Roman religion was the creation of the Era Passus, a monument dedicated to Pax, the goddess of peace. The Era Passus was built to commemorate Augustus' military victories and to promote the idea of peace and stability throughout the empire. The monument was adorned with relief sculptures depicting scenes of sacrifice and family life, emphasizing the importance of religion and family values in Roman society. Despite Augustus' efforts to promote traditional Roman religion, the rise of Christianity in the empire would ultimately lead to the decline of the imperial cult. Christianity was a monotheistic religion that rejected the Roman gods and the idea of emperor worship. As Christianity spread throughout the empire, many Romans began to question the legitimacy of the imperial cult and the divinity of their emperors. The rise of Christianity would ultimately lead to the abolition of the imperial cult in the 4th century AD. In summary, Augustus' role as Pontifex Maximus in his promotion of traditional Roman religion played a significant role in Roman society during the early empire. His efforts to restore neglected temples, promote religious festivals, and encourage the spread of Roman religious practices throughout the empire helped to maintain social cohesion and stability. However, the rise of Christianity and the rejection of the imperial cult would ultimately lead to the decline of the cult and the transition towards Christianity as the dominant religion of the Roman Empire. In the early Roman Empire, religion played a significant role in the lives of the people. The religious beliefs of the Romans were a mix of inherited practices, foreign influences, and new cults that emerged over time. Augustus, the first Roman emperor, had a complex relationship with religion, which shaped his policies towards it. Augustus was a traditionalist when it came to Roman religion. He believed that the gods had helped him to victory in the civil wars, and he saw it as his duty to honor them. As Pontifex Maximus, the highest priest in the Roman religion, he oversaw the maintenance of traditional rituals and the building of new temples. He sought to promote the worship of the Roman gods and to revive traditional practices that had fallen into disuse. At the same time, Augustus was tolerant of other religious beliefs. He recognized the importance of non-Roman religions in the provinces and allowed their practice, as long as they did not conflict with Roman law or offend Roman sensibilities. He even patronized some foreign cults, such as the Egyptian goddess Isis, which he saw as compatible with Roman religion. However, Augustus was not always tolerant of new religious movements that he saw as a threat to Roman stability. He outlawed certain cults that he deemed immoral or subversive, such as the Bacchanalian cult in 186 BCE. He also had a strained relationship with the Jewish community in Rome, who refused to worship the emperor as a god. One of Augustus' most significant religious policies was the establishment of the imperial cult. This cult centered around the worship of the emperor as a god, with temples and priesthoods dedicated to his worship. This was a departure from traditional Roman religion, which focused on the worship of a pantheon of gods and goddesses. The imperial cult was part of Augustus' efforts to legitimize his rule and create a sense of loyalty to the emperor as the embodiment of Rome. Despite his efforts to promote traditional Roman religion and the imperial cult, Augustus' religious policies were not always successful. The rise of Christianity in the later Roman Empire challenged the traditional religious order and eventually led to the end of the imperial cult. Augustus himself would have been appalled by the idea of monotheism and the rejection of the Roman gods, but the Christian religion would eventually become the dominant religion in the Roman Empire. In summary, religion played a significant role in the early Roman Empire, and Augustus had a complex relationship with it. He sought to promote traditional Roman religion while also tolerating other religious beliefs. He established the imperial cult as part of his efforts to legitimize his rule and create loyalty to the emperor. However, his religious policies were not always successful, and the rise of Christianity would eventually challenge the traditional Roman religious order. During the reign of Augustus, Christianity emerged as a new and distinct religion in the Roman Empire. It was a time of great religious diversity, with various cults and mystery religions vying for followers in a society where religion played an important role in daily life. For Christians, however, Their faith was not just one of many options, but a radical departure from the dominant religious beliefs of the time. Augustus himself was not particularly interested in religion, but he recognized its importance in maintaining social order and stability. He encouraged the traditional Roman religion, and as Pontifex Maximus, he oversaw the state religion and the cults of the gods. He also tolerated other religions, including those of conquered peoples, as long as they did not threaten public order or challenge the authority of the state. However, Christianity posed a unique challenge to Augustus and the Roman authorities. It was a monotheistic faith that rejected the pantheon of Roman gods and goddesses, as well as the divinity of the emperor. Furthermore, its message of equality and universal salvation had the potential to attract followers from all social classes, including slaves and women. This made it a threat to the established order, which relied on a strict hierarchy and social divisions to maintain control. The earliest Christians were a small and persecuted minority in the empire. They were often accused of various crimes, such as atheism, cannibalism, and incest, and were scapegoated for disasters such as fires and plagues. Many were imprisoned, tortured, and killed for their beliefs, including the apostles Peter and Paul. Augustus himself is not known to have ordered any specific persecution of Christians, but he did enact laws that could be used to punish them. For example, his laws against sacrilege and magic could be used to target Christians, who were often accused of desecrating temples and engaging in occult practices. It was not until the reign of Nero, who blamed Christians for the Great Fire of Rome in 64 AD, that persecution of Christians became widespread and systematic. This was followed by sporadic persecutions under subsequent emperors such as Domitian, Trajan, and Marcus Aurelius. Despite the persecution, Christianity continued to spread throughout the empire, attracting converts from all social classes and regions. It was able to adapt and evolve to meet the needs of its diverse followers, and it provided a sense of community and purpose that was lacking in the traditional Roman religion. Augustus himself did not live to see the rise of Christianity or the full extent of its impact on the empire. However, his policies and attitudes towards religion set the stage for the challenges that would face the early Christians. His emphasis on social order and stability, and his tolerance of diverse religious beliefs, created a framework within which new religions could emerge and thrive, even if they were ultimately seen as a threat to the established order. In summary, the reign of Augustus marked the beginning of a new era in Roman religion, one in which traditional beliefs were challenged by the emergence of new faiths and religious movements. While Augustus himself was not directly involved in the persecution of Christians, his policies and attitudes towards religion created a framework within which such persecution could take place. The enduring legacy of Christianity in the Roman Empire, and its eventual adoption as the official religion, would have far-reaching consequences for the future of Europe and the world. The reign of Augustus was marked by the propagation of a new religion that was to have a profound impact on the Roman Empire and the world beyond. Christianity, with its roots in the Jewish faith, emerged during the early years of Augustus' rule. At first it was seen as a small, obscure sect that posed no real threat to the established order. However, as its adherents grew in number and influence, it came to be viewed with increasing suspicion and hostility. Augustus, like his predecessors, was a staunch believer in the traditional Roman religion. He saw himself as the protector of its rites and ceremonies, and went to great lengths to ensure their proper observance. He was particularly concerned with the maintenance of the religious calendar and the correct performance of the various rituals associated with the gods and goddesses of Rome. In this way, he believed he could ensure the favor of the gods and secure the well-being of the state. Despite his adherence to the traditional religion, Augustus was also known for his policy of religious toleration. He recognized that the Roman Empire was a diverse entity, encompassing many different peoples with their own religious beliefs and practices. He believed that it was important to allow these different religions to coexist peacefully, and to avoid any unnecessary conflicts that might arise from attempts to suppress them. However, this policy of tolerance did not extend to Christianity. From the very beginning, Christians were viewed with suspicion and hostility by the Roman authorities. This was partly due to the fact that Christianity was seen as a subversive religion that challenged the authority of the state and the traditional social order. Its emphasis on equality and brotherhood was seen as a threat to the hierarchical society of Rome, which was based on the principles of patronage and clientage. The early Christian community was also viewed with suspicion because of its association with Judaism. The Romans had a long history of conflict with the Jews, who had rebelled against Roman rule on several occasions. This made the Christian community an easy target for persecution, as they were seen as being in league with the enemies of Rome. Under Augustus, the persecution of Christians was sporadic and localized. There were occasional outbreaks of violence against them, but these were usually the result of local disputes rather than a coordinated effort by the Roman state. However, the situation changed dramatically under Augustus' successors, who took a much more aggressive stance towards the Christian community. One of the most notorious persecutors of Christians was the Emperor Nero, who blamed them for the Great Fire of Rome in AD 64. He subjected them to horrific tortures and executions, including burning them alive as human torches. This marked the beginning of a period of intense persecution that lasted for several centuries. Despite this persecution, Christianity continued to spread throughout the Roman Empire, driven by its message of hope and salvation. It appealed to those who were marginalized by Roman society, including women, slaves, and the poor. Its message of love and compassion offered a stark contrast to the harsh realities of life under Roman rule. Eventually, Christianity became so widespread that it could no longer be ignored. In AD 313, the Emperor Constantine issued the Edict of Milan, which legalized Christianity and granted it official recognition by the state. This marked a turning point in the history of the Roman Empire and the world beyond. In many ways, Augustus' legacy was one of religious tolerance and pluralism. He recognized the diversity of the Roman Empire and the need to allow different religions to coexist peacefully. However, this legacy was overshadowed by the persecution of Christians, which continued long after his death. Chapter 9: The Era Passus, Augustus' Monument to Roman Peace and Prosperity. The Era Passus, or Altar of Peace, is an ancient monument located in Rome that was commissioned by Augustus in 13 BCE to commemorate the establishment of peace after his victories in Hispania and Gaul. Its construction was a part of a wider campaign by Augustus to establish his rule as the first Roman emperor and to promote a message of stability and prosperity throughout the empire. To understand the significance of the Era Passus, it is necessary to examine the historical context in which it was built. Augustus, born Gaius Octavius in 63 BCE, rose to power in the wake of the assassination of Julius Caesar in 44 BCE. Initially, he was one of several figures vying for control of the Roman state, including Mark Antony, Lepidus, and Caesar's designated heir, Octavian. After years of political maneuvering and military conflict, Octavian emerged as the victor in 31 BCE, with his decisive victory over Antony and Cleopatra at the Battle of Actium. He returned to Rome in triumph, and the Senate bestowed upon him the honorific title of Augustus, meaning revered one. Augustus' reign was marked by a series of reforms and policies designed to stabilize the Roman state and maintain his own power. He established a new constitutional framework that redefined the relationship between the emperor and the Senate, and he initiated a wide-ranging program of public works, including the construction of new roads, aqueducts, and buildings. He also implemented policies aimed at increasing the population and improving the moral character of Roman citizens, including laws promoting marriage and childbearing, and a moral campaign to promote traditional Roman virtues. The Era Passus was a part of this larger program of public works and propaganda. It was dedicated on July 4, 13 BCE, in a ceremony attended by Augustus and other members of the imperial family, as well as representatives of the Senate and people of Rome. The monument itself consists of a large open-air altar, enclosed by a surrounding wall that is decorated with reliefs depicting various scenes related to the establishment of peace. The reliefs on the Era Passus depict a wide range of figures and scenes that symbolize the ideals of Augustan Rome. On one panel, there is a figure of Tellus, the goddess of the earth, with her children and various animals, representing the abundance and prosperity of the Roman state. On another panel, there is a procession of the imperial family, including Augustus, his wife Livia, and their children, as well as other prominent figures from the Roman state. Other reliefs depict scenes from mythology and history, including the foundation of Rome by Romulus and Remus, and the achievements of Augustus in establishing peace and prosperity throughout the empire. The Era Passus was not simply a piece of propaganda, however. It also had a practical function as a site of sacrifice and religious ceremony. The altar itself was used for the ritual slaughter of animals, which was a central part of Roman religion, and it was surrounded by a portico that provided shelter for participants in the ceremonies. The monument was also used for other public events, including political speeches and meetings of the Senate. Despite its initial significance, the Era Passus fell into disrepair in the centuries following its construction, and its location became lost over time. It was rediscovered in the 16th century, but it was not until the 20th century that a concerted effort was made to restore and preserve the monument. In the 1930s, the Italian government undertook a major restoration project, and in 1938, a new museum was built to house the Era Passus and other ancient Roman artifacts. The Era Passus, or Altar of Peace, was one of the most significant and impressive monuments of ancient Rome. It was commissioned by the first Roman Emperor Augustus to celebrate his return to Rome from Hispania and Gaul, and the establishment of a new era of peace and prosperity in the Roman world. The monument was constructed between 13 and 9 BCE, and was located on the Campus Martius, an open field located outside the city walls. The Era Passus is a rectangular structure, measuring 11.65 meters long by 10.62 meters wide, and is made of white marble. It is surrounded by a low enclosure, or precinct, which is decorated with intricate reliefs depicting various scenes from Roman mythology and history. The monument is accessed through a grand entrance on the eastern side, which is flanked by two large Corinthian columns. The altar itself is the centerpiece of the monument, and is located in the center of the precinct. It is raised on a platform, and is approached by a grand staircase. The altar is decorated with relief sculptures depicting the Roman imperial family, and various allegorical figures and scenes symbolizing peace and prosperity. The reliefs are highly detailed and intricate, and were executed with great skill and craftsmanship. The sculptures on the Era Passus are in a classical style, inspired by the art of ancient Greece. They are characterized by their realism and attention to detail, and by their depiction of idealized, youthful figures. The figures are depicted in various poses and positions, creating a sense of movement and dynamism throughout the monument. One of the most striking features of the Era Passus is the use of symbolism and allegory in its decoration. The reliefs depict a variety of figures and scenes, all of which are meant to represent the virtues and ideals of the Augustan age. The most prominent of these figures is the goddess Pax, or Peace, who is shown seated on a throne, holding an olive branch in her left hand and a cornucopia in her right. She is surrounded by various allegorical figures, such as the personifications of the Roman provinces and the arts and sciences, all of whom are depicted in a state of harmony and tranquility. The Era Passus is also notable for its use of historical imagery and symbolism. The reliefs depict various scenes from Roman history, such as the legendary founding of Rome by Romulus and Remus, and the procession of the imperial family on the occasion of the dedication of the monument. These images serve to reinforce the idea of continuity between Augustus' reign and the great traditions of Rome's past, and to legitimize his rule as the rightful successor to the Roman Republic. In addition to its political and symbolic significance, the Era Passus is also an important artistic and architectural achievement. Its elaborate decoration and intricate carvings demonstrate the high level of skill and craftsmanship that was available to Roman artists and architects during the Augustan age. It is a testament to the wealth and sophistication of the Roman Empire at the height of its power, and a fitting tribute to the man who brought peace and stability to a world that had known only war and chaos for centuries. The Era Passus, or the Altar of Peace, is a monument of great historical and artistic significance in ancient Rome. Commissioned by the Emperor Augustus, it was dedicated on July 4, 13 BC to commemorate his return to Rome after his successful campaigns in Spain and Gaul. The monument served as a symbol of the Pax Romana, or Roman peace, that Augustus had established throughout the empire. The reign of Augustus marked a turning point in Roman history, characterized by political stability and prosperity. Augustus, the first Roman emperor, had consolidated power and established a new form of government known as the Principate. Under his leadership, Rome experienced a period of peace and prosperity that lasted for over 2 centuries, known as the Pax Romana. The Era Passus was an important monument that celebrated Augustus' accomplishments and his vision for the empire. The design of the Era Passus was intended to convey a message of peace and prosperity. The monument consists of a rectangular enclosure with 2 tiers of sculptural reliefs that run along the exterior walls. The lower level depicts a procession of figures, including members of the imperial family, priests, and other important figures. The upper level shows allegorical figures representing peace and prosperity, including the goddess Roma, personifications of the seasons and the mythological founders of Rome. The sculpture on the Era Passus is highly detailed and finely crafted, reflecting the highest standards of Roman artistry. The figures are rendered in a highly realistic manner, with a focus on individualized facial features and naturalistic drapery. The relief panels are organized in a highly organized and symmetrical fashion, reflecting Augustus' love of order and control. The significance of the Era Passus is multifaceted. It was intended as a celebration of Augustus' accomplishments and his vision for the empire. The monument was also a symbol of the Pax Romana, the peace that Augustus had established throughout the empire. The figures on the monument, including the allegorical representations of peace and prosperity, reflect the ideals of Roman society, and the monument was meant to serve as a reminder of those values. The Era Passus also played an important role in the public life of Rome. It was located in a public space near the Tiber River, and it was intended to be viewed by the public. The monument was the site of important public ceremonies, including the annual procession of the imperial family. The Era Passus served as a symbol of Roman power and culture, and it was meant to inspire awe and admiration among those who viewed it. The Era Passus has also had a lasting impact on Western art and architecture. The monument's innovative use of sculpture and architectural design influenced later works of art, and it has been the subject of numerous studies and interpretations. The monument has been praised for its beauty, its artistic sophistication, and its historical significance. In summary, the Era Passus is a monument of great historical and artistic significance in ancient Rome. It was intended to celebrate Augustus' accomplishments and his vision for the empire, and it served as a symbol of the Pax Romana. The monument's design and sculpture reflect the highest standards of Roman artistry, and it has had a lasting impact on Western art and architecture. The Era Passus is a testament to the power and influence of Augustus and the enduring legacy of the Roman Empire. The Era Passus, also known as the Altar of Peace, is an ancient Roman monument built during the reign of Augustus. It was dedicated to Pax, the Roman goddess of peace, and serves as a symbol of Augustus' commitment to the promotion of peace and prosperity within the Roman Empire. Today, the Era Passus is considered to be one of the most important surviving examples of Roman sculpture and architecture, and it continues to fascinate scholars and art lovers alike. The Era Passus was constructed in the year 9 BCE, and its design was overseen by the famous Roman architect and sculptor Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa. The monument was erected in honor of Augustus' return to Rome, after 3 years of military campaigns in Spain and Gaul, and it was intended to commemorate the restoration of peace and stability throughout the Roman Empire. The altar was built in an open-air enclosure and featured a series of sculpted friezes that depicted various scenes from Roman mythology and history. The friezes were carved in high relief and featured a range of intricate details and delicate ornamentation, such as garlands, flowers, and acanthus leaves. The central focus of the monument is the altar itself, which was designed to resemble a large rectangular box with 4 sides and an open top. The altar was carved from white marble and was decorated with a series of sculpted panels that depicted various scenes related to the theme of peace. The panels included images of animals, such as bulls, sheep, and pigs, which were typically used in Roman religious rituals, as well as depictions of figures such as Romulus and Remus, the mythical founders of Rome. In addition to the altar, the Era Passus also featured a series of flanking walls that were decorated with intricate reliefs and friezes. These walls were designed to provide a framework for the altar and to create an enclosed space where visitors could gather and participate in various religious ceremonies and public events. The walls featured a range of elaborate motifs, such as intricate floral patterns, acanthus leaves, and rosettes, as well as images of figures from Roman history and mythology. The overall design of the Era Passus was intended to convey a sense of harmony and balance, and the monument was carefully constructed to be in harmony with the natural environment. The altar was positioned at the center of a large open space, surrounded by trees, shrubs, and other natural features, and it was designed to be viewed from all sides. The monument was also built on a grand scale, with a height of over 10 feet and a length of nearly 100 feet, and it was designed to make a powerful visual impact on all who saw it. The significance of the Era Passus extends far beyond its design and construction, however. The monument served as a powerful symbol of Augustus' commitment to the promotion of peace and stability throughout the Roman Empire, and it helped to reinforce the image of Augustus as a wise and benevolent leader who was dedicated to the welfare of his people. The monument was also intended to serve as a rallying point for the Roman people, and it helped to create a sense of shared identity and common purpose among the citizens of the empire. Over time, the Era Passus fell into disrepair and was partially buried beneath the ground. It was rediscovered in the 16th century, however, and was eventually restored to its original condition. Today, the Era Passus is considered to be one of the most important surviving examples of Roman sculpture and architecture, and it is visited by millions of people each year. The monument continues to serve as a powerful symbol of the enduring legacy of Augustus and his commitment to the promotion of peace and prosperity throughout the Roman Empire. In the bustling city of Rome during the reign of Augustus, one monument stood out for its beauty and significance: the Era Passus Augustae, or the Altar of Augustan Peace. Built in 9 BCE, to commemorate Augustus' victories in Hispania and Gaul, the Era Passus is a remarkable example of Roman art and architecture, and a testament to the power and influence of Augustus and his dynasty. The design of the Era Passus was a collaborative effort between Augustus and the most talented artists of the time, including the architect Vittorio Gai and the sculptor and painter Gaius Julius Caesar. The altar is made of white marble and consists of a rectangular base adorned with intricate relief sculptures, a frieze that encircles the monument, and 4 corner pieces featuring allegorical figures. The reliefs on the base of the altar depict various scenes related to Augustus and his family, such as his return to Rome after his victories, his role as a military commander, and the presentation of his family members. The frieze depicts a procession of senators, magistrates, and priests, as well as members of the imperial family, such as Augustus' wife Livia and his daughter Julia. The corner pieces represent the personifications of the provinces of Hispania, Gaul, Syria, and Egypt, which were under Roman control during Augustus' reign. The Era Passus was not only a work of art, but also a powerful symbol of Augustus' vision for Rome. The monument conveyed the message of peace, prosperity, and stability that Augustus sought to establish in Rome after years of civil war and political turmoil. The allegorical figures on the corner pieces of the altar represented the various regions that Augustus had conquered and brought under Roman control, symbolizing the unity and strength of the Roman Empire under his rule. Despite its significance, the Era Passus fell into disrepair over the centuries and was even used as a quarry for building materials during the Middle Ages. It wasn't until the early 20th century that the altar was rediscovered and restored to its former glory. In 1938, a new museum was built around the Era Passus to protect it from the elements and to allow visitors to appreciate its beauty and historical significance. Today, the Era Passus is recognized as one of the most important works of Roman art and architecture, and a symbol of Augustan propaganda and power. Its influence can be seen in the numerous works of art and architecture that have been inspired by it, including the Triumphal Arches of Rome and the Washington Monument in Washington, D.C. In summary, the Era Passus Augustae is a testament to the power and influence of Augustus and his dynasty, and a remarkable example of Roman art and architecture. Its symbolism and message of peace and prosperity have endured for centuries and continue to inspire artists and scholars to this day. Chapter 10: Augustus' Legacy, the Enduring Impact of Rome's First Emperor. The Roman Republic, which had endured for over 4 centuries, was on the verge of collapse by the end of the 1st century BCE. Political corruption, social unrest, and military instability plagued the once great republic. It was at this time that a young politician and military leader emerged as a rising star in Roman politics. His name was Gaius Octavius Thurinus, but he is better known to history as Augustus. Augustus rose to power in the aftermath of the assassination of Julius Caesar in 44 BCE. He was Caesar's adopted son and heir, and he quickly positioned himself as the leader of Caesar's supporters. In 43 BCE, he formed the Second Triumvirate with Mark Antony and Marcus Lepidus, and together they defeated Caesar's assassins in the Battle of Philippi. This victory secured their control over the Roman state, but it also marked the beginning of a power struggle between the triumvirs. In the years that followed, Augustus steadily consolidated his power, gradually sidelining Lepidus and undermining Antony's influence. In 31 BCE, he finally defeated Antony and his lover, the Egyptian queen Cleopatra, in the naval battle of Actium. With Antony's defeat, Augustus became the sole ruler of the Roman world. Augustus realized that the Roman Republic was no longer a viable form of government. Its institutions were outdated, and its leaders were corrupt and ineffective. He knew that he needed to reform the government and the military if he was to secure his hold on power and ensure the stability of the state. Augustus' first order of business was to establish a new constitutional framework for the Roman state. He did this through a series of laws and reforms known as the First Settlement. Under this settlement, Augustus was granted a number of powers and titles, including the title of princeps, which meant first citizen. He was also given control over the Roman legions and the provinces of the empire. Augustus reorganized the military, creating a standing army of professional soldiers. The legions were made up of volunteers who signed on for 20-year terms of service. Augustus also created a new elite unit called the Praetorian Guard, which was tasked with protecting the emperor and maintaining order in Rome. The Roman army under Augustus was highly disciplined and well-trained. It was organized into legions, each consisting of around 5,000 soldiers. The legions were equipped with standardized weapons and armor, and they were trained in tactics that emphasized discipline and coordination. Augustus also reformed the administration of the provinces. He established a system of provincial governors, who were appointed by the emperor and responsible for collecting taxes and maintaining order. Augustus also created a new class of officials called the equestrians, who served as a kind of middle management in the bureaucracy. Augustus' reforms had a profound impact on Roman society. They brought stability to the state and ensured the loyalty of the military. They also paved the way for the expansion of the Roman Empire. Under Augustus' leadership, Rome conquered new territories and established new provinces. The emperor also oversaw a period of unprecedented economic growth and prosperity. Augustus' political and military reforms laid the foundation for the Roman Empire, which would endure for over 4 centuries. The legacy of Augustus' reign can still be seen today in the structures and institutions of modern Western society. The idea of a strong central government and a professional military force owes much to Augustus and his reforms. In many ways, Augustus' reign represents a turning point in world history, marking the transition from the ancient world to the modern. The reign of Augustus is a crucial period in the history of ancient Rome. In just over 40 years, Augustus transformed the Roman Republic into a centralized and stable empire, which laid the foundations for the Roman civilization that we know today. In addition to his political and military reforms, Augustus also introduced significant cultural and social changes that shaped Roman society for centuries to come. Augustus saw culture as a tool to legitimize his power and establish his dynasty. He invested heavily in the arts, patronizing writers, poets, and artists, and promoting the values of Roman civilization. Augustus commissioned the construction of many public buildings and monuments, including the Temple of Apollo on the Palatine Hill, the Theatre of Marcellus, and the Forum of Augustus. He also built the Aqua Virgo, an aqueduct that provided clean water to the city of Rome, and encouraged the development of a road network that facilitated trade and communication across the empire. Augustus' social reforms aimed to promote traditional Roman values and morals, which he believed had been corrupted by the excesses of the late Republic. He encouraged marriage and family values by passing laws that provided incentives for couples who had children and penalties for those who remained unmarried or childless. He also passed laws to regulate sexual morality, including laws against adultery and prostitution. Augustus also introduced reforms to the Roman legal system, which became the basis of Roman law for centuries to come. He established a network of courts and judges that provided legal protection to citizens and created a system of civil service to administer the affairs of the empire. Augustus also reformed the tax system, ensuring a steady flow of revenue to the state. Augustus' reign also saw the consolidation of Roman power across the Mediterranean world. He transformed the Roman army from a citizen militia into a professional standing army, organized into legions and supported by a network of fortresses and military camps. The army was used to expand and defend the empire, with Augustus overseeing the conquest of Egypt, the establishment of Roman rule in Spain, and the consolidation of Roman control over the eastern Mediterranean. Despite his achievements, Augustus' reign was not without controversy. Many of his policies were criticized for being overly authoritarian, and he was accused of suppressing political opposition and curbing individual freedom. However, his reign marked the beginning of a new era in Roman history, and his reforms established a stable political and social order that would endure for centuries. In summary, Augustus' cultural and social reforms were an essential part of his transformation of Rome from a republic to an empire. His investment in the arts, infrastructure, and social institutions helped to create a stable and prosperous society, while his legal and military reforms laid the foundations for the Roman state. Augustus' legacy continues to influence the modern world, and his reign remains a testament to the power of leadership and the ability to shape history. The reign of Augustus marked a pivotal moment in Roman history as the first emperor of the newly established Roman Empire. Augustus was able to bring about a period of peace and prosperity that came to be known as the Pax Romana, or Roman peace. This was a time of stability and order that lasted for over 2 centuries, and was characterized by the expansion of the empire, the establishment of a stable political system, and the flourishing of art and culture. Augustus' reign began in 27 BCE, after he defeated his rival Mark Antony and his Egyptian queen Cleopatra in the Battle of Actium. This victory marked the end of the Roman Republic and the beginning of the Roman Empire, with Augustus as its first emperor. Augustus' primary goal was to establish a stable and secure government that would ensure the continued prosperity and success of Rome. One of the key ways that Augustus achieved this was through his political and military reforms. He restructured the government to give himself more power and established a system of provincial administration that ensured that the provinces were governed by people loyal to him. He also reformed the military, creating a standing army that was made up of professional soldiers who were paid and trained by the state. This allowed for better organization, discipline, and efficiency within the army, making it more effective in defending the empire and expanding its territory. Another important aspect of Augustus' reign was his cultural and social reforms. He was committed to promoting traditional Roman values and virtues, and he believed that these values were essential for the success and stability of the empire. He encouraged marriage and childbearing, creating laws and policies that incentivized families to have more children. He also promoted moral and ethical behavior through the arts and literature, commissioning works that celebrated Roman history and mythology and emphasized the importance of duty, honor, and patriotism. Under Augustus, Rome experienced a period of unprecedented prosperity and growth. The economy flourished, with new trade routes and markets opening up across the empire. Cities expanded, with new public works and infrastructure projects improving the quality of life for Romans. The arts and culture also thrived, with the establishment of the Augustan Age of literature and the construction of new buildings and monuments that celebrated the greatness of Rome. The Pax Romana that Augustus established lasted for over 2 centuries, until the death of Marcus Aurelius in 180 CE. During this time, Rome was able to expand its territory, bringing new lands and peoples into the empire. The government remained stable and secure, with a succession of capable emperors ensuring that the empire continued to prosper. The arts and culture continued to flourish, with new works of literature, art, and architecture being created that reflected the power and glory of Rome. The legacy of the Pax Romana and Augustus' reign can still be felt today. The stability and prosperity that Augustus established set the foundation for the later Roman Empire, and the cultural and social values that he promoted continue to shape Western society. The arts and culture of Rome have had a profound influence on Western art and literature, and the achievements of the empire in science, philosophy, and architecture continue to inspire and awe people around the world. In summary, Augustus' reign marked a turning point in Roman history, as the establishment of the Roman Empire brought about a period of peace and prosperity that lasted for over 2 centuries. Augustus' political, military, and cultural reforms laid the foundation for this period of stability and ensured the continued success of the Roman Empire. The legacy of the Pax Romana and Augustus' reign can still be felt today, as the values and achievements of Rome continue to inspire and influence people around the world. The imperial cult, or the practice of deifying and venerating Roman emperors, played a significant role in Roman society and the wider Western world. It was a unique phenomenon that emerged during the early Roman Empire and persisted until the 4th century AD. The concept of divinity was central to the imperial cult, which saw the Roman emperor as both a political and religious figure, occupying a position of supreme power and authority. The origins of the imperial cult can be traced back to the early days of the Roman Republic, where ancestor worship was prevalent. The Romans believed that their ancestors had a direct influence on their lives and fortunes, and that they could be venerated through offerings and prayers. This practice was extended to the mythological figures of Rome, such as Mars and Jupiter, who were considered divine and worshipped as such. As the Roman Empire expanded, the concept of divinity became increasingly associated with the person of the emperor. Julius Caesar was the first Roman leader to be deified after his death, and his successor Augustus continued the practice, positioning himself as the son of a god and using religious imagery to enhance his authority. Augustus' successors followed suit, and the imperial cult became an essential aspect of Roman life. Emperor worship was not mandatory in the early empire, but it was encouraged by the government and widely adopted by the people. Temples and altars were built in honor of the emperors, and their images and statues were displayed throughout the Roman Empire. The imperial cult also involved a complex system of priests and rituals, which reinforced the emperor's position as a religious figure. The imperial cult served multiple functions in Roman society. From a political standpoint, it was a means of legitimizing the emperor's authority and reinforcing his power. The concept of divinity gave the emperor an aura of invincibility, and his deification served as a warning to potential rivals. From a social standpoint, the imperial cult provided a sense of community and unity, as people from different parts of the Roman Empire could share a common religious practice. The influence of the imperial cult extended beyond the Roman Empire, as conquered peoples were expected to participate in emperor worship. This practice was controversial, as it went against the religious traditions of many cultures. However, the Roman government allowed some degree of religious freedom, and local gods and goddesses were often incorporated into the imperial cult. The rise of Christianity posed a significant challenge to the imperial cult. The Christian belief in one God clashed with the polytheistic nature of the imperial cult, and the refusal of Christians to worship the emperor was seen as a threat to the stability of the empire. The persecution of Christians was sporadic, but increased in intensity over time, culminating in the Great Persecution under Emperor Diocletian. Despite the persecution of Christians, the rise of Christianity ultimately led to the decline of the imperial cult. Emperor Constantine's conversion to Christianity in the 4th century AD marked a turning point, as he declared Christianity the official religion of the Roman Empire and outlawed the practice of emperor worship. This decision had far-reaching consequences for Western civilization, as the concept of divinity shifted from the emperor to the Christian God. The legacy of the imperial cult is complex and multifaceted. It represented a significant departure from the religious practices of earlier Roman society, and its influence extended far beyond the Roman Empire. The concept of divinity associated with the emperor paved the way for the Christian concept of divinity, and the practice of veneration and the building of temples had a lasting impact on Western art and architecture. The imperial cult also served as a reminder of the power of the Roman Empire and the role of religion in the maintenance of political power. Augustus, Rome's first emperor, is one of the most important figures in Western civilization. His reign marked the transition from the Roman Republic to the Roman Empire and set the foundation for the Pax Romana, a period of stability and prosperity that lasted for over 2 centuries. The legacy of Augustus is still felt today in many areas of modern life, including politics, culture, and society. One of the most significant ways in which Augustus' legacy has shaped modern politics is through his establishment of a strong central government. Before Augustus, the Roman Republic was characterized by a complex system of